Yo! We're here for another episode of the ChudLogic. I hate calling it that. I don't even know why I'd do that. Oh, man. Busy couple of days. Also, important message if you're in the UK. Very important. In case you've forgotten. Don't forget to vote today. It's the local elections today. Don't forget to vote. And you got to take your ID. You got to take ID. I think they changed that recently, didn't they? Most polling stations are open till 10 p.m, but do not delay. Get down to the polling station, take your ID with you, and vote in your local council elections. Okay, don't let your hard-gotten right to vote go to waste. I asked who the most racist person is, and they said that they can't really speak about that. So, you know, I just voted for who I thought it was going to be. No, I voted Labour, obviously. I voted Labour. Of course I voted for Labour. Got to be. Britain First. Funnily enough, Britain First were not on the ballot. Are you allowed to say you voted for? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be allowed to say that? Obviously, they got like rules in the polling station, I think, but other than that, you're good to go. Of course, you can say you voted for. Could have voted for the Greens, but thought that'd be a waste of time. I better say that I'm live. I forgot. For local elections, maybe later on tomorrow or something. I don't know. You voted Lib Dem. I can't remember actually. This is just local elections, so it's not like the general election where the Prime Minister is decided and whatnot. This is just, you know, your local stuff. More HASAN content. There's loads of content today. We got ADIN, Ross, and HASAN. We've also got iDubbbz Froggy Fresh thing. Bruce Drop 'em Off got banned. Some response to the Illuminati thing, and the Courting and Matt Walsh are arguing about video games. So it should be a good stream. Yep. This is the one. Honestly, I'd forgotten about it. I mean, you know, obviously this is... I mean, obviously I'll probably speak about the general election when it happens. But obviously local elections are really not... not something I'm going to talk about. It's crazy. If you look at some of the numbers, because of how it works, it's like, you know, I saw one where a party got like the second or third most votes, but got like the fifth most councillors, which is like, you know, local politician basically. But yeah. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to dwell on it too much. But if you're in the UK, don't forget to vote. Dispense of your civic duty. Okay, it's fun. They're very nice in the polling office. Bunch of old people are like, oh, hello. Cyber Taco, thank you for the sub, by the way. They're like, oh, hello, have you got your ID? Or what's your name? What's your address? But yeah, anyway. Emma, you'd vote for me. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm never going to do a politics run. I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to run for politics. That would be just a waste of time. That would be just a complete waste of time.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Oh, yeah.
Watch it, Watch it.
Has Stephen Crowder spoken about it yet? I thought he was going to address it. I guess he hasn't, or I'd have heard about it. But yeah. Fair play, he's doing a good job with disregarding it. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure that until things are unsealed and whatnot, he probably can't talk about it legally, right? God, some of the takes on that are so bad. I tell you what else I've seen bad takes about, and I'm treading into dangerous water talking about this, I know, and controversy. But you know, there was that homeless guy on the train who got strangled by some guy, and then he died. I mean, obviously, you know, a bit excessive, isn't it? A bit much. I think that's why chokeholds aren't allowed by the police for that reason. But nonetheless, even with that being said, you know, I thought it looked excessive what the guy did. The way people are talking about it, they're acting like this homeless guy was some martyr. And also, they're not fully explaining what the guy said. Now, I think it's excessive what the guy did, clearly, and the guy's dead. That seems like, you know, an unreasonable outcome for the guy, you know, considering he was schizoing out on a train. But people are acting like the guy was just like saying, oh, he was only saying he was hungry. Wasn't he also saying stuff about like how he would harm people and shit like that too? I read that somewhere. Is that true? No, I need a more racist paper. Like, I'm not saying the guy deserved to die, but I'm just saying that, like, can we at least be honest about what he was saying? But basically, the point is, I think it's about being more honest about the fact that it's reasonable the guy was perceived to be a threat based on what he was saying. But obviously, it's an excessive response, and chokeholds are not something that are utilized by, like, the police, for example, for this reason, because they can be deadly. That's my understanding of it anyway, right? So obviously, it's an excessive use of force based on what I've seen and read. But people are being super dishonest. I mean, people are calling it a lynching. What? How is it a lynching? Oh, shit. I don't want to play the audio. I mean, yeah, it looks excessive. It looks excessive, the way the guy's manhandling him, right? He's like choking him out. I think it's, you know, I think the use of force is excessive. But then I just, you know, I look, the way people are talking about it, like this guy was just chilling and going, it's like they're acting like he was going, it's acting like they were going, you know, he was going, oh, please, I'm really hungry. Have you got any food? And this guy was like, shut up, bitch. Just started fucking choking to death because he said he was hungry. It's like, no, it was a bit more aggressive than that, right? Still bad, though. I mean, obviously the guy, you know, pretty bad. That the dude was clearly fucking insane and whatnot. I think the problem is that the reason, like, obviously it feels very bad that people are going like, oh, good, I'm glad he's dead, or whatever they're saying about it, which, you know, I don't agree with that. I think people are just tired of just, you know, the way that, like, it is to be on the streets of some places in America. I got a little taste of it when I was in LA. I got a little taste of it when I was in LA, and it was terrible. It was fucking terrible. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't imagine having to deal with that every day. I'd be fucking nuts. Exactly. The state don't want to see. The state don't want to seem to do anything about it. Oh yeah, link me the Tucker Carlson thing. I'll quickly look at that as well. Generally, I like to start the actual content a bit after I start the stream, just to ease it in. What do you think about the San Francisco trans man shooting? Well, again, progressives are trying to make out like the guy was an angel. Wait, careful. Watch it. But my understanding is a security guard tried to stop him as he was stealing something, and the guy pulled out a knife on him. And so it was like a self-defense situation. That's my understanding of what I've seen. I haven't looked into it much, to be honest with you. But again, progressives are acting like he was like some sort of saint. It's like, can we just be honest for 1 second? With this homeless guy on the train, I think, well, obviously conservatives aren't necessarily going to agree with this in some cases, but I think we can agree that it was excessive the way the guy handled it and strangling it. Like, sure, we can accept that. And, without knowing the law, without knowing the ins and outs of it, I wouldn't be surprised if he was brought up on some sort of charge for that situation, because I don't think there's a self-defense argument that can be made there. But put that to one side. Can we at least be honest about what happened and stop acting like this guy's a fucking saint? Like, what on earth? This guy's been arrested. I mean, the police are at fault and the legal system's at fault for not dealing with him adequately, sure. But the guy's been arrested a fucking bunch of times for like, aggressive attacks and shit. Like, obviously he isn't. All I've seen is these clips of him dancing like Michael Jackson on the subway. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think that was the problem. Yeah, I don't care if I go to jail and they give me life in prison. I'm ready to die. Like, if you're on a a transit system and someone says I'm ready to die, what? Like, what are you just gonna sit there like, oh, I'm sure that guy's got nothing bad planned? You'd probably be thinking bomb or mass shooting or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, it's reasonable to interpret that as some sort of threat to life, even if it was an excessive use of force potentially the guy used. You know, it's pretty reasonable to look at that and go, "Oh shit, this guy's about to fucking do something insane." Then he starts moonwalking. And obviously, the Conservatives are missing that. I think it's been this article is saying it's been determined a homicide. The medical examiner. So we'll see what happens. There's probably lots of video footage, witness statements, and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, obviously the Conservatives are acting like it was a completely proportionate thing, but I just don't think guys. He's got him in a chokehold. Like, there's a reason the police don't use chokeholds, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case. A more recent policy review of the 100 largest police agencies found that as of January 2021, 73 have prohibited or severely restricted the use of chokeholds. Yeah, chokeholds are a pretty controversial maneuver that police forces have moved away from on the whole, it looks like. But yeah, anyway, again, it's one of those situations where I think that, I'd probably fall alongside most progressives in condemning the use of force that was instigated, but I just hate the dishonesty about it. I really hate the fucking dishonesty about it, where people are acting like the guy was just saying I'm hungry and the guy randomly got him in a chokehold. Like, it was excessive, but it was because there was a concern of like this guy was going to do something nuts. So yeah, I don't know. And yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you just got to get a legal system play out and see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if the guy that did it was brought up on some sort of charge. What, manslaughter or something like that, probably? I don't think the guy meant to kill him. I don't think he was intending to kill him. but he probably, you know, there's something needs to happen because otherwise, you know, you set the precedent that if some schizo's popping off in a train, the correct response is to strangle them until they die. Yeah, I don't know what the thing would be, but I think it's probably reasonable for someone. You know, and the thing is it needs to be a fucking wake up call to like do something about these fucking homeless people. Like, what the fuck? It's insane. It's honestly insane that you know, and like my time in LA, I keep referring to that because it's the only real touch point that I've got. It's mentioned that they're just, it's honestly, looking at it, it's crazy, right? They're like roaming the streets, hopped up on drugs, going fucking nuts, just going and fucking harassing people and shit. It's fucking wild that, you know, that's just allowed to happen and no one seems to really do anything about it. Yeah, I went and I went on the outskirts of Skid Row and had a look. It's fucking madness. Like, you know where they are, you know what their address is. I don't know, man. It's just what mental to me. And that I'll be honest, I looked at it, some of the discourse about it, and obviously the articles and shit, but I didn't actually look at all really into this trans shooter. Again, I just saw the, you know, the stupid. Honestly, the takes are pretty wild on both sides, though. To be honest, I just hate it when people are dishonest about the situation. I just hate it. I just hate it when people are dishonest about, you know, about the situation and the circumstances that led to the eventuality, you know? And it's the same reason you got stuff like the Kenosha riots, because people were dishonest and pushed a narrative. Pushed a narrative about what happened when the guy was fucking, you know, trying to kidnap some kids, got shot in the back and survived, paralyzed, sure, but don't try and kidnap a bunch of kids if you know, you own fucking kids or whatever, if you don't want to get fucking paralyzed. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, we need to be honest about it because number one, we need to make sure that we don't inflame and instigate racial tension that leads to riots that cause harm and damage to a whole bunch of fucking shit and people. And also, we need to be honest so we know what the actual problem is so you can fix it. Do you know what I mean? But no, the guy was just, you know, on the fucking train. He was just asking for food. He was moonwalking as Michael Jackson down the carriage, asking people for food, and some racist killed him. Win interveners. But the thing is, there could have been an intervention without the guy dying. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. The trouble is, the video is quite short, so we don't really see. We only just see him on the floor getting strangled to death. We don't really see anything else. Former Marine killed black homeless man on train in NYC, alleging he was annoyed he was begging for food and change. What is that about this case? Never get involved. That's mental, man. That's mental. That is mental. That is fucking mental. It's so dumb, man. Misinformation is just as rampant on the left as it is on the right. It really is. You know, there's something I've been thinking about a lot recently. But it's crazy the level of misinformation that occurs around events like this. Even that shoplifting one, they don't talk about the fact the guy pulled a knife. They don't talk about the fact he was trying to steal some shit and a security guard stopped him, which by the way is his fucking job, and he allegedly pulled a knife out. Well, that's what's been reported if you look at it. And so the guy, you know, acted in self-defense. Obviously, it's to be decided what happens with it. But then they're mad about the fact the guy's not on charges. And it's like, based on all the current reporting, that's what occurred. So, like, what are you basing it on? You're basing it on your own fucking preconceived biases. And it's all, oh, it's a trans black man. Yeah, trans black guys can steal. Okay, let's just, I mean, anyone, what I mean is anyone can steal regardless of race or gender identity. Here's a TikTok. Oh, God. No, I think this... Wait. Is this his? No, this looks like a new one. Okay, listen. I disavow this, obviously. But I did see one tweet. I disavow this completely. Okay, I do not... This is terrible business. But it was a video of the Michael Jackson thing, the guy doing the Michael Jackson thing. And some guy quote tweeted it and said, funny how the only other video they could find of him was him being annoying on the subway. I was just like, I was shaking my head the whole time, thinking that's terrible. How could you say that about such a young, talented person taken before his time? Honestly, why is this guy... Hang on a sec. Why is this dude... Why was he fucking prancing about on the subway rather than looking for a fucking job? What is this? Was it like a sort of tip situation? Was it like a tip situation? Pretty good. I gotta be honest though, right? I mean, it's great watching from behind a screen. But if you're just trying to get to work in the morning, you probably don't want to be dealing with this, do you? You probably just want to get to work and not have to worry about shit like this. Imagine this on the tube in London. Have you seen the tube trains are fucking like much smaller than this? And they're always absolutely fucking rammed. It's like one of the busiest underground networks in the world. Imagine some dude doing this on the tube. You get fucking pushed off the train or something, probably. Do they? Honestly, get a job. I mean, this is going to sound harsh and you know, it's going to sound harsh and a little bit tasteless, but I mean, obviously you can't now, but like, you know, why is this fella not fucking out there looking for work? Why is he prancing about on a train? I don't know, man. It just seems crazy to me. Get a job, says the streamer. I mean, I can pay all of my bills and more with the money that I make from stream. I'm not a drain on society. I'm not a drain on society, okay? And you certainly wouldn't find me on the tube getting strangled to death, all right? Why aren't I looking for work? What? Hang on a sec. What are these fucking dates? I make plenty of money that I can pay all my fucking bills and pay all my shit I need to pay for. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ, you people. Come around. I'm fucking entertaining you right now, motherfuckers. What the fuck? Jesus. Unbelievable. But yeah, I don't know, man. It just see, you know, obviously he's a talented guy. Don't get me wrong. Obviously he's a talented guy, but I don't know. I just hate the dishonesty about the situation. I just, you know, I just wish... When can we watch another Gypsy fight video? Wait, have I watched a Gypsy fight video before? You literally did digital equipment of a guy. Well, I'm clearly not, because I live in a fucking house. And I'm not dead. I'm not fucking dead. I'm not dead and I live in a house. So clearly not. Jesus. But yeah, it's the dishonesty. It's the dishonesty about the situation that really annoys me. I just, you know, I don't know, man. I just find it really frustrating that people are acting like he was some... Like, clearly, it was perceived that he was a threat. I think that's pretty reasonable based on what he was saying. And obviously, the response to it was excessive. Yes, I'm going to watch the iDubbbz video, yes. Obviously, the response was excessive, and it seems like an excessive use of force. That's it. That's my take. That's my take on it. People, yeah, okay. If he was just screaming on the subway, sure. But he's what was it he said? He said he say something like, "I don't care if I die." That sounds like something a mass shooter says before they start popping off. Like, you know, it's pretty reasonable that you would hear that and feel threatened, right? Like, people are trying to paint it as a free speech thing. I've seen people, oh, he was just exercising his free speech. Dude, what the actual fuck? Mr. Vasquez recalled him saying, "I'm ready to die." Yeah, exactly. I don't think it was a threat. No, I don't think it's a threat. What I'm saying is the use of force is excessive. It doesn't seem like there's a self-defense argument to be made here. Okay, but I'm saying that someone thinking this guy might do something crazy and wanting to intervene, you know, it's a reasonable assumption that you know, if that doesn't happen, there might be something bad that would happen. Do you see what I mean? Like you can think the two things simultaneously, right? You can think that the guy was acting in a way where you would understand someone wanting to intervene, but also think that he did it in an extremely heavy-handed way that led to the guy's death, which is bad. Like that's my perspective on it anyway. Obviously, you know, I'm sure that people will claim he was just a hungry man looking for food, and then I'm sure other people are going to claim he was, you know, something else. But yeah, I don't think there's a self-defense argument, you know, because I don't think he was attacking or going specifically at anyone. But I think there was a perceived threat. But if you're going to intervene, yeah, I mean, I personally would say you're best to just ignore as best you can. If you do feel threatened, um, I mean, obviously you're in a subway car. I don't know what you're supposed to do. You're kind of fucked, aren't you? Move to another car. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, we'll see what happens. It's still a developing case. People are mad because the guy hasn't been brought up on any charges yet, the guy that strangled him. But I think he might still be after they finish their full investigation. Do you know what I mean? But you know, I think here's the thing, right? Let's just focus on what the bigger issue is here, right? You should be able to travel.
Did you see this?
You should be able to travel on the subway without worrying about some nutter going schizo and you having to move to another car, right?
It's a bunch of men colluding with each other against one.
Yes, I did see this. I'm gonna watch not this, but I'm gonna watch that guy, the Clicks response to the Illuminati video. Honestly, it's getting to the point where it's just like endless, you know, spiraling off drama. A man named Jordan Neely was choked to death in public on the subway this week, while people watched and even cheered. This is horrific. The constant demonization of poor people and people in mental health crisis in our city allows for this barbarism. It's making our city sick. I feel like in these conversations from the left, too often we are not understanding or listening to the idea of like people. Thank you for the raid, Sonia. People just want to go about their day-to-day business and not be fucking hassled by people. Like they don't want to have to be bothered by some random fucking homeless person hopped up on whatever fucking bullshit. Like, they just want to go about their business. Well, I've got to be honest with you, right? If I was going out, most days I'll go to the coffee shop, right? Okay? If every day there was the same homeless person schizoing out at me when I walk past. No, there was no cheering. There was no cheering. I've not seen any documentation of cheering whatsoever. In fact, if you watch the video where the moments where he's being choked, there's no cheering audible at all. That's total bullshit. Homeless people don't want to be strangled to death by who you're arguing for. I mean, yeah, obviously, I'm saying there needs to be another solution, but I'm saying that when lefties, joining on this conversation, they seem to be completely denying or not accepting the idea or the concept that, hey, some people want to be able to go about their daily business without being fucking endlessly harassed and hassled. Whilst obviously this was excessive, I think that you've got to take into account that people's lives are being fucking hassled and bothered by people, who are admittedly in a bad way. Probably because the dude got strangled to death too soon. Well, no, why is it too soon? I'm just talking about it because it's happened. You can show respect. Okay, you're clearly just retarded. You're getting banned immediately. Get the fuck out of here, loser. Why have I got to show respect to anyone? This is like being publicly discussed and dissected. Can we just give them some prayers? I mean, the thing is, the thing is I don't know what the solution is, and this is obviously fucking pie in the sky shit, right? But the solution is we don't have this issue where mentally ill homeless people are wandering the streets and hassling people all the time. Do you know what I mean? And that requires a bigger solution. Obviously, in the moment, if you were feeling fucking bothered in a train car, a transit thing, by some random schizo, you can try and speak to them and try and get them to chill out. You can maybe move to another carriage. But I don't think, unless your life is in direct threat, or you're being directly threatened or attacked or something, or aggressed upon, I don't think that you can use lethal force or a chokehold. A chokehold is an extreme technique that has been outlawed by a lot of police forces as being too dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Well, I think they're still I think they're still investigating. I think they're still investigating. I don't know if he's been charged yet. But yeah. Purge all the homeless. Jesus. No, well, I don't. It was an I believe it was an ex-Marine. Didn't you have a solution for the homeless problem a couple of days ago? Maybe, yeah. I can't recall.
Prosecutor, there's no tougher job than to have to review these types of cases and really make a determination that we know is going to disappoint a community and a family. In this particular instance, this was a shoplifting that really, based on the facts, turned into and escalated into a robbery. And the armed security guard did ultimately end up using lethal force by firing one shot from his firearm that ultimately killed Banco Brown. We had to evaluate the video, the statement of the security guard, multiple witness statements, to figure out whether or not there was a credible claim of self-defense. And we ultimately did not believe that we could prove beyond a reasonable doubt here that the security guard had committed murder or any other crime. Really, as a prosecutor, there's no...
Shooting people over a $40 product. Hang on a minute. Okay. Pulling out a knife over a $40 product. Like, do you see how that works? Do you see how that works? Who is the initial aggressor in the situation? Like, yeah, it's crazy to shoot someone over a $40 product. It's also crazy to pull a knife over a $40 product. What do you mean? Fuck me. Killing Mr. Banco Brown on April 27th, 2023 was a tragedy, and my heart breaks for his friends and family. After careful review of all the evidence gathered by the San Francisco Police Department in this case, my office will not be pursuing murder charges at this time in connection to the shooting. We reviewed witness statements from the suspect, and video footage of the incident, and it does not meet the people's burden to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that the suspect is guilty of a crime. I mean, obviously, I don't know if they've released the footage of this or not. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if there was a case to be had, then they'd be filing charges. I don't think the state is gonna be like, oh, what? Like, if it was just like an execution gangland style shooting, I'm pretty sure charges would be being filed. But in this case, I mean, if that's what's been determined, that's what's been determined. Some rent-a-cop going nuts. What would you do if someone pulled a knife on you? There's a question for you. What would you do if someone pulled a knife on you? You'd run. Wait a second. Okay, let me just change that a second, okay? They pulled a knife on you and you're a security guard with a gun. What would you do then? What would you do then? Like, this guy's job is to guard the store. I mean, it's kind of wild. I mean, on the one hand, why would you run? But your job is to guard the store. You'd run away, but you'd lose your job. You might lose your job. They'd be like, why are you running? You got a gun. Why are you running away from someone stealing? It's a paid security guard, you fucking retards. Submit to the mob. You quit. Hang on a second. That is so dumb, though. So you're there, right? You're there. So you're there, okay, right? And you challenge the guy. I feel like the store preferred us. Okay, you people are so retarded. I'm pretty sure that the security guard probably thought that if challenged, the guy would just, acquiesce to his demands, give him the stuff back and fuck off, okay? I'm fairly certain that the security guard didn't realise the guy was going to pull a fucking knife over whatever product he was trying to steal, and then that created a situation. And bear in mind, it's not some random person. It's a paid security guard. His job is to defend the store, okay? Right? Okay? I'm pretty sure he didn't realise a knife was going to get pulled. So he challenges him. From what I understand, from what I've read, the guy pulls a knife, and then it's like, well, fuck, what do you do then? What do you do then? Well, probably either shoot him or get stabbed, right? I will say, well, it's kind of like a weird situation. It's kind of like a weird situation because it's like, on the one hand, I'm thinking, why have they got guns for security guards? That's insane. But then I think, if you're going to get a knife pulled on you, it kind of makes sense to have a gun, doesn't it? So it's like, people that are like, why has a security guard got a gun? When we're talking about someone getting a knife pulled on them. That must be a fucking shitty neighborhood. I don't know about North America, but where I live, security guards don't need to kill people to protect the store. Okay, you people are so fucking retarded, it's unbelievable, right? Your people are so retarded, it's unbelievable, right? If you're in a situation where someone pulls a knife on you, right? What do you want them to do? What do you expect the person to do? Like, yeah, of course, in an ideal situation, of course you call the police. Yeah, obviously, that's the best thing to do. Okay? But the guy's got a fucking knife on you. So honestly, I just think you're just being retarded on this. Security guards here just can't get guns and shoot people. Yeah, but in where you are people pulling knives trying to steal products? He's defending profit. Are you fucking... Do you understand that this guy has been given the role, a paid job, to protect the store from theft? His job is to stop people from stealing things. Part of his job is going up to people that are trying to steal stuff and go, hey, I saw you trying to steal that. Do you take it back? If you need to, okay, but the point is, in the carrying out of his task, of his duties of his job, which is to protect the store from theft, okay, he was put in a situation where there was potential lethal force from the other party put on the table. So he responded in kind. That's self-defense. It's his job to stop the... okay, are you... okay, I don't know what's going on today, man. I've just got too many retards. I've got too many bleeding heart retards in my chat, okay? I've got too many bleeding heart retards in my chat. In the course of carrying out his duties, which is to protect the store from theft, he didn't use lethal force. He didn't use lethal force, okay? So had the guy not pulled a knife, he'd have said, excuse me, I've noticed you stealing that. And the guy would have gone, oh shit. And he would have given it back and he would have left, okay? So that would have been the normal circumstance. But in the course of going up to him and doing that, the guy pulled a knife out. So at that point, it's not about protecting profit. It's about protecting his own fucking life.
Now to that deadly shooting of a suspected shoplifter at a Walgreens in San Francisco. The district attorney today going into more detail about the decision not to charge the store security guard who fired a single shot. KTV's Henry Lee learned of these developments last night and joins us now live. Henry, what evidence?
So let me tell you this. If let's say the guy took an item and he was walking out of the shop, okay, and the security guard pulled out a pistol and shot him in the back of the head as he was walking out, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. And I go, yeah, that's crazy. There's no way he should have done that. Okay. But we're not talking about that happening. We're talking about the thief escalated to potentially lethal force by pulling a knife out.
Did DA Jenkins say led her to this conclusion?
Heather, the DA tells me based on statements by the guard and witnesses, as well as video footage, she doesn't believe she can prove to a jury that the guard had committed a crime. Instead, she says the guard acted in self-defense to protect himself from a robbery suspect. The private security guard who shot and killed 24-year-old Banco Brown at a Walgreens in downtown San Francisco, freed from jail after prosecutors declined to file murder charges.
Ultimately,
I tell you what, this Banco Brown guy has got crazy plot armor for lefties. It's wild. If only he actually had real armor, but nonetheless, he's got crazy plot armor for lefties. He's like black and trans and fucking obviously poor because he's stealing. It's wild. It's fucking wild.
the security guard fired his firearm, and what he articulated was based on reasons of self-defense.
San Francisco DA Brooke Jenkins says Brown's killing was a tragedy, but she said video evidence and witness statements indicate it was Brown who threatened the guard.
I think Chud is leaning to the right. Sorry, is it right-wing take to say if someone pulls a knife on you at your job and you've got a gun and it's a deadly threat to your life and you act in self-defense, and that's a right-wing take now? Oh my fucking God. Did you not learn anything from, you know, did you not fucking learn anything from Carl Rittenhouse?
33-year-old Michael Earl Wayne Anthony.
There was physical violence that was used in order to proceed with taking the property, as well unless threats of extreme violence.
The DA said pursuing murder charges against the guard would be unethical and create false hope for a successful prosecution.
In this situation, we had a shoplifting incident that really escalated into an altercation.
Okay, please tell me this is a meme. Assess the situation, shoot him in the hand he is holding the knife, and disarm him. Is that a real take? Is that a real take?
That under the law.
Oh, it's Naga. Oh, it's Naga from Discord. I know who that is.
Qualifies as a robbery.
So first of all, we want to see the tapes. We want to see the proof.
Julia Arroyo is with the Young Women's Freedom Center, where Brown was a community organizer.
Anyway, listen, that is a joke, but people do say that kind of shit for real.
If somebody felt like their life was in danger, why in the chest? Why? Why would it be in somewhere that it would be so lethal?
The security.
Oh my God. Wait, she just did it for real. You were memeing from me and Chad. She just did it for real. She just did it for real. She just did it for real. Literally seconds after I got fucking baited, she did it for real. Okay, let's listen to that one more time.
Men's Freedom Center, where Brown was a community organizer.
Even if somebody felt like their life was in danger, why in the chest? Why? Why would it be in somewhere that it would be so lethal?
The security guard.
So there's, okay, the thing is, right, I would have just shot the floor near his feet so he would dance around like in the silly cartoons. So for those of you that don't know, okay, for those of you that don't know, right? Okay. For those of you that don't know, anyway, I've never had a knife pulled on me, okay? But I'm going to take a guess and assume that's a very stressful situation, okay? And the human body does not operate optimally when under a stressful situation, okay? So the idea that you're going to be able to pull out your gun and with perfect accuracy shoot someone's hand when you're extremely stressed and under a lot of pressure is insane. Shooting, when they teach you how to shoot, they teach you to aim for center mass because it's the easiest chance that you're going to hit the target and you're going to be able to take down whatever the threat is that is coming towards you. Okay? Right? So, no, yes, you do just aim for center mass. It's the best chance you're going to score a hit. Okay? And it's going to eliminate the threat to you as quickly as possible. Because there's a lot of fucking shit there that you need to fucking be on your feet. So getting hit there is more likely to put you down. So that is, when someone says, why would you aim for the chest? Okay. You can be 100% assured that the person doesn't know what they're talking about and is a total moron, an idiot, and has got no ability to contribute to this conversation whatsoever. All right? So you can rest assured that that person is just totally retarded off the back of that one statement. And that's the other thing too. That's true. In close range, in fact, hang on a second. I'll show you. No, I'm not going to do it really. It's a meme. But who's played Resident Evil Remake? Where Leon goes for his gun and Krauser gets the knife. And but that is some truth in that. That at close range, obviously, you know, to draw a weapon and bring it up, even at a distance of like, you know, a few meters or whatever, a person can charge you and stab you before you get the chance to brandish your weapon. So there's a lot of reasons for this happening the way it did. And the idea that, you know, and the idea that you could just not shoot for center mass in that situation is insane. Anyway, sorry. I don't know a lot about shooting because obviously I live in the UK and we're cucked. But yeah. Aim for the BBC. I think it was a trans guy, wasn't it? So I'm not sure if they had one.
In this case, thought his life was in danger, and he took what he thought was appropriate action.
KTVU legal analyst Michael Cardoza said businesses like Walgreens hire guards because of rampant theft.
It's a lot more than only a petty theft, because that's one petty theft on top of another, until the businesses leave the area.
At least 5 Walgreens stores in San Francisco have closed in part because of theft. Now, I reached out once again to the guard security company today, but they're still declining to comment. Live in the newsroom, Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Henry, I want to go back to that evidence for a moment. Are officials saying whether the video shows the young person who was killed, whether or not that person was in fact armed?
Yeah, investigators tell us that there was no weapon displayed, but that this 24-year-old threatened to stab the guard.
All right, again, another piece of important information that led to Brooke Jenkins' decision not to charge that security guard. Henry Lee, thank you.
Damn, there we go. Well. You can't justify this kind of behavior. What is that? What is this? This is the average experience going shopping in America. Black Friday. New Walgreens ad. What's this? Jesus, man. That is insane. I'm telling you, lefties are so retarded on this, man. They act like this shoplifting does nothing. I'm telling you with 100% certainty, there is no way a store would spend money installing this sort of system unless it would actually help with stuff getting stolen. Okay, the cost of putting this in is going to be less than whatever they're losing through their shrinkage or the theft stuff. That is insane, man. And also, it's not just the cost of installing it. It's also the fact that it's going to be a disincentive for people to purchase things too. You need to ask the staff. You need to ask them to unlock stuff. What's this? Eating free Walmart. Honestly, what's this? But yeah, the glass panels and stuff are gonna obviously stop people from wanting to purchase, wanting to buy stuff, and they might go elsewhere. Kryptonite for urban youths. Who steals books? Interesting question. I mean, yeah, it's honestly wild to me that the left have pivoted so hard to defending petty theft. Like, dude, what the fuck? It is actually, there is, I said there wasn't any theory of it, but someone told me that's not true. There is actually it's called, what's it called? Illegalism or something? There's some like anarchoid lefty theory about how it's good to steal or something, but it's quite fringe. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if these people that are stealing are book readers. Let's put it that way. I'm not sure if the people are book readers, all right? As in, not saying for a racist term, because white people steal too. What I mean is that the people that are stealing aren't reading theory and stealing because of the theory stuff. I'm saying that they're stealing and then that's being defended. Anyway. Right, enough of me being racist against poor minorities stealing to survive. Let's get into the drama. Let's get into the drama, okay? Okay, and we're going to be digging into copyright. Yeah, woo! Who loves copyright drama? I actually quite like it. What effect, if any, will it have on Forson's legacy? Thieves should have their hands chopped off. I don't agree with that. I used to steal when I was a kid. I stole the first Gorilla single. Soda, candy, fucking cassette tapes, all sorts. Gorilla's Enjoyer. Yeah. Yeah, Clint Eastwood, that was it. I remember the fucking Rush. Yeah. Wait, is it Clint Eastwood? Yes.
I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy.
I stole this.
Feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless.
I stole this and now I'm stealing it again on my stream. Okay. I stole it and now I'm stealing it again on my stream. DMCA, let's go. Right, anyway. Second time stealing it. Anyway, listen. Let's get into the real memes, okay? Shit. Because we've got another theft, alleged theft that's occurred, but this is more of a white-collar theft. So let's get into it. An allegation of a white-collar theft, I should say. So what's the situation? Well, there's a lot of controversy around ADIN Ross at the moment, and the allegation that he has been falsely claiming videos, or I should say, maliciously claiming fair use content, I guess, is what the allegation is, okay? Right? Now, we're going to watch a quick video from someone called Internet Anarchist that goes over his side of the drama. However, I got wind of this a couple of days ago and just had it confirmed. Apparently, he has been a little bit dubious in how he has presented the facts of some of the matter that's been going on, okay? And we're going to look at that in a sec. So, let's get into this. ADIN Ross is attacking my channel from Internet Anarchist. At the opportune moment, I will reveal the further information that I have, thanks to the commentary community sharing said info. But let's get into this for now.
ADIN Ross is attacking my channel. He has recently filed several false claims on my content and has even gone...
Okay. So you see the claim here. I just lost $8,000 from ADIN Ross false claiming my video. Let's get back into that in a sec.
As far as to brag about, quote, stealing $8,000 from me. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be covering a topic that hits close to home. We'll be finally discussing and revealing the truth about the ADIN Ross controversy that I'm involved in. And by the end of this video, you'll have a full understanding of the situation, including my conversations and interactions.
Right, those accounts, okay, this account here, ADIN updates and all this stuff. Okay, I don't know where this is coming from, right? I got the Jew crew by my side, you're finished, buddy. I think some of this is just total made up stuff. I mean, just find me a clip of him saying this and I'll believe it. But honestly, these accounts are full of it, okay?
Actions with ADIN in the past. The story of the ADIN Ross vs Internet Anarchist situation began on the 7th of March 2023, when I would publish a video titled, How ADIN Ross is Destroying His Career. Throughout the video, I discussed ADIN's ban from Twitch and his questionable streams on Kick, where he would make his audience do Black Mirror-esque challenges such as peeing on family members, eating dog feces, and crashing family members' cars. The video would be coupled with a viral tweet that I'd published days earlier, garnering over 5.5 million views and over 16,000 likes. The tweet read, ADIN Ross just hosted a sadistic torture stream on Kick. I'm not joking. During today's stream, ADIN would bring on viewers to enact shocking dares and commands for money. The stream started by making a guy lose his job at a stadium by walking onto the court, but things would only escalate from here. Next, ADIN almost made a viewer pee on his sister while she was sleeping. But after getting a text from a higher up at Kick, they resorted to pouring out a mixture of alcohol, sauce, water, and powder all over her, as well as smashing her TV with a baseball.
Yeah, it is true. All of these YouTubers they've got the same cadence, haven't they? They've got the same way of speaking. It reminds me of Sonny. Well, I've got a video about Sonny to watch actually, which looks good. But yeah, it's the same. And then he said he was going to pee on his sister, like that. Why do they all sound the same?
Bats, but it gets worse. Next viewer who came on, ADIN encouraged to pee on his sleeping brother and film it on stream. He ended up peeing.
So I actually, funnily enough, randomly, I saw a take about this. I don't know how true it is or not, but apparently someone was saying the reason that YouTubers speak like this is because originally it came from people who didn't speak English properly, speaking in a certain way, and people just copied it. But I don't know how true that is. It was like someone talking about neurolinguistics or something, so it could be total bullshit. But I thought that was kind of funny if it was true, you know? The ESL meme, that was what they were alluding to, I think. Kindly do the needful and subscribe.
In a cup and tried to lure his brother to the camera, who was allegedly a HASAN fan, but the viewer's internet cut out, quote, blue balling ADIN. It goes on. Next viewer came onto stream and was to pick up his own dog's fecal matter and eat it. After ADIN found the viewer had a sleeping girlfriend in the house, he then asked the viewer to put the poop on his sleeping girlfriend.
Wait, is that true? I heard about some of the other stuff he was doing. Is that bit true? Oh, look who's here, Nicholas Dorio. You doing a video about all this, mate? It's about time, isn't it? How long's it been since your last video? But yeah, yes, it was funny as fuck. Did he actually eat it?
Girlfriend. This tweet would lead to a DM exchange between myself and ADIN, where he would double down on just about everything. I tried taking the approach of pushing him to a more positive direction, but evidently, I did not succeed.
I'ma keep doing it every day. It's gonna keep getting more extreme. When I start giving out hundreds of thousands, I expect you to post that too.
You have the greatest opportunity to spread love, and this ain't it. I hope in the future you can reflect and learn from this. You had such a good shot at being—
Okay, what? This is cringe. This is cringe. This is cringe. Imagine trying to negotiate with ADIN Ross to be a good person, man. What the fuck? ADIN Ross literally doesn't care, okay? Remember when it turned out he was doing a rug pull scam? So basically, he promoted some shitcoin back in the rug pull heyday a little while ago. And like the rug pull went through, and then afterwards he was getting a haircut and he was like, I hope none of you bought some of that coin. That was I got paid a bag to say all that. I didn't obviously believe it. And it was honestly just insane how little he cared about the fact that he just scammed this audience. It was like, oh, hope you didn't buy that. I got paid a shitload of money. Okay, I'm trying to be... Look. This is probably going to be a YouTube segment, so I need to be careful with the old anti-Semitic memes.
Being a good role model for your audience.
I'm not a role model, never was.
Shame, a lot of young men look up to you and want to be just like you. Even if you didn't try ending up like this, you should at least try and acknowledge it as a product of your success. He ended up taking a turn in the next part by pulling the whole Matrix thing, but even if this were true, it still wouldn't really excuse or give him a free pass to do whatever he wants without consequences.
Good. Young men will see the real in me, that I'm real and not being silenced or a puppet. Do you think all these other creators are real? The stuff they...
Okay, yeah, listen, this is it. This is classic. I honestly, this video just is good, okay?
It's IG #1 Discord for stock tips. ADIN must buy AMC today.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token shit I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it.
ADIN, is there any way you can help me out? IG.
Jesus Christ, man. I just couldn't imagine going to this guy and being like, hey, man, come on. You're capable of so much more. Like, he doesn't care, does he? He literally doesn't care.
They do behind closed doors is way, way worse. They'll never show it on camera. I show everything I do off camera, on camera. Always will.
Bro, you don't need to be a puppet. Being real isn't about paying brokies to pepper spray themselves. When you started working out and sharing progress, that was good. Something productive and beneficial for not only you, but your audience. Surely you want to bring good to others who follow and look up to you. So many better ways to find your dopamine. The interaction between ADIN and myself would seemingly end here, but the peace would be short-lived, as just 2 weeks later on the 19th of March, I would publish a video titled Sneaker's Horrible Response to Penguin Zero, a 10-minute video documenting the controversy between Sneaker and Charlie. The video would feature a short clip of ADIN Ross interviewing Sneaker on stream. The clip was heavily edited and transformed more than enough to be safely protected under fair use. When uploading the video, there were no copyright issues found. I'm generally pretty good at avoiding copyright issues, as I use licensed footage and background music that I personally pay for out of my own pocket. However, this time, something odd happened. After publishing the video to my channel, I would receive a copyright claim. YouTube had a
Okay. Like, I think my take on this is what ADIN Ross did was wrong. And it is technically a copyright claim. But when something is claimed via Content ID, it's like so much less destructive to your channel. I think probably what happened, my guess, because on YouTube, if it's recognized that someone else is using your content, it comes up in like a menu and you can just get YouTube to take it down or whatever with like the click of a button. Now, obviously, you know, most creators are not going to do that unless they're like a dickhead. Because as long as they're not just completely ripping your video and they're using like a short portion of it, then that's kind of the way it goes, you know? Especially if it's like a clip as part of a larger video. Was funny not wrong? Funny equals good. Okay. But anyway, I'll let him say his piece.
Alerted me that all the revenue generated from the video would be paid out to ADIN and that I could no longer monetize the video. This was a horrible situation to be in considering the video I created was protected under fair use, and it also gained over 1.5 million views and generated over $8,000. The claim was under an agency named Thumb Media Affiliate, which is a company based out of Portugal that works for ADIN Ross and iShowSpeed. The company is known for filing false claims on smaller creators and has been called out several times in the past. I personally believe the company exists to try and relieve ADIN Ross and iShowSpeed from any legal liability in the case that they get sued for their false claims on other channels. As filing
I think it's probably just a company that you can go to and pay them money, and anyone that's fucking about will, you know, go and they'll crack down on it, right? In fact, I'm going to bring in my other piece of information here because I think it's important, okay? Because his claim was that he had $8,000 stolen by ADIN Ross. But if you look at the information provided here, apparently the claim was manually reverted by an employee 1 day after the claim was placed. And in this time, the internet anarchist guy was like making a big deal out of it on Twitter, despite the fact that allegedly the claim had been closed before that. So this is the tweet here. Let's have a quick look at this. To clarify, no false claims were made. Automatic claims can't detect fair use videos. That was what I thought it might be. I thought it might be that it was like automatically detected or something like that and just swept up in it. And when they realized, they reverted it. And you used Aiden's clip and did not dispute it. You then tweeted on the 23rd talking about the claim we released on the 23rd of April. Why was this left out of your video? This is unprofessional and we did not steal $8,000 for the video's earnings. A claim only earns from the day it is claimed, meaning all past earnings stay with the uploader. Please educate yourself on how Content ID claims work. Also attaching a screenshot of our dispute queue, which is currently empty. Sneeko's horrible response to Penguin Zero. 1.5 million views. What's this? Oh, this is the YouTube situation. Yeah. I've got to be honest with you. I think this is a bit disingenuous from the internet anarchist guy, where, you know, he's acting like a bit of a victim when it seems it was largely kind of resolved, unless I'm missing something here. And the other thing to bear in mind as well is, Nicholas was just saying this as well, you need to bear in mind that big streamers will have channels that will just like rip their content, right? So, you know, if you're like a big streamer, you'll have a clip channel. And this is obviously what Destiny is dealing with at the moment, for those of you that saw that drama. But there's someone that's just taking content from their stream that they want to have on their main channel and putting it up on their channel and making a bunch of money off of it with no transformation, no commentary, nothing. Just literally ripping someone's content and putting it up. So if you're a big streamer, okay, it's pretty reasonable that you would employ a company to claim the money from that process, because, you know, yeah, it's your content at the end of the day that is just being put up, and there's no dispute over who owns the copyright or anything like that. They're just taking something from your stream and putting it up as their own. So yeah, I just think that there is, you know, whilst I do think that there's situations like this which are obviously wrong where things get claimed incorrectly, I think that in most cases, this company is probably just going to be filing on stuff where someone's trying to make a quick buck off someone else's content. And I think, to be honest with you, I think if you want to do this, that's fine. But I think you probably need to do a bit more to ask permission from the channel holder rather than just doing it of your own accord and hoping it's okay. I think that's probably the more reasonable thing to do. Maybe Thumb is doing something wrong. I don't know. They could be doing something terribly wrong. But the fact that they've released this claim, you know, on the day the guy was complaining about it, seems fairly reasonable from where I'm sitting, unless I'm missing something drastic, of course. Anyway. What's this? I showed speed report. Got all these fucking fan accounts for these big streamers. But yeah. But yeah, you know, I just think that it's pretty reasonable if you're going to just take someone's content as your own. And I'm not talking, you know, I'm talking about just, oh, that looks like a good segment. I'm going to take that without asking permission and put it up as a YouTube channel. If someone wants to claim that, it's their right to do so. You know, especially if they want to use it as their own content on YouTube. Jumps in with false copyright claimers. No. I think it's unreasonable to claim for a 30-second clip in a 10-minute video. That is completely and inarguably fair use, right? But if you're just ripping someone's content, and you're not involved in it at all, you're just taking it, putting it up, and you're just a random person, then yeah, that's pretty fucked. Anyway, like I say, I could be missing something here. I think that they responded to this. So Bo Black said, it seems like the copyright claim that Adin Ross placed on Internet Anarchist through Thumb Media was manually reverted by an employee only one day after the claim was placed. It was reverted because I was forced to either dispute or fight them for 30 days with sub $1 RPM because they limit ads or cut out the clips. When it first happened, I quickly let YouTube Studio mute cut clips because I didn't want to lose the revenue. It was before I got paid out, and to my understanding at the time, based on YouTube's wording, my video was ineligible for monetization and revenue paid to Thumb Media. I mean, my understanding, when you get a copyright thing like that through, you just have, you can test it, and then it's held in escrow, and then whatever the determination is ends up going to the right person as per YouTube's decision. Yeah, look. When you dispute the video stays monetized and just goes to an escrow account. Disputes happen all the time. Don't be afraid of them. They only keep the money video stays demonetized if the claim goes unchallenged. No hate, just letting you know if you haven't dealt with it. Last time I dealt with these guys, they struck my channel and had my content taken down over a false claim, so I was being overly cautious. The reason for that is probably because the content wasn't in Content ID. I can understand being cautious, I guess. But, I mean, yeah, he could have just dealt with this in a different way, and it would have, you know, not meant a lot of these problems didn't come to pass. So I just think that he kind of dealt with it badly and panicked probably because it was such a big video. So yeah, I don't necessarily think this guy was being like malicious. Like I don't think he was like maliciously lying or something like that. I just think he panicked, didn't really know how to deal with it properly, and went to Twitter and talked about it because that was the first thing he thought to do and hoped it would get him some sort of help. But yeah, the other problem with this as well is he would have received a notification of this too. He would have received a notification of this too. So like, what happened to the notification to let him know that they closed it down? Dude just wanted attention. Sure, he probably did want attention, but because he felt like he was being unfairly attacked or something, right? But if he'd have just had a steadier head and taken a step back, he probably could have dealt with it much more effectively. But yeah, he should know better. Sure, he's got a lot of subs. Anyway, so it looks like, although there's a lot of like discussion and content about this, he didn't deal with it in the absolute optimum way. And this video came out yesterday. Zero sympathy. Jesus. Well,
filing a copyright claim is effectively starting legal action, and Adin Ross could easily be sued by someone with the right resources, which in this case is not me. This leads us to the 23rd of April, when I would publish a tweet raising awareness on the situation, with the tweet reading, I just lost $8,000 from Adin Ross false claiming my video about the Penguin Zero vs Nico situation. You, Adin Ross. The tweet would receive a ton of support from the online community, as my situation was essentially a textbook example of a massive creator abusing the system to bully a smaller creator. A true-
okay, with all the information that exists about it now, I think it's pretty unreasonable to say that. This doesn't strike me as a, I mean, obviously Adin Ross, yes, on stream, you know, was fucking being obnoxious about it. But if the claim was closed down on the same day, that seems like a recognition on their side of, hey, this is just a clip. We can't really claim this in good faith.
David vs. Goliath situation. Following the tweet, a news article will be made covering the situation, headlining, YouTuber discloses losing $8,000 in revenue after Adin Ross allegedly falsely claimed their video. The topic would also be covered by Scarce, who would raise awareness on my situation. Fast forward to the 30th of April 2023, and a shockingly evil clip would surface. A clip featuring Adin Ross bragging about falsely claiming my video and literally admitting to the crime on stream.
W, chat, by the way, this is Hasan's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat, we stole $8,000 from him. W, he needed that. Yes, yes. Yes.
I mean, this is obviously cringe.
Yes!
Now, how is this W? You know, regardless of anything else, it was wrong. Even if it was like a mistake or whatever, or it's like an automated process, the video is not claimable under any reasonable interpretation of fair use. Why is everyone saying win? Why is everyone saying win? No, this is fucking dumb.
This video would lead me to post a tweet that would completely explode, gaining over 7 million views overnight. The tweet read, "Aiden Ross celebrating his false claims on my content. YouTube needs to do something to stop people like this from abusing the system to bully smaller creators. He also claims I am Hasan's head moderator. I have no idea where he got that from." The clip would spark anger in the YouTube community.
Also, by the way, I don't think this guy is like a political anarchist. Everyone's acting like oh, could he really be saying this as an anarchist? I think that's just his name. I don't think he's like an anarcho-communist or something like that. Guys, he's just a drama guy. I think the anarchist thing is just like his name.
Community, as abusing the copyright system to steal and bully from other creators is highly frowned upon, and not only against YouTube's guidelines, but completely illegal and something he can be sued for. Fortunately for Aiden, he's worth tens of millions of dollars, and could likely drain any...
Okay, I've got to be honest with you, watching this, I mean, obviously it was mentioned, he's not mentioning this at all. Maybe because it came out after the video was released, I guess. Honestly, it just seems wild to me that you're not going to know that a claim has been released. Like, how would you miss that? You know, copyright claim getting released like that. Because you'd be looking out for it and you'd be like, oh, thank God. Mate, surely you get an email or something. I can't remember the last time we dealt with this. Don't you maybe if DKs happens to be watching, they can tell me, but don't you get a message or notification? Also, yeah, that's the other point as well. Did he dispute it or did they just release it of their own accord? It's on the dashboard, yeah. Oh, they're saying, right, so we didn't even dispute it. Yeah, that's really tough, man. The first thing you got to do is dispute it straight away. Just dispute it. There we go. Put in your reasoning, off you go. Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. Not really liking this internet anarchist guy's actions here. I don't like that at all. I feel like a lot of this is circled around the idea that he's the giga victim in all of this, when he hasn't taken steps himself, reasonable steps to deal with it with the tools that are available. Like, it's just, you know, that's part of YouTube, is people will make claims and you dispute it, especially with Content ID. Content ID is super easy to file a claim with, and then you release it, and you know, and then whoever is decided to be correct gets the cash. Yeah, a little bit disingenuous from internet anarchist, I'd say. I think he needs to be a little bit more upfront with the facts of the matter. But Content ID, it's annoying, but it's just part of the course. You should deal with it, yeah. I mean, yeah, well, I mean, you say forget about Aiden. I obviously people were putting dubs in chat. I said I thought that was retarded. I don't agree with Aiden Ross gloating over it. Of course not. You know, that's wrong. But again, it's like all very well talking about what Aiden Ross did publicly, but what about your responsibility as a YouTuber to deal with the challenges that are sent your way? You know, it's like Willie Mack says here. When you dispute, the video stays monetized. Disputes happen all the time. Yeah, exactly. They're just, you know, if you're making like edited content, It's something you just got to deal with as a creator. So, you know, like, just use the tools that are available to you to deal with the issues you face as a YouTuber, right? Like, that's just part of the course.
Other creator and legal fees. Well, that was up until today, when HASAN Abi would come across my tweet on stream and state that he would pay for anyone's legal fees for suing ADIN, and that he might possibly have plans himself on suing ADIN, as HASAN has also been a victim for ADIN's false copyright claims. With my tweet completely exploding, gaining over 17,000 views in a matter of hours, it would garner the attention of some big creators in the space.
I mean, we'll talk about the HASAN stuff in a sec. The other day when I spoke about it, I said that I wasn't sure how the legal thing would play out, but I referenced Short Fat Otaku having some drama about this. I actually dug up the video and watched a bit of it. I'll link it to you if you want to watch it. It's quite a funny little drama. But I found the information that I needed because there's a little bit more to it than meets the eye, I think, on the HASAN situation. But we'll get to that in a sec, I guess.
Who would say this? Man, YouTube really needs to step in and sort this false claim stuff out. ADIN is the biggest piece of shit on this platform. This dude isn't my head mod. I don't know them. You false striked me as well for a video I was in. And here you are, dumb enough to celebrate false copyright striking people. ADIN Ross hitting new levels of stupidity I never knew were reachable.
See, this term false strike, to me a false strike is like completely frivolous and wrong. Do you know what I mean? I think it's getting used incorrectly to just refer to any time someone tries to copyright strike you.
ADIN Ross is worth so much money, he'll never have to work another day in his life. Here he is, celebrating one of his false copyright claims that stole $8,000 from a YouTuber, a fraction of his size. This is discussing abuse of YouTube's broken copyright system and needs to have consequences. There should be a zero tolerance.
Like he's showing all these takes and it's like, but when you actually think of what's happened, you've got a guy who didn't even use YouTube's disputing tools, which you have to use all the time, right? Like, I just, I don't know, man. I just feel like YouTube have given you a system which is really good and bad in some ways, but good in terms of as a creator. You don't get copyright strikes on your channel because of it. And it's presented in like the worst possible way. Do you know what I mean? To me, a copyright strike is someone manually submitting something which leads to you getting a copyright strike on your channel, right? Using Content ID doesn't lead to that. I think you might call it abusing Content ID or something like that maybe, but there's a difference between those two things. And as much as like I want to defend ADIN Ross, it just feels like it's being presented in the most harsh possible terms, which I understand. ADIN Ross is being a dick, don't get me wrong, but it's being presented in like the harshest, worst possible terms. When, you know, you've got to take a step back and just, you know, look a bit more broadly at what's going on to come to the best conclusion, I think.
Policy for copyright abuse on YouTube. It should be an insta ban for abusing a broken system to financially fuck creators. I love how bullying got me a community strike for calling someone an idiot.
Nah, that's a dumb take. That's a dumb take. That's a dumb take. Because sometimes what looks like copyright abuse might be someone making a genuine good faith attempt to claim content which they're due, which they're owed, because it's their you know, their content.
But this shit flies under the radar. HASAN would even react to the situation on stream, stating,
Anyway, speaking of online, this is Internet Anarchist.
We're going to watch this whole video in a sec, so we'll get to it.
Addressed in a tweet that, you know, he got a false copy strike, which is really, by the way. I from ADIN Ross, which I got as well, for the record. It was a false copy strike of a video that I'm in, which is it's insane. Here's ADIN Ross celebrating the false strike.
W. Chat, by the way, this is HASAN's head moderator, chat. Put a W.
I don't know who this person is. I've never met this person. This person is not my head moderator. ADIN Ross somehow manages to be dumber and dumber every single day. It blows my mind how he has become even stupider than before. He's like reaching new levels. I don't know how doing that. I don't have a head mod. That's not
the funny thing about this is, like, I'm pretty sure, I mean, ADIN Ross is a retard because he's celebrating this despite the fact it had already been released. So ADIN Ross is clearly got no idea about the circumstances, situation, and just wants to flex to his retarded audience. That's clearly what's going on there, right? So none of this matters. It's already been released by this point.
A thing.
For the chat, we stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes. 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 W. Yes. Yes.
He reached negative intellect a long time ago.
Several commentary YouTubers have also been raising awareness for the horrible situation, such as Optimus, Sensitive Society, and Bisurf. However, this story isn't all bad, as on the bright side, I was able to work with YouTube to reclaim my money and take back what ADIN was attempting to and celebrate.
See, the thing is admittedly, he shows it here, but he acts like, listen to how he describes it.
However, this story isn't all bad, as on the bright side, I was able to work with YouTube to reclaim my money and
I was able to work with YouTube to reclaim my money. Where it says here, it looks like the claim's been closed by the content owner. What do you mean? You didn't do anything. They closed it and YouTube were like, yeah, it's been closed. So you could see, like, you didn't do anything. Dude. Also, note here, ADIN Ross folded. Now, I appreciate, you know, you're going to want to flex on ADIN Ross for that clip, but this isn't actually what happened. The claim was closed, just after it occurred. Yeah, this video is I don't like this video. Pretty dishonest framing of events, I'd say. Yeah, it's almost like he's expecting people to not read this, and it's like it says it right there. The claim was closed with the content owner. They obviously don't say the date, but obviously it was like what, April 23rd, I believe.
Take back what ADIN was attempting to and celebrating stealing from me. The money turned out to be held in an escrow, which I was able to fight legally to have returned. Whilst it's great that I was
okay, no, that's bullshit. He's talking absolute shit. I managed to fight legally to have it returned. What an absolutely fucking insane way of framing things. You didn't fight legally at all. There's no legal... This is relying on people not knowing how YouTube works. You don't legally fight for anything. You literally just dispute it. But most of the time what happens, okay, is that someone files a content ID claim against you, right? Okay. And then you respond to, and, you know, put in your reasoning. Most of the time, it falls up because they've got 30 days to respond. 9 times out of 10, it will just drop off and they won't pursue it further, right? Like, there's no fucking legal fighting here. And he didn't even do that anyway. The person closed the claim and then it all was reverted back to how it was and everything was fine. Fuck me. Why do people have to just make shit up? You can just point out what he did, you know... You could just be honest about this and say the bad thing that happened or whatever. The fact that it was, you know, claimed in the first place could well be an automated process, but whatever. Point that out. But he's acting like he was going through some great legal struggle, which isn't true.
Was able to reclaim my earnings. The fact this can happen in the first place with zero consequences is insane, and ADIN, alongside other bad actors, will only continue to do this to smaller creators who may not be able to raise as much awareness as I was able to. To stay updated on the situation, follow me on Twitter at InternetAnarch, as I will continue sharing any news relating to the situation or others going through something similar. Also, remember to subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you.
Yeah, that was kind of a cringe video. Now watch X's. I don't really care what X's take is. I'm going to watch HASAN's video. Yeah, the legal fighting thing is cringe, and it relies on people not knowing how YouTube works. But, you know, as this person, Amaranth Angel 91 was saying in chat, there's actually quite a few steps before it gets to the legal process. Because when it's dealt with like via content ID, I think, yeah, with content ID, you know, they file, you submit a counterclaim, you submit a dispute, and then they respond. And then I believe at that point is when it enters, like, you'd have to go down the legal route and stuff like that. That's when, I think that's like the very first point of the legal process, where you're then having to argue that your case for it being fair use. But most of the time when you submit a dispute, it either drops off or they'll end up closing it because they're not going to want to fight it, especially if you've got a good reasoning. You know, I've used a 30-second clip or something like that. But yeah. Anyway, that was Internet Anarchist talking about his situation. Let's look at this HASAN thing, because obviously there is some dispute over this one. Let's have a listen, though.
Speaking of dickheads online, this is Internet Anarchist who is addressed in a tweet that, you know, he got a false copy strike, which is really f***ed up, by the way, from ADIN Ross, which I got as well. For the
Wait, what did he call it?
Strike. Addressed in a tweet that, you know, he got a false copy strike, which is really f***ed up.
Okay, he never got a copyright strike. He never got a copyright strike. Can we just make that clear, okay? When someone files a claim under Content ID, that is not a copyright strike, okay? A copyright strike happens when there's a manual process by which someone submits like a DMCA request with YouTube directly, I guess is how it works. I've never had to do one. But it wasn't a copyright strike. It was a Content ID claim, which is a system that YouTube has created to protect YouTubers from, you know, strikes and stuff like that and make the process easy to deal with. So the way this is presented is wrong from the start, okay? Fuck me.
Up, by the way, from ADIN Ross, which I got as well, for the record. It was a false copy strike of a video that I'm in, which is f***ed up. It's insane. Here's ADIN Ross celebrating the false strike.
Okay. I don't want to spill all the beans at once, but obviously HASAN is saying it's a false copy strike on the video that he's got. Now, when I covered this the other day, I said, I don't know how this would play out in court exactly, okay? Now, I'm going to show you something in a minute which goes into like the ins and outs of this, because it's a bit of a complicated situation when you actually look into the details. But to call it like a false strike, I don't think is necessarily correct either. Like, can we just use correct terminology? You know? Like, you put up a video, you believe it's fair use. ADIN Ross is saying it's not fair use, and he's using the tools accordingly. Like, I don't know. Is there a strike happening there? I don't really know what the situation with HASAN's video is behind the scenes. But I would have presumed it would have been a Content ID. Maybe it was a strike, though. I don't know.
Chat, by the way, this is HASAN's head moderator, chat. For the chat, we stole $8,000 from him. He needed that. Yes, yes.
I don't know who this person is. I've never met this person. This person is not my head moderator. ADIN Ross somehow manages to be dumber and dumber every single day. It blows my mind how he has become even stupider than before.
What does a fascist mean? A far right authorization on ultra analyst Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gen.
I mean, this is like a funny clip. But I mean, what has this got to do with them? This has got nothing to do with what we're talking about. As funny as the clip is.
Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro?
He's like reaching new levels. I don't know how the fuck he's doing that. I don't have a head mod. That's not a thing. ADIN Ross is worth so much money he'll never have to work another day in his life. Here he is celebrating one of his false copyright claims that stole $8K from a YouTuber a fraction of his size. That's this disgusting abuse from YouTube's broken copyright system that needs to have consequences.
Somebody who I think might be the biggest copyright troll in the history of YouTube just outed himself. Let's talk about how we got to this point, who this person is, and what this all means for YouTube. So this is iShowSpeed. He is the biggest, most watched streamer on all of YouTube right now. But in the summer of 2022, a lot of YouTubers who were talking about iShowSpeed started to get copyright claims. Here's the first one I could find from a YouTuber called Omni. Now, Omni does commentary. You can see his thumbnail down there. He makes great videos. His face is on the screen. He reacts to things. He's not just reposting clips. With that said, he tweeted, "I'm getting copyright claimed for the iShowSpeed clip in my latest video." Disputed it and got rejected in 10 minutes by Thumb Media affiliate, who I don't think even exists.
Yeah, Omni talked about this under one of my tweets as well.
Honestly, one thing that annoys me about a lot of these copyright discussions is we just don't see the video to make like some level of determination. Obviously, what the fuck do we know? None of us are lawyers here, right? But at the very least, it would be nice sometimes just to be able to actually watch the content. I'm not saying anyone's at fault for this. It's just, you know, a general thing. But it's like, oh, I got falsely claimed or whatever it is. And it's like, well, what was the video? You know, because as I said before, I don't think that's necessarily the case with this person. But I do think that there's an issue that exists for these big streamers, and this is why they pay companies to do this, is where people will just rip their content, and they obviously want to make the money off of it because it's their content, which, you know, is fair enough if it is literally just ripping purely their content. So within reason, it's okay to have these companies exist as long as they're acting in good faith. Looks like just vaguely here, it says 5:33 to 7 minutes 11. That was the content that was claimed. So it looks like possibly this is an excessive claim, but again, without seeing the video, it's hard to really say. And it looks like React content. So yeah, it looks like the fireworks clip. So on the balances, this probably is like an unreasonable claim, sure. When is this from? This is from last year sometime.
Oh, this is like literally a company known for doing false copy strikes. YouTube is aware that they know that they are knowingly doing false copy strikes, and YouTube doesn't give a fuck, for the record. YouTube literally did nothing to this company. They have been doing this. Thumb Media Affiliate is the one that also came after me as well with ADIN. It's the one that ADIN is currently celebrating in this fucking tweet.
And on August 11th, 2022, I woke up to this beautiful email in my inbox. I love getting love letters from YouTube. This email was not that. They said, "Hi Jabroni, a copyright owner using Content ID has claimed some material in your video. It was copyrighted by DRM Protection for Cardigan Media by Aegis TM, claimed by Thumb Media Affiliate."
Here you have it, identical, for the record. A copyright claim was created for content. Andrew Tate cannot handle my questions. Thumb Media claimed it on behalf of ADIN.
Oh, okay. So, right. It was a content ID. So it wasn't a copyright strike, as he claimed earlier. It was a content ID claim.
This is the video. I'm right here. The entire content of this video is me debating Andrew Tate. If anything, I should be able to fucking content claim Adin Ross for trying to fucking pose this as his own content, as all he did was sit there like a fucking dumbass. I'm literally in the middle of the fucking video. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? And his dumbass fucking fan base turned around. This has 1.5 million views on.
So we'll talk about this in a sec, because I've heard different sides of this, but I've heard people say, "Oh, it's Aiden's content 100%. There's a little quirk in the copyright thing, which makes there's a possibility that there could be an argument from Hasan's side. But yeah, sure, ostensibly, of course, yeah, this is like Aiden's content. But there's something that happened a couple of years ago, which is relevant to this. But yeah, anyway, the difference is, so copyright is just a standard process where someone looks at your content and goes, "This is my content," and they file like a DMCA request. The channel looks at the website looks at it and goes, "Yep, this is your content. This person has broken copyright. Bang, we're going to issue a copyright strike on their channel," right? What YouTube did in order to combat this, right, is they said, right, we're going to set up a whole system called Content ID. The benefit to people that want to claim on copyright is that you can upload all of your content, and if it appears on YouTube, we'll be able to detect it and we'll, act accordingly, give you the revenue, shut it down, whatever you want to do. And from a creator side, it's you won't get copyright strikes if you use content, okay? You will get a Content ID process, and you can contest it if you think that it's fair use, and YouTube will essentially mediate it before any court process gets involved, right? But then it does reach a point through the Content ID resolution system where they're like, right, at this point, it's up to if you want to file legal proceedings over the copyright shit, right? So Content ID is generally good for both parties, as annoying as it can be to deal with sometimes. And one of the problems with Content ID is it's so specific. You can use like a 10-second clip of a show, of a movie or something, which is, pretty undoubtedly going to be fair use. And the Content ID system will pick it up. So you have to contest it or edit the video or something like that. So it is frustrating to deal with, but it means that your channel is protected from getting just a copyright strike or something like that. The profits aren't, well, it depends on the circumstances, but generally speaking, broadly speaking, the way I've interacted with it is it's not frozen. It's not frozen. The money is like stored in somewhere, right? Say it's like right, we're going to store the money here. And then whatever the determination is of who is entitled to it, it goes in that direction. So that's it. Make sense? It's a good system. Generally speaking, it works quite well. Can be annoying sometimes, but generally speaking, it's good. And it does mean that, you know, unless you want to deal with, you know, filing these things and waiting 30 days for it to be released and having the question mark over whether you're going to make the money from it, you need to avoid watching certain ones, like Vice will just, even if you feel it's fair use, Vice will just claim you, you know, so like Vice videos, like there's other ones as well, Complex or something, I can't fucking remember. But anyway.
My YouTube channel. And they're just trying to fucking milk it. They're trying to take these views and trying to make money off of the video that absolutely is a video that I could claim is mine. It's crazy. I'm on the video. Like, that is the next level of copyright bullshit, okay? It's not even like I'm reacting to the fucking video. Adin Ross tried to retort this by saying it's actually his video since his socials are in the corner. Saw a clip of it a couple days ago. Yeah, I should have never been kind enough to keep his fucking socials in the...
Right. Let's talk about this anyway, because I've seen some takes on this and people, you know, are certain that Adin Ross is correct on this. And in principle, I can see why. And bear in mind as well, this has never, to my knowledge, this exact situation has never been tested for streaming in the courts, okay? So, as I said a few days ago, I've got no clue how this would play out from a legal perspective, okay? But there is actually an argument that HASAN could make that might actually win out in a legal case. Possibly, I don't know for sure. But there's this concept of like joint copyright. And the reason I know about this is because a couple of years ago, Short Fat Otaku had this problem, right? Short Fat Otaku had a debate with like a lefty streamer a few years ago, right? The debate happened on the streamer's channel and he didn't broadcast it, or you know, he recorded it, but he recorded the person's stream, right? Okay? He recorded the person's stream. Now, Short Fat Otaku uploaded this debate onto his channel on YouTube. And the lefty streamer filed a claim against the video on YouTube and said, this is my content and I didn't give permission for it to be uploaded. And Short Fat Otaku's response essentially said, well, I own joint copyright of this content because I'm in it. Because I'm in it and I'm half of the content essentially. And I'm part of the content. And YouTube agreed with Short Fat Otaku and ended up allowing the video to go back up, right? Allowing the video to go back up. So there is potentially an argument that you could make if you are one of the people. No, but it wasn't his end that he was recording. He recorded the streamer streaming. He somehow recorded the streamer streaming, or maybe he recorded it after or something like that. But it had all of the streamers' gubbins on. It had their goals and stuff like that. It was the streamers' content that ended up going up essentially. Why producers sign contracts with actors? To stop that from happening. Because people say, well, why can't an actor just upload a movie they're in? Well, that's because they sign a contract where they agree that they don't have the rights to that movie. The distribution and ownership and copyright ability lies with the studio. And they sign a contract that says that. And you don't do that on streams. You don't do that on streams, do you? You don't do that on streams. You don't sign an agreement where you say, I'm going to come on your stream and perform essentially, and you own all the rights to the copyright. It's like a grey area, essentially, right? It's a total grey area from a legal perspective because you are performing in that person's content and you're not signing a contract that signs your rights away to the copyright. So people that are saying, oh, Adin Ross is in the right, there's actually a little bit more complexity here. There's actually a little bit more complexity here than meets the eye, where it could be a case that is determined to be a joint copyright situation. Now, as I say, I don't know the law, okay? I don't know the law. So obviously, I don't know how it would pan out in a legal perspective, but what I do know is at the very least, there's an argument that Hasan could make that he has got joint copyright over the content because he is, you know, performing in the content without any contract agreed of who owns the copyright. And you know, he's not getting paid to be there. He's not getting paid to perform, nothing. So he's appearing on the stream. And if you think about it as, yeah, exactly. Hasan would be considered like a co-author. And in fact, it's funny when you look at, and this is the thing, it's all untested. But if you look at it online, one of the examples they use is like co-authorship of a book. But obviously we're talking about streaming, which sounds ridiculous, right? But yeah, it's obviously a potentially more complicated issue than I think people are giving it credit for. Well, it's funny you say that, Naga, because even in the information, wait, let me just find it quickly. What website? I've got the English version, but I know you Yankoids probably won't be happy with that. So is this it? This is it, I think. A joint work is one in which a work is prepared by two or more creators with the intent that their contributions be merged into an inseparable or interdependent parts of a unitary whole. Two people arguing on a stream, right? Because think about it, without Hasan's presence in that piece of content, it wouldn't exist in the same way. Generally, for a contributor to qualify as joint author, the contributions of each contributor must be independently copyrightable. The authors of a joint work are co-owners of copyright in the work. Joint copyright owners share an equal interest in the copyright regardless of how much they contribute to the work. This gives all joint copyright owners the right to register as well as enforce the copyright. Now, obviously, this would be out of the window if you signed a contract as an actor that agreed to sign your rights away and the studio owns the copyright, owns the distribution, etc., right? But if you're just randomly going onto someone's stream, again, not tested from a legal perspective, but this could potentially be an argument that you could make as you being a co-owner of the copyright. So I think that offhand as, oh, well, it's ADIN's content. Like, I agree in principle that it's ADIN's content, but that being said, Hasan could still potentially have a legal argument from a copyright perspective because of this concept of joint copyright ownership. But it doesn't matter if you rip the original VOD if you are potentially a part ownership of the copyright of said content. Wouldn't that allow any street interview channel to become a form of co-op? Well, I presume that you sign a release form for those street interviews, right? Normally you sign a release form and by doing that, you're signing the rights away to the person making the content. But obviously, if they don't have a release form and you don't sign away your rights, yeah, you would have an argument that you're entitled to copyright that content if they don't have the correct legal protections. But the thing to bear in mind with this, okay, is that all of this is untested. So I don't fucking know which way it would go. It might go to court, and the court are going to go, well, actually, as per Twitch's terms of service and the distribution and stuff, it would pan out this way. Actually, the argument is correct and is considered, like, it could go any way. We just don't know. We've got no idea which way it's going to go. Now, I don't know if Hasan is necessarily knowing the intricacies of this and is arguing this, or he's just fucking being super bullish on stream. But I think there's a lot of discussion about this that doesn't take into account that there's a bit more complexity here that would probably need to be determined by the court, you know, if you wanted to get a firm answer on what was true and what isn't true. Because he wasn't streaming at the time. And bear in mind as well, this happens all the time. This happens all the time in streaming, where, you know, you're on someone else's stream and you're not broadcasting or recording it, so you use their version of it. Now, what I'd say, because obviously it is on very shaky ground, we don't know which way you're going to go, your best bet is to ask permission. If I go on some 1v1 talk show, okay, why are people asking retarded questions that I've already answered? If you go on a talk show, okay, you're not just going to go on, you normally would sign documentation, and I would presume the documentation would include you forgoing all of your rights to ownership and copyright to the producer of the show. Yes, obviously, if you go and do something like a talk show, you're normally signing legal documents that mean you sign away all of your ownership rights. What, on fucking Maori? On fucking Dr. Phil? People just show up? What do you mean people just fucking show up? What are you on about? Anyway, what I was going to say equals me. I do kind of agree with you. And I think because obviously it's a bit of an uncertainty, your best bet is to ask for permission, because then it's in black and white. And if you ask someone, hey, do you mind, you know, or you make it the premise of coming onto the show. You say, okay, I'll come on your show as long as I can use my section on my own channel because I'm not streaming. Is that okay? Yes, it is. Okay, I'll come on then. No, it isn't. Well, I'm not going to come on. So I think that like you probably want to get some agreement before going on that you're allowed to use your segment on your own channel if you're not broadcasting it yourself. That's probably a good idea just to be on the safe side. Because if you've got it in black and white, that would be, you know, pretty robust agreement made, and you know what I mean? So yeah, I think although HASAN has probably got like, whether or not he wins or not or whatever, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. Even though maybe HASAN does have an argument from this perspective of joint copyright ownership, I think for the sake of simplicity and ease, it's always best to either ask ahead of time or afterwards ask if you're okay to upload it to your channel as a courtesy, because then you're going to avoid a lot of these issues. If someone then tries to claim it, you can say, well, I asked you and you said I could, so what the fuck, you know? So yeah, that's it. So whilst obviously, yes, it is ADIN's content, there is potentially a legal argument that HASAN has got. That being said, he should have asked for permission before doing it just to be 100% on it. That's my basic take. The thing is like, I can't really judge any, like, obviously, right? If you know, if you're going to go on a stream, you're not going to think, oh, I better ask permission to upload it to my channel. You know, it's kind of presumed. But then obviously, I think if you've got an antagonistic relationship with someone, it's even more important that you get it in writing, because then there's no fucking wiggle room. And, you know, you would probably even want to, ahead of time, message them and say, I will come on as long as I can use my segment on my own channel. And that is the only proviso I have. Right? That's probably the best way to deal with it. Anyway, there we go.
The corner. That was my problem. That was my issue, I guess.
I
never signed a fucking release. Suck my cock. I'll see you in court. You stupid fuck. You fucking imbecile. You absolute fucking dumbass.
Thanks for the gifted sub.
Holy shit. You stupid little bitch. What an absolutely idiotic baboon-like thing to fucking do. Like, oh, yeah, you signed a release? What release did I sign? You stupid shit. Did you pay me to appear on that fucking Zoom call? No, you didn't. Suck my dick. You don't own that fucking content. It's quite literally me in the fucking video. See you in court like you're gonna do shit? What do you mean? You think I'm not gonna pursue this? You think I'm not gonna fucking counter? Are you stupid? This is such an objectively incorrect thing to do. And this fucking dumbass is also, again, stupid enough to like do this. Not only is he stupid enough to do this, he's done it to so many people. And most importantly, perhaps most significantly, he's dumb enough to gloat that he's false copy striking people. You fucking idiots. Look at him.
This is all great and based as long as HASAN actually sues. And the thing is like, on the one hand, it would be good to see him sue after all of this bluster about it. But then on top of that as well, I actually want to see how this plays out. I think one of the biggest problems when it comes to copyright and streaming is none of this is tested in court. None of it is. Full reacts, not tested in court, right? Joint copyright on streams you appear on, not tested in court. None of it is. All a grey area. And I'd love to see a court case play out with someone else's money and risk of getting in a lot of legal monetary trouble. Sure. But like, it would be interesting to see how it plays out. But the important one thing to bear in mind is, in fairness to Adin Ross is not like, I don't think it's not like a false claim or strike that he's making, which strikes us ridiculous. But, I think that there is a reasonable argument that Adin Ross can make that it's his content, and there's also a reasonable argument that can be made that HASAN is joint copyright holder from a legal perspective. And I think that that's the case. And that's why, it would be good if this played out in court. That's the thing. But obviously, everyone's got their biases and either like Team Adin or Team HASAN. It's so stupid, man.
W. Chat, by the way, this is HASAN's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes! 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 W, yes! Yes?
How absolutely idiotic can you be that you're like false striking people and celebrating it? But here's the thing. With Adin, he's in the gutter, right? He's already shit. He's already dog shit. He already knows that people don't like him at this point. And he's made more money than fucking God at this point. The reality is that the crypto gambling casino that runs Stake paid him a fucking fat bag. He's already made a shitload off of crypto rug pulls about fucking... getting his dumbass fan base to hooked on
what is this now?
Numerous other things, and yet
it's just become the shit. I thought this was about the fucking legal shit, and now it's just Adin Ross is fucking retarded, which sure, but why is he fucking hammering it this hard? I don't know, man.
Yet he's still over here gloating fucking false copy strikes. It's so incredibly dumb to brag about it too. On top of that, imagine being so stupid that you literally self-snitch. Oh my God. Oh, what a fucking idiot, dude. But he literally said stole. Like he said, first of all, the $8,000 is not even correct for the record. I don't think an internet anarchist understands that like it goes into a separate pile when someone copy strikes you, and you can counter it and take all of those.
Stop calling it a copy strike. It's not a strike.
If the video is made $8,000 overall, then it doesn't matter. That means that you made that $8,000 until they fucking copy striked it. They never go to court. They threaten until you give up or back off in a month after you counter twice. Yeah, 100%. It would be fucking so unimaginably stupid to go to court over something like this when you have a false claim here.
These people don't own the content that I posted. The video I posted and a lot of the other people in this story posted are fair use videos, which are completely allowed under United States copyright law. You are allowed to show a piece to critique it. You are allowed to show someone else's clip while you're doing a commentary video, especially if you're reacting to it.
Do you guys want to know why? Do you guys want to know why that's like legally permissible, by the way? Because someone who happens to be my fucking podcast co-host made it legal precedent. His name is Ethan fucking Klein, and his court case quite literally is taught in law books now. It's copyright law. It's
Damn, I didn't realize it was, what's this, law school case brief? Anyway, it was, like, funnily enough, it was a pretty foundational case because it was, I believe, like the first case that dealt with, like, commentary videos on YouTube. I think it was a very foundational case, and now it set a precedent where if you're, but bear in mind, it only covers, like, an edited video where you use clips of someone else. It doesn't cover, so it would more than likely cover what this guy is talking about, and would probably cover the other guy that we saw as well. But it doesn't cover or refer to like a full react video, i.e., you watch someone else's video and react to it. And also, it doesn't cover HASAN's situation, which is where HASAN would have to make the argument that he's protected by being a joint copyright holder, right? So, obviously, we just need to be cautious when we think of this because it doesn't cover any possible React type content.
it's literally ridiculous to do some dumb shit like this. On top of that, there are certain rules that like every content creator knows not to fucking break. Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, and the like will usually not turn around and fucking false strike someone because like I'm responding to their fucking videos. No matter how big of a shithead they might be, they understand that it's like an unspoken rule among content creators because that would be ridiculous. That would be insane to do. However, there are scumbags out there who don't give a fuck about that, who don't give a fuck about the unspoken rules that every content creator understands. There's a reason why so many people lose.
I mean, I as a guess, I would say that probably more political minded commentators, broadly speaking, appreciate or like the discourse, right? I guess. I don't know. I can't speak for Ben Shapiro. I can't speak for fucking Ben Shapiro and what he thinks about it. But yeah, and that's a good point, right? It's an unspoken rule, but none of this is tested. So all it takes is a court case to go a certain way, and then it fucks up everything for everyone, you know? But that being said, you know, if someone looks at your video and feels that their content is not in a good faith way, feels that it's not fair use, then they're within their rights to like file for that, right? So, you know, it's going to depend on the circumstances. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to political commentary and stuff, it's pretty reasonable to respond, and then they can respond if they want and so on.
Their fucking minds, like so many random YouTubers.
And yeah, that's another point as well. If someone hates you, then obviously the unspoken rule may not be respected.
Will get incredibly fucking mad about this because it would ruin the entire space. That's what Adin Ross is doing. Now, Gavin McInnes did this to me, and no one really gave a shit. Why? One, because it was behind a paywall, technically. And two, I didn't pursue it. I didn't really care enough about
I mean, yeah, like that's a pretty big point of it, right? He just ripped some fucking content from behind a paywall and watched it. Like, yeah, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's fucking the second coming of Adolf Hitler. I hate this thing that happens where it's like there's a lack of respect paid just because you disagree with someone. Because remember, when HASAN watched Jim Can't Swim videos from his Patreon and Jim Can't Swim complained about it, HASAN was like, oh yeah, I didn't realize, or something like that, and stopped watching them. But yeah, obviously, if there's a paywall, I think it's pretty reasonable to respect the paywall. I think if it's paywalled and you want to talk about it, maybe a full react isn't the best format for that in that situation. And your better bet is to like clip it a bit and make it so that you're not just ripping the content entirely from the paywall. I don't know. Why are there Adin riders here? Oh, there's a mix here, isn't there? There's always going to be Adin defenders. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Gavin, I mean, to be fair, the Gavin McInnes thing, I think Gavin McInnes got wind of it and intentionally went out of his way to shut it down because he hates HASAN. But yeah, if you're broadcasting paywalled content, you can expect to get shut down on it, broadly speaking.
About it, and he's a fucking Nazi, you know what I mean? Adin Ross, on the other hand, is maybe a little bit better, supposed to be a little bit better than an out and about fucking Nazi, which is precisely the reason why, especially as someone with like an online...
okay, right. Why is it that we only care about this dependent on someone's political beliefs? Like, is it okay to break the law? Well, I suppose I better not ask that question. I better not ask that question because people might not answer. Is it okay to break the law against people you politically disagree with, even extremely, like, massively? I don't know, man. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I ripped his paywall content, but he's a Nazi. Who cares?
Presence outside of Kick. He should know better than to do some dumb shit like this, but he doesn't.
I see what HASAN said. He said, I'm someone trying to copy strike me with my own content.
That T-Pain?
Hit me direct, bro. I'll make sure that's taken care of. It's my new editor, probably, bro. My editor said, HASAN is tripping. He literally posted your content. Look at the tweet. His video says your watermark. Let me see.
I was kind enough to literally fucking... Which was so incredibly stupid of me and my editors to like leave his fucking socials. It's like courtesy. You know what I mean? He said, your watermark? The fuck do you mean? Dog, I'm in the video. What the fuck are you saying? It's transformative. It's not a replacement or a contender for the original video in its market, which means the audience for it is not the same audience. Bro, it's not even transformative. It's me. It's me.
Yeah, it's the transformative thing has got nothing to do with it. Hasan's argument would be on the idea that he is a joint copyright holder as a performer with no signed contract waiving his rights. So that would be the argument that he'd make.
Me. There's no transformative in that video. It's literally just me. This is the video that they copy striked.
Yeah, Hustlers University is a product I stand by. There's a reason we have so many fantastic reviews.
How make the argument that this is Adin Ross's video, please, to me. Like he's speaking a lot in it.
You've never seen it.
Yeah, look how.
How am I being a Hasan simp? What do you mean? I just, how is saying, oh, look, there's this piece of copyright which talks about joint copyright. Hasan might be able to argue in the court under this. How is that being a fucking Hasan sim?
Transformative this is. Striking this is incredibly fucking scummy. It's like my editors edited the fuck out of this video. And it's also quite literally me versus Andrew Tate. It's a fucking Zoom call. That is so psychotic. Isn't his argument similar to the photographer and the model argument of who owns this video? Who owns the photo? Yeah. There are, there's paperwork that distinguishes.
Yes, when you work with someone, any professional thing that you do, you will sign a contract, and the contract will say in there, I waive my, whatever the legal term is, but you waive your rights to own copyright and distribution rights and all that shit. You sign your rights away for any professional work you do, actor, modeling, whatever the agreement is. You come to an agreement with a person. Like, this is so, look, don't make me defend Hasan. But Hasan is correct about this.
There is no paperwork in that situation.
Yeah.
But that being said, Hasan should have asked. I think because of the legal question mark, your best bet is to ask before or after, or say as a condition you're going to do it that way. Obviously he should have asked, and that's the courteous thing to do, just to avoid these issues, right?
Realize that. Look at this shit. My fucking socials are here and you uploaded my video. What the fuck? You stole my content.
My content, dude. Insane. My content? You're not even doing anything.
No, you're wrong. Listen, Voiture, you're wrong about this. You're wrong about this, okay? Hasan is performing in Adin's content. He has got a potential legal argument that just because it's Adin's video, because Hasan is performing in it without signing any sort of contract, that changes the game and potentially means that Hasan has got an argument here. Again, I don't know how it will play out in a legal perspective, but people are acting just because it's Adin's video with his socials on. That means that it's definitely Adin's video. That's not true. Go and look at the fucking law.
You think you fucking donkey? You're just sitting there going, on God, W. My editors not only edited this video, but it's a video between me and Andrew Tate. You're just not doing anything. You're reacting to it, literally in the fucking Zoom call. It is mind-boggling, dude. There's no fucking release forms on this shit. It is such a fucking idiotic.
But wait a second. Why do you think an actor or any performer in a copyright work, why do they have to sign legal documents? And part of the legal documents is them agreeing that they do not retain any rights, from a copyright. Why do you think they have to sign those kind of documents? Because you have to sign that in order to make it so you cannot claim for this aspect of copyright. That's why they're written the way they are.
Thing to just claim that you own. I think his argument is that you grabbed it off his VOD since it has his socials, because we didn't screen record it on my end, okay? That's the only difference. This was after I was live. I was kind enough to also appear on his fucking broadcast. That's it. That's an insane fucking argument to make. It doesn't change anything. There is no validity to that stance. The only reason why he's able to do it is literally because he can target motherfuckers and copy strike them maliciously, as you are watching a video of him and fucking iShowSpeed doing the same shit, using the same.
But the thing is, oh God, I don't know if is it malicious? I mean, obviously Adin Ross is a retard saying some fucking dumb shit on stream. But yeah, I mean, I just don't know if it's malicious per se. I think that Adin Ross, I think Adin Ross has got a reasonable argument from his side that it's his content. And this is why I think a court case is the only way, that you'd be able to determine this.
Fucking company. We're not even talking about the morality. We're talking about the legality here, right? If I had signed a contract from a legal point of view that like he has full ownership, I give away full ownership of this content, of my own commentary to him, then he would have at least some kind of fucking IP argument to make. But because I don't fucking have that, it doesn't matter. XQC himself also fucking posted the entire thing, and yet for some reason, he's not copy striked. I wonder why. Perhaps because he doesn't want to go after fucking the juicers. He just wants—
Wait, hang on a sec. Yeah, I mean, if he's specifically doing it to HASAN, but not other examples of it, yeah, that's pretty cringe, isn't it? That does suggest that he just fucking hates HASAN.
Wants to go after me so we can be like, yeah, on God, W, big W. I went across him. I'm glad that this is, you know, enough content for Adin Ross for a week so that he's like not watching his sister get fucked on OnlyFans and mulding over it again and again and again, or his like ex-girlfriend.
I'm not even joking, bro. That shit is just too far, bro. All shit aside, that shit is way too fucking far, bro. That's not even funny, bro. Y'all just literally show me my naked sister with nut on her back, bro.
Which, by the way, there's no issue with, but apparently it's a big deal for Adin Ross. So
if you're going to dispute it, you have to give whoever claimed you your full name and address. You literally have to give them your docs so that they can sue you if they so choose.
Okay, by default, no, people, oh God, people are so stupid. This is, the idea of joint copyright has obviously been tested in court before. Now, obviously, the streaming aspect is what's uncertain about this, but people are acting like the law would definitely side with Adin. That's not necessarily true. God, why are people so fucking certain to go to either side? It's crazy to me. Like, the take is, who knows what would happen in court? It could go either way, and we'd have to wait and see. They've both got reasonable arguments they could make from each side. It's just retarded campism. It's so stupid.
Choose if you dispute the claim. So they give you nothing, and in return, you give them your literal docs so they can serve you with a lawsuit if they decide that their claim is still valid. And guess what? Less than 24 hours later, I got this email. Hi, Jabroni. After reviewing your dispute, Thumb Media Affiliate has decided that their copyright claim is still valid. Based on absolutely nothing, the claimant can just decide that their claim is still valid. I wish I could decide that my counterclaim was valid. Why can't I decide?
I mean, yeah, this sucks, obviously, because if they make a claim, you can make your reasoning out and respond, and then the other side can just go, well, we've decided that we're right. Which, you know, is obviously kind of annoying. And it's one of the downsides of the thing. I don't know. Look, I'm not a fucking lawyer, okay? I don't know what would happen in... I've said, like, I've no clue what would happen in court. I don't know which way it would go. It's going to depend on so many different factors that come into play, even down to how good the fucking lawyers are that you've got. Maybe Adin gets some fucking shit-hot copyright lawyer, and HASAN gets some fucking retard that argues badly, and then Adin... Like, who fucking knows? So many factors at play. Like, why does everyone have to have a hard take on this? The take is... This is something that if it ends up in court, it could go either way, okay? That's it. That's the fucking take. Why is everyone so fucking wanting to go on? This is like, this isn't just stupid drama shit. That, you know, this is going beyond drama shit to like a legal case, which we cannot possibly know the outcome of.
Decide that. After I made that thread, it got indexed on Google because there weren't a lot of people talking about this yet.
Why do people keep speaking about Pisco? Has Pisco spoken about this?
And I got people reaching out to me from all over the place. From then until literally now, YouTubers have been DMing me saying, I got claimed by Speed. What do I do? On August 13th, I got this DM from a YouTuber. Middle of the conversation, they said, what's funny is the video got claimed. I trimmed out the clip, and then they claimed the video again a few hours later, which is literally just...
Oh, did they argue about this? Someone was asking about the vegan games debate. Was vegan games like on Adin's side? Is part of it. So was vegan gains on Adin's side, and was that it? No, listen, look, having an opinion is fine, but the problem is, you know, all of our opinions are going to be based on, when we're talking about a legal case, are going to be based on, unless you're a fucking copyright lawyer, probably not going to be that solid. Okay, well, listen, if I've got the same take as the literal lawyer, I feel like I'm on steady ground, so we'll continue.
Me talking over gameplay. And that's what's wild about these claims. Usually when you get claimed on YouTube, it's by an automated system, it's by content ID. The copyright owner gets a list of videos that are using the content that they claim to own. They can just go through a checkbox and say claim, claim, claim. The claims we were getting last summer were manual claims, which means somebody was going to our videos and manually clicking the claim.
Oh, he said it wasn't a great argument.
Button.
Okay, well.
There's also, like, when you go on the eligibility on the channel dashboard, it says dispute claim. Andrew Tate and Aiden expose Hasan and XQC live on stream. So that's what he's saying. My video is called Andrew Tate Cannot Handle My Questions, right? 1.5 million views. Remember that the following are not valid reasons to dispute a content ID claim. It says, underneath it says, I own a copy of the song, I'm not making money from the video, or I gave credit to the copyright owner. I checked the little tiny check mark underneath that says my dispute isn't based on any of the reasons above. I would still like to dispute this content ID claim. So in it, you have 4 main options at that point. You have 4 options that you can engage with. You can say, original content, the content claimed in my video is my original content and I own all the rights.
Vegan Games was talking for 5 years. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not really commented much on, but I mean, I'm not going to watch the debate because it's got Destiny in, obviously. But and I don't really, I'm to be honest with you, I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch Ethan Klein's segment, and then I'm going to move on to something else. But a photographer is going to have some insight into this, certainly. Exactly. That's my whole point. Is like people want it to be so cut and dry, but there's literally no way of telling which way it would go from a court's perspective. Too many factors to take into account on a case, on a case that is in itself, uncertain. Vegan, I don't care. I don't just want to watch a guy cry, okay?
Rights to it. I have permission or a license to use the content claimed in my video. Copyright exceptions such as fair use. I have significantly transformed the content claimed in my video. The video is protected by fair use, fair dealings, or similar exceptions of copyright. Public domain. Content claimed in my video is the public domain and no longer protected by copyright. What can I say here? I'm in the fucking video, dog. This is me in the video. Like, what do I say? Original content? The content I claim that video is my original content and I own all the rights to it. I'm going to say that. Confirm everything is yours. Even if you filmed or edited original content.
Wait, so has he disputed the claim yet? Or what's going on here? I'm a bit confused. So Aiden has filed the claim and this is him filing out the counterclaim. Because yeah, obviously that would, I don't know, yeah. It would be the copyright exception thing, I think, rather than original content, right? You need to do this one. Or fair use, fair dealing, or similar exceptions to copyright. I think that's what the joint copyright thing falls under. I think it did on the UK page. Okay, I can't remember. Anyway.
The content, I claim that video is my original content and I own all the rights to it. I'm going to say that. Confirm everything is yours. Even if you filmed or edited the video yourself, think about whether you included someone else's work. Did you record from a TV screen or include other video clips? If so, the video isn't entirely your original content. Okay. So why don't you give this warning to the person who is copy striking? You know what I mean? Give this warning to the copy striker. The content claimed in my video is my original creation. It does not include anyone else's work. I mean, that's not true though. The problem is it's not true. Why didn't you click that link? You gave him credit in the first stage since you included his watermark, because that's a trap. So including someone else's watermark doesn't change the reality that they can copy strike you. They give you those first 3 fucking things so that they can turn around and say, oh, well, that doesn't mean anything. You literally gave someone else the license. It's basically, it's not a watermark. Why not fair use?
Why is, okay, the fact that Hasan has spoken about this at this length would make me think that he's probably not going to take legal action. Like, why would you talk? If it was me and I was in a copyright dispute like this, surely talking about it, you would just end up saying stuff that might end up hurting you. Like, you're better off just saying, right, obviously there is a situation, I'm dealing with it legally, I can't speak further on it, and then just leave it at that. You wouldn't talk at length and especially wouldn't show what looks like you making an incorrect claim about the content on stream. Like, I don't know. You just go, okay, I can't speak about it further. I'm in contact with a copyright lawyer who's advising me, and we're going to see where it goes from there.
Because I'm not
Crazy.
actually looking at someone else's video and responding to it and reacting to it. The problem is copyright law isn't fully definitive on this type of novel collaborative content. I know, which is why he's fucking up the bag for himself. That's the point. This will open up an opportunity, if it goes to courts, for people that he collaborates with without signing a fucking release form to sue him. So every Instagram model that has ever appeared on Adin Ross's streams could turn around and sue him for every fucking dollar that he has.
I don't know if that's true. That seems a bit excessive. I can't be honest. I don't know if that's true, man. That sounds pretty insane. A model can sue Adin for appearing on his stream once. Yeah, they might be able to file a lawsuit, but I doubt it's going to go anywhere. Well, the thing is, again, like the Scuff podcast is on a traditional. So you need to think, right. A lot of this is about the issue with traditional media. If you went on a show like the Scuff podcast, you would sign documentation where you would agree that you do not own the rights to the content, right? But obviously that doesn't happen with like new media, so it is just up in the air, really. Obviously, if it was to be looked at in court, they would look at, okay, so the person is claiming the Scuff podcast, they were on it and they own the copyright to it. But then if you don't say anything for like 3 hours, like they might look at it differently. Whereas if you were, on the other hand, like actively contributing to it, like a lot of the examples talk about like joint authoring of a book or something like that, which is obviously easy to determine, you know, the contribution. But if you've got a stream with 9 people, how the fuck do you determine? Like, it's just a totally, like, who fucking knows?
Do you understand? Because he's not sending release forms before having people appear on his fucking streams. So, hey, Adin, have fun with that. I will literally personally pay the legal fees of other fucking Instagram models and people who now hate Adin Ross,
just like
who have appeared on his
flexing.
stream, to sue him for every fucking dime he has if he keeps this dumb shit up. I will go and work with lawyers to ensure that that happens. There's a reason why YouTubers don't touch this, because it would open up a legal battle that would be bad for everyone. This is why false striking is fucking stupid. There was a time—
By the way, like, and the other thing as well is you could just solve all of this by, if you're going to go on someone's stream and you're not going to stream it, you just put in writing, the only proviso I have for coming on your stream is that I can use the content on my own channel where I appear. And everyone is just going to say yes to that, like as if people are going to say no if they want you to come on their stream. And that's it. You've got it there in black and white. You know, if it ever got to it, you could probably, you know, use that and say, well, look, this was agreed ahead of time. Obviously, it would be better to get like a full contract, but I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get to a stage, unless it gets really fucking big, where we're writing out contracts about, you know, what your rights are for going on the show and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I just think that the best thing to do is just to say before or after, can I use the content? And normally they'll just go, yeah.
Time and place when people would literally look to this and go, oh, that's scummy. But it turns out now we're at a point where it's like, oh no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this person is—
Also, that's that's a really good point as well. You don't even have to do that. Just load up OBS, hit record at your end, and then you're golden. It's your fucking content then. Bingo, bango. Job done. You just do that and then there's no argument. So you don't even necessarily have to ask. Only ask if you don't, you know, just record at your end. Such an easy solution. Every streamer's going to have OBS.
A scumbag. I like him. On God, he's W. You're a fucking L, so it doesn't matter. This used to be looked down upon for this very specific reason, for this very same reason. Is W to have a 4th grade education?
Oh, did XQC? Oh, okay. Someone said earlier that they— oh no, Hasan said it, but XQC said, I mean, if XQC has got his own side recorded, then that's obviously, you know, he's going to make the argument that this is content himself, right?
Cajun, they are new wave kids who never experienced years of no content due to the H3 lawsuit. They have to learn one way or another. I know. It's like it's the same cycle, dude. It's the same fucking idiotic cycle. Bro, this is Aiden Ross. We're talking about save your energy for actual haters, King. Fuck them. No, this is so fucking frustrating, dude. I mean, it's like, it's ridiculous. He's like, he has so much fucking money, so he thinks he can bully people like myself and others that do not have enough finances to fight back. Fuck that shit, dude. Are you joking? Look at how many smaller content creators he's done this to, that he's like celebrating as a fucking major W. It's disgusting. It's for the principle of the thing. It's not even for anything else. But yeah, it's not about me. It's about fucking smaller content creators who cannot fight back against this kind of, you know, ridiculous copy strike abuse.
I started digging a little bit to see the background of these companies, and what I found was pretty interesting. On July 25th, someone had DM'd Thumb Media on Instagram and asked if they own the copyright of iShowSpeed. And they replied saying, yes, Thumb Media manages copyright on behalf of iShowSpeed. And people in Speed's community wanted to know, are you actually claiming all these people's videos? Are you actually?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'm fairly certain there was that one guy that I think got a strike last year from Thumb Media. But I'm fairly certain that most of the stuff that I've seen about this is just through Content ID. I've only seen one person with an actual copyright strike, which is an action against your channel. Beyond that, I mean, all I've seen is Content ID stuff, which can be annoying, but it's just part of being a YouTuber.
Copyright claiming
I am better,
everyone
thank
who
you.
talks about you on YouTube, because that would be wild. So Speed finally responded after it got upvoted in his subreddit.
Oh, all right, Chad. Then where's the? All right, I'll watch the video again, then, Chad. What's the video, bro? Like, oh my gosh, dog. Chad, how do I stop this from happening? Like, cause it's not happening to me.
Dude, every time this dude gets caught in fucking 4K, 8K, 10K, whatever, 12K, he always is like, oh man, I just totally didn't know it was happening. I doubt that he didn't know it was happening.
Like,
yeah, only when his own fucking community starts shitting on him over this does he turn around and do something.
I mean, I've got to be honest with you, okay? I'm pretty sure that iShowSpeed has probably got like a talent management thing or something. He's probably got people that handle him, right? My view would be that he just goes live and does his thing, and he's got a management company that deals with this, and his management company is probably the one, you know, that would have set all this up. So I don't actually know if iShowSpeed himself is the one that is organizing all of this. Not because he's not capable, okay? Not because he's not capable, but just because I just imagine that all the big streamers have got like a handler.
Got it.
So just a few days later, Jake Lucky got the opportunity to ask Speed about all of this on stream.
On a lighter note, this whole Thumb Media situation.
Did you hear that, Speed?
Can't talk about that. Can't talk about that. Move on.
He said you can't talk about it.
So did you hear him there? He didn't say they don't represent me. I don't know who that is. You know, they're trolls. He said, I can't talk about that. Move on. Keep that in mind, because Speed's fans definitely didn't move on. For the next several months, actually up until today, I got constant DMs from YouTubers asking for help with their claims from Cardigan Media, Aegis TM on any video talking about iShowSpeed.
This is a great video showing the extent that like Aegis Media or the Thumb Media affiliates go to copy strike people falsely. Aiden is doing that as well. And weaponizing it as well, except he's, I guess, doing it exclusively against people he doesn't like, because it doesn't seem like he's doing it to other people. Because like here, I destroyed Andrew Tate featuring Aiden Ross and HASAN. It's the same exact fucking video, but on XQC's channel. It's like copy striking this. You know what I mean? If he has ownership over this entire call, which he doesn't, he would have to fucking copy strike XQC as well, which he can't. But it's the exact same thing. No. Not only is the video.
I thought that XQC. I thought he was saying XQC ripped the VOD as well, but he didn't. So it's obviously. I think XQC is because he uses his own content.
Transformative because we made edits to it, but it's literally me. It's me talking to Andrew Tate.
And Speed's fans wanted him to speak out more directly and say, these people don't represent me. YouTube, I need you to do something about it. But instead, we got this clip just a couple of days ago.
YouTube asks y'all to stop spamming about these emails about the Cardigan and the Thumb Media affiliate. That is me. Just wanted to let y'all know, everybody know that.
I'm going to cover the iDubbbz video
guys,
in a little bit.
Thank y'all. Love y'all.
There it is. It's been him the entire time. So the whole time people were saying, this company is fake, they don't represent Speed, Speed would never do that. It's him. The entire time. This guy, who's a
No way. I thought he didn't fucking know. No way. Turns out he was doing it on purpose. You guys are such fucking scumbags, dude. It's just so frustrating.
Wait, hang on.
Spamming about these emails.
And say, these people don't represent me. YouTube, I need you to do something about it. But instead, we got this clip just a couple of days ago.
YouTube asks y'all to stop spamming about these emails about the cardigan and the Thumb Media affiliate. That is me. Just wanted to let y'all know, everybody know that. So, would y'all guys please stop? Thank y'all. Love y'all.
There it is. It's been him the entire time. So the whole time people were saying, this company is fake, they don't represent Speed, Speed would never do that.
Wait, is Speed saying he is Thumb Media? Like what, he set it up?
It's him. The entire time. This guy,
No
who's
way.
a multi...
No way. I thought he didn't fucking know. No way. Turns out he was doing it on purpose. You guys are such fucking scumbags, dude. It's just so frustrating. Like,
Thank you for
there
the
are
sub.
things that I
Chug, chug,
excuse
chug,
with
chug.
respect to like age when people are like, oh, you know, they don't know any better. Oh, he's young. He'll get better at like understanding certain concepts. But this is transparent greed. You know what I mean? Like, you're a multi-fucking millionaire and you're milking small content creators. Like, this guy that got claimed, Jabrangus, has what? Like, this is, I assume this might be his, like, second channel. This guy has 177,000 subscribers, bro. Like, you're really going after motherfuckers with 177,000 subscribers? Like, you got 15 million subs. That shit is so whack.
Okay, obviously, I don't agree with, like, using the tools against people that are in good faith using it in fair use. But, like, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to defend the big channels, okay? Because I feel like that is really missed from the conversation. In that, yes, it's shit as a smaller creator to have a big creator try and claim it when you've just used a clip, okay? Yeah, that shit's fucking annoying. But I think what's being missed is the absolute legion of channels that literally just, you know, not even people that are in the call like HASAN was, that have got no argument to copyright whatsoever. And they'll just go and they'll watch a stream and they'll take a 20-minute video from it and they'll upload it on their own channel, even though they've got no right to the content. And then they'll absolutely rake in the money from it. And it's like that, you know, that's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about dealing with those channels. And the fact that they released the claim suggests to me that in that particular case, at least, they're looking at it a bit more favorably of like, it's just a clip or something like that. So who knows? But I think that, you know, creators have got a right, if some random fucking chatter is taking their content and just putting it onto YouTube, they've got the right to you know, take that money. It's their fucking content and their money at the end of the day. So, you know, I just think that, you know, if you're a big creator, you're going to need a company to do that for you, because there's potentially going to be so much of it that you can't handle it yourself. But, you know, some creators don't care, or maybe don't have the means to have that, and they will allow it, but as long as they don't take the piss, obviously. But yeah. So yeah, I just think that there's a reasonable position on this where it's like, don't fucking foul on people uploading 30-second clips in a 30-minute video. That's fucking stupid. But also don't take the piss and just try and enrich yourself off of, you know, by leeching off of other people's content by just uploading it, you know, as is, with no changes or minimal editing, and try and act like it's your stuff.
Bro, it's so fucking gross. Like, how much more money do you fucking need, dog, that you're like literally trying to milk people like this? Oh, he's just a kid. He's just a kid. It's evil as fuck. It's so greedy.
I can't wrap my head around why he thinks it's a good idea to copyright claim anybody who even mentions him. Now, don't get me wrong. If I was a huge streamer and there were people just re-uploading my clips, I wouldn't feel guilty about claiming those videos. If all they're doing is taking my clips and re-uploading them and monetizing that, I wouldn't feel guilty about copyright claiming.
Yeah, and by the way, this makes it even funnier because as a fucking huge streamer, I don't even do that. I don't even do that shit. My expectation is not for other streamers to do the same. Obviously, Like, I get why. I don't even do that. So, like, to come after me in this regard is even...
Okay. Although it is worth noting, he did say at one point, I don't think he went through with it, but he did say that he would copyright claim people that were uploading his like unfavorable takes about Ukraine. So there is that element to it. But to be fair to Hasan, I don't think he's ever actioned that. I don't think he's ever gone after these clip channels. So in fairness to him,
more fucked because like I have told you guys time and time again, and as you
I don't think he's
already
claiming
know
one
in
of my
this
videos,
community, that like I allow people to basically use my content, my IP in whichever way they fucking see fit. And it's so incredibly fucked up. You might also own the Zoom recording as a participant. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I fucking own it. I'm in the fucking video, man. That's crazy. Like, it's literally, I could have just very easily fucking filmed it on my own side. It's just like, this was done. Chat, this literally was done because it's just easier. That's it. That's the only difference. That's the only reason. And out of the pure courtesy, I fucking foolishly left his goddamn socials on there. Do you think the new YouTube CEO will care? No, because like they can't do anything about this shit. They're not gonna take action on this unless it's basically like people always say YouTube needs to fix this broken system. They will never do it until there's like actual literal, you know, litigation that serves material harm to the company in some way, or if there's a large amount of backlash. Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. We've got one more video to watch on this drama, and then we'll move on to probably the iDubbbz thing, I guess. Maybe just quickly cover the Bruce drop him off thing, because it's pretty straightforward. I don't even know if we can get a full segment out of that. But we'll see. Do you think there's a meaningful difference between owning the Zoom call and owning a recording of the call? I mean, it depends on what you like. If you are the person that's primarily arguing and talking for a large portion of it, right? I think you're more entitled to that than if you're just sat in silence recording the whole thing, because you're the one that's actually making the content happen. You know, I don't like this idea. So like, you know, I don't like this idea that I could just go into a call where like 3 massive streamers are arguing and I just sit there silently recording it and then upload it and I've not done anything. And it's like, oh no, that's now Chud's content, you know? So that's the problem, I think, with this idea that, you know, just you recording it means that you own it. I think that, it, you know, as per Aiden's argument, that would work better. But that's why I think if you're like an active participant in the conversation, you've got at least, you know, some argument to make that you have some right to the content.
Nation. Good.
Thank you. Well, it's like that chat. Thank you for the sub. It's like that chat I said. This is like novel content, right? It's books and shit like that this is used for normally. Like co-writing a book. That's when it comes into play. So I don't know. I honestly couldn't say which way it would go. Producer owns the records. Yeah, but that's because the artist signs an agreement with the producer that that's the case. They literally sign their rights away, don't they? That's what they say. You sign your rights away. They have removed the claim on the Internet Anarchist one. But anyway, anyone that's coming with like super firm conclusions about how a legal case would go on something like this is just, you know, it could quite literally go either way, depending on different factors. But that's fence sitting, apparently. But yeah, in my personal opinion, forget the law for a sec. Yeah, I just think it's reasonable that if you're the one making the content happen and you're making the arguments, I think it's reasonable that you own some claim to that content. But I think as a courtesy, and probably to protect yourself somewhat legally, but as a courtesy primarily, you just ask and you say, hey, I didn't actually record this. Do you mind if I put this on my channel? And then normally they'll say yes. And if that had happened at the time, apparently him and Aiden were on mutual terms and he probably would have said yes. And then none of this would be a problem. So yeah, I think just asking is probably a good way to deal with this. And thinking about it, any of the ones where it's happened to me, because I've got a little YouTube thing and there's a bunch of videos that are like, oh, you know, this uses your content. But I'm pretty sure in every case they've asked me and I've just said, yeah, no problem. But yeah, if you do want to retain the rights when you've got other people making the content for you, you probably, you know, and you're not going to allow people to upload the content themselves, you probably do need to start thinking unironically about having contracts in place where people agree to that. Because yeah, that's like more of a legal situation at that point, right? I mean, it's why all these fucking companies you have to sign agreements and stuff. It's because obviously you get this circumstances sometimes where people don't want to sign the forms, and then they may not include you at all, or if they do, they like blur you out, right? But that's probably more to do with like agreeing to your image to be broadcast or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's watch this other video. Ethan reacts.
Adin Ross is a giant piece of shit. In fact, he's caused a war, a rift with Hasan Piker. There was once a chance for Adin Ross, I feel like, and Hasan was even reaching out to him. Here it is. Adin Ross first files a false copyright claim on YouTuber Internet Anarchist video. Also, he says that he's Hasan's head mod, which is weird. Apparently, Hasan doesn't even know the guy at all. Here he is, on stream doing it. Adin Ross celebrating his false copyright claims on my content.
Oh, we've seen this already. Come on.
Yes.
We've already seen it. Come on.
Oh, yes.
Dude, what a scumbag. First of all, it's not Hasan's head moderator. They don't have any association. And even if it was, this man, like, why are you celebrating stealing money from a hardworking American?
I'm not sure because he has a few videos on it, and I'm not sure because this one appears to be like a further update, so this might not be the actual one. But you can immediately tell. I mean, this is like highly edited, like commentary video.
The bombshell video not only
this is not just like re-upload.
This is 100% original content.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is the type of content they do. So
it's his video, Sneeko's horrible response to Penguin Zero.
So not new response to Penguin Zero? Because I see Sneeko's new.
It's so annoying watching this now because it's like, yeah, well, the claim was not pursued. It was stopped. But obviously no one knows this because the guy didn't say anything about it.
Maybe he just
Here,
changed.
let me send you the tweet.
Oh, no, it's that one from a month ago to the right.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, click that.
After being completely and utterly humiliated by Charlie, Sneeko would come out with one of the worst responses possible.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is 100% original. Adin Ross is a fucking little bitch for that.
So it just like has
Charlie Sneeko is horrible video.
Wait, this isn't Sunny V2?
It is not.
You got to be shitting me. That's the same voice.
It's the internet arc.
You think Sonny's playing both sides?
Dude, 22.
They're just putting out commentary videos from both perspectives.
23. Grandmother. Gay.
Gay.
That is the same fucking voice, man. I'm adamant on that.
Copyright law is really fucked up because it gives almost no protection against copyright trolls. And so here's Adin on camera saying the trick is, and I've been looking for a good situation for me to sue someone doing a fake copyright because I want to strengthen the laws defending creators to make people pause before just throwing a claim on a video. And the problem is
that's pretty good
that
to
the
do that,
language in the law, it says you only have to believe that you're...
Oh no, are we going to do the thing where we just hate Ethan Klein? Are we going to do that again? H3 wants clout. I mean, H3 was set up a pretty fundamental precedent that protects edited commentary videos. Like, I think, you know, clearly he's already done this, and it seems like he's willing to do it again for like other types of content. I think that's, you know, a good thing to do. I don't think you can really disagree with that.
You're right. You don't have to be right. You only have to believe you're right. The only way to actually sue someone is if you have a video or an email or something of them saying, I know this is wrong and I'm doing it anyway. So the bar is super fucking hard to hit. And I've been waiting, I've been looking, and I swear I'm looking and waiting for the perfect opportunity to sue someone. Now, when we're watching this video to see if this guy, internet anarchist, has a case, there needs to be evidence that what Aiden's doing, he knows is the wrong thing, and he's doing it maliciously.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W.
Now, the word stole might be operating, doing some lifting there, as it implies that he wrongfully took it. So, so that's something.
He needed that. Yes, yes.
And there's obviously malice involved as he's celebrating it.
Yes.
I've heard it too many times now.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So I think I'd like to see more of what he said to know, but like on its face value, I think it's an okay case. It's pretty good. It's better than most that I've seen in terms of pursuing legal action. It's undoubtedly scummy as fuck in all of hell. I mean, what?
Oh God, it's so annoying. Like, you know, in fairness, this isn't like Ethan Klein's fault because I don't think even he would have known about this. I think this tweet showing that the thing was dropped ahead of all of this, but it's like, this is the other problem as well with people like internet anarchists not being fully upfront with what's going on, or I think they've claimed they didn't see or didn't know, but like, the claim is long dropped. It's over. It's dealt with. It's done. The copyright claim that was filed is not proceed. Sorry, not the copyright claim. Even I'm using terminology. The content ID claim is not proceeding because it was dropped by the person that issued it, the Thumb Media people. So it's just like, it's like a stupid conversation at this point. It didn't proceed further, and this internet anarchist guy made this whole video about it. Okay, I said earlier I don't think internet anarchist is malicious. I think I might have changed my mind on that a bit, based on everything I'm seeing and all of this. I think the internet anarchist, in my opinion, like was capitalizing on the attention. I don't think that the internet anarchist guy like was operating in the best faith in doing this. I reckon that he maybe had some insight or inkling at the very least, and was just capitalizing on the drama. How the fuck could you not know that it was dropped? It's like you log into a YouTube page and it's there. It just seems crazy to me. Or, you know, if it's that big, you would be looking every single day. You would be looking every day to see. We had a video ages ago that went through this process. And I think we had to submit the 30-day thing because it actually got blocked in this one instance. I can't remember what happened with it, but I don't know. Just, you know, I would be checking if it's that much money. How could he not know? Because it says it changes from like whatever it says to monetized, fully monetized.
What is wrong with you, bro? This man gets paid millions of dollars a month for this kick bullshit, and he's celebrating stealing 8,000. What happened to him? He wasn't like full-blown evil vile like a year ago. But
okay, people keep saying this about Aiden. Aiden Ross just likes to play the fucking big man for his chat. It's so simple and straightforward. He just likes to look like a Giga Chan in front of his chat. That's all it is. That's all it is. He just likes acting like this in front of his audience. That's what it seems like to me.
This is very interesting. He says, he claims I'm Hassan's head moderator. I have no idea where he got that from. YouTube already confirmed that the claiming partner would be penalized. Oh, really? That's interesting. Where did they say that? Heard back, we found out that this claim is invalid, and I've already taken appropriate action on the relevant reference. Okay. So it sounds like YouTube made the call that it was fair use. In terms of him being celebrated again or punished, I don't see it happening because, again, his footage was in it. It's really fucked up. But now let's go on to Hassan, because this is where all this drama started. And then Hassan quote tweeted Aiden Ross. He said, this dude isn't my head mod. I don't know them. You false striked me as well for a video I was in, and here you are, dumb enough to celebrate false copyright striking people. Aiden Ross hitting new levels of stupidity I never knew were reachable. Then Hassan reacted on stream. He says he re-uploaded this clip to his official channel with the description, I'm not a litigious person. I prefer to resolve things quickly, but at this time I'll sue. So Hassan is threatening to sue little Aiden Ross, the little seat sniffer. He says he also received a false copyright strike from Aiden Ross on his video debating Andrew Tate, since it was Aiden's stream. So this is where it gets kind of interesting. So what happened was Hasan took a clip of his debate with Andrew Tate and put it on his channel. Now, he was in the clip, right?
Oh.
But the clip was taken from Aiden Ross's channel.
Oh my God, is Ethan Klein actually going to have like a balanced take on this? That would be very interesting if he does. Because I would have thought, listen, I would be honest with you, I would have thought he'd back his boy Hasan. But then I guess the thing is, like, whatever the faults are of Ethan Klein, I think he is very, like, passionate about the copyright stuff. So, you know, maybe he is going to have a more reasonable take.
Channel. Let's take a look.
I mean, he was recording when that happened too, right?
He was not recording. I asked him.
Oh, okay.
Back in 1 sec, okay?
Only XQC and Aiden Ross have screen recordings of it.
Back in
And
literally a
he
minute.
used Aiden Ross's, as you can tell from the social links in the bottom. But here's his son talking about it. Let's see.
Identical, for the record.
He just uploaded a video, which is juicy, juicy, hot goss. Do not F with me, Aiden Ross. Uh-oh. He's pissed.
My man's mad.
A copyright claim was created for content. Andrew Tate cannot handle my questions. Thumb Media claimed it on behalf of Aiden. This is the video. I'm right here. The entire content of this video is me debating Andrew Tate. If anything, I should be able to fucking content claim Aiden Ross for trying to fucking pose this as his own content, as all he did was sit there like a fucking dumbass. I'm literally in the middle of the fucking video. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? And his dumbass fucking fan base turned around. This has 1.5 million views on my YouTube channel. And they're just trying to fucking milk it. They're trying to take these views and trying to make money off of the video that absolutely is a video that I could claim is mine. It's crazy. I'm on the video. Like, that is the next level of copyright bullshit.
I see that the video is the video from the runtime. It doesn't appear to be the full debate, or it's probably like an edited version of it, right?
It would be, yeah. It would
like
be.
it wasn't just the entire.
Let me see the
stream.
runtime of it. Where did you see the runtime of it?
You
Like
had it
20
up a
minutes, I
second
think,
ago,
wasn't it?
Wherever that was. I'm also seeing people in the chat
it's not
say
that.
the same.
So
That
okay,
always moves
that
on to
so that
heavily
actually
edited.
that could be a compelling argument for fair use,
Mhm.
because if they cut it up to focus on Hasan's involvement,
right?
But at the end of the day, and listen, what Aiden Ross did is fucking crazy. He's breaking all norms, all professional norms. You know, he's burning bridges. And there's an unspoken rule of creators, especially on Twitch. I mean, my God, you invite someone on to juice your fucking channel, and then you copyright claim them. I mean, it's psychotic.
To me, I think implying Ed is no claim is yeah, sure, I agree with that.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
I agree with that.
Dickhead, say thank you.
Hey, thank you for the sub, appreciate it. No, I agree with that. I think, like, obviously Aiden has got an argument. They both got an argument. It's, you know, it's not as if like Hasan has just uploaded a random video of Aiden Ross's that he doesn't even appear in. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a legal argument there, but yeah, like, obviously Aiden is got a reasonable position. I think that's probably what's annoying to me, the people that act like it's certain in either way, you know? Oh, hang on, Duke Coco, you're like a nutter, aren't you? Yeah, I did see this. So this is, I think, the group that are dealing with it, right? The Aegis, whatever. Yeah. Claim closed. Yeah, look, you got. Yeah, sorry, I didn't actually point this out earlier, but you've actually got the dates there. Claim created. I mean, like, this is the other thing about it too. I mean, if you look at this part, this is pretty damning. I didn't even notice this earlier. But if you look here, let me move this a sec. If you look here, you've got claim created, 9:20 a.m. in the morning. Okay. And then it's like just over 24 hours later, 10:13 a.m., 23rd of April. So it's like just over a day that it's closed down. That the claim is closed. No. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you said himself. Whoever put these claims in for Aiden also stroked Aiden's friend for using stuff with him in. So my guess would be, yeah, this is an automatic situation, right? I mean, I don't know what the back end of content ID shit looks like for someone that's claiming. But yeah, it seems to me like this is probably an automated thing. Does it say anything about that here? I mean, look at the percentages, man. Matches in your reference. When was the post made? I don't know what the time difference would be. Fuck, man. If someone can find that out.
Welcome to ChudLogic.
Hey, thank you for the sub. No, I'm not watching. I can't watch. Listen, I'm not watching Destiny's content. It's too much of a risk for me. People keep fucking asking me. No. Leave it. Watch it. No, don't watch it, in fact. What's your thoughts on Kick? Good platform with a lot of opportunity. Okay, anyway, we're just looping at this point. Can we just get through this video? Sorry, I'm an idiot. Let's just keep going.
Here's the video. The video is 19 minutes long.
And is it edited or how's it cut together?
Well, it would have to be because that whole thing was way longer than that, right?
Was it? I don't know because he didn't talk for Tate for very long because Tate hung up with him. He made him hang up because he's a little bitch. He's like, does anyone really want to talk to him? Yeah, I don't think it's edited. I think it's the whole interview. Well, they add some context and stuff, but it's not substantially transforming it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to.
Hey, thank you for the sub. Hey, like Atlantis, hope you well.
But here's my take. I hate to say it because Hasan is right. He's right. The problem is the copyright law gives no protection to people like Hasan. But in terms of who owns that recording, I mean, technically it would be Aiden Ross who owns it. It was filmed on his channel. It has his watermarks on it. I asked Hasan, I was like, damn, apparently Hasan.
Ethan Klein coming out against his pal Hasan. Fuck, that's wild. That's respectable. That's respectable that he's not just like defending Hasan, I gotta say. That is respectable. He could have just gone on and defended his mate.
We must perform our
didn't film it. And so he was using Aiden Ross's
Thank you for the subs.
Recording of it, yeah.
Now, if Hasan filmed the same exact footage, but he filmed it, it would be his footage. XQC recorded his, then that one's his footage that he owns, theoretically, right? Or at least there's a good faith enough assumption to where you can't accuse them of, abusing the system.
Hofer, thanks for the 5 gifted.
So I told Hasan, cut it up from XQC's and re-upload it. And then if he takes it down, then what he's doing is illegal because he has no claim to XQC's upload.
Right.
But
thank you for the bits,
unfortunately,
Kathy.
I don't believe that there's anything we can do about it. I really don't.
Another
As
5
fucked
gifted,
up as
Topher.
it
Thank
is,
you.
and as shitty as a person he is, and what a douche, man. I mean, that's the thing. Hasan is right. He is right.
I'm just playing it back in 2-speed just to see, and I have been seeing it jump cut a little bit, so there definitely was like jumps around and the added stuff.
Well, obviously it's too late now, but the thing is this gentleman's agreement. The thing is with this gentleman's agreement is that part of it is asking though, right? Part of it is saying, hey, do you mind if I upload this? Because now the only way to resolve this is to go down the fucking legal route.
Like you said,
if it goes that far, which
I mean,
won't.
if it's enough to make the argument that it's transformative.
In my opinion, it's probably not. Just being real, I think if a judge reviewed that, they'd probably say that it's not different enough.
Right.
That it becomes its own separate property. So I says, Hasan, if you want to sue him, do this. Because XQC's recording's still up. Re-upload from XQC. XQC's not going to take yours down. Then wait for him to take it down, and then we got something interesting. You know, if Hasan owned it and he did that, then we'd be talking, right? If it was his footage.
Right.
But Aiden Ross is very fucking dumb and somehow, luckily, got this right. Unfortunately.
This is crazy that it's fucking disagreeing
From a
with
legal
Hasan so heavily.
From a legal
not a moral standpoint.
Yeah, he just, by dumb luck, is on the legal right side of this.
That was my issue, I guess. I never signed a fucking release.
I mean, listen, if this is the master plan, yeah, probably best not to talk about it on stream, but okay.
Suck my cock. I'll see you in court, you stupid fuck. You fucking imbecile. You absolute fucking dumbass.
Oh my god,
Holy
Pixelated
shit,
Penguin
you
with the 5
stupid
gifted.
little-
I mean,
Thank
I'm right
you.
there with him. I'm right there with him. There's nothing worse than, you know, and we have this understanding amongst us that you just don't do that thing. It's a can of worms.
Yeah, and especially in this circumstance where it's like a collaborative call. You guys were all
Dude,
making the content
Hasan
together.
made that viral moment for
Right,
you.
right. Right. It wouldn't have been anything without that incident. between
Nothing.
them. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
So, you know, some things. Yeah, sucks.
Idiotic baboon-like thing to fucking do.
He's still going.
Like, oh, dude, yeah, you signed a release? What release did I sign? You stupid shit. Did you?
Yeah, unfortunately, and again, Hasan is right. He is right. But I don't think a release form has anything to do with the fact that he owns that clip.
Pay me to appear on that fucking...
But I think Hasan could also make a good faith argument about the. I think it's fair use. You know, there's room to argue it. I think it's fair use. So I just hope, and I think he did. I told Hasan.
But the thing is, I don't even think it would be fair use. He'd have to argue that he's a joint copyright holder, and that would be decided on that basis. Because what basis would it be like fair use? Fair use. I don't know if it would even count as that.
Just dispute it. You know,
Mhm.
we have a fair use belief. We have a. It's arguable if it could be fair use.
Right.
You know, it's not for us to decide. It's for a judge to decide.
Mhm.
And
in
then
any
you'll
case, yeah,
you'll get the
sure.
money back. He won't fucking do shit. He's not going to do shit.
Well, and also, how does it work when it's like, because this was like a year ago. And I have to imagine, you know, that video had, what did we say, 1.5 million views or whatever? I mean,
Well, obviously, like, I'm not a lawyer, but basically, the thing I was looking at was this idea of joint copyright. That to me seemed to be the only argument Hasan could make. I don't know how you could claim fair use, like from the 4 factors of fair use. What I mean, I've said I'm not going to watch the debate, and I'm interested in what everyone takes was. But, you know, and the only reason I know about it is obviously I don't know fucking anything about the law. But like I said before, there was a dispute between Short Fat Otaku and a lefty streamer, where the lefty streamer tried to claim it was wrong for them to upload it, and Short Fat Otaku said, no, I enjoy copyright, essentially. And I mean, obviously, at that point, it didn't go any further. But yeah, I think in a court. I mean, I think like if it's like 2 people debating, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know
almost
what
all of
happened.
those had to have been
Oh, you don't get money retrospectively. If that's what you're going to ask.
retroactively. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Right. So him claiming it now, it's not like going to, like you said, retroactive
No.
deduct that money. From,
No, it's just from that point,
Right.
it goes into an escrow account because Hasan disputed it.
Right.
So once the dispute is resolved between them, which Hasan is going to win, then all the money that was earned during that escrow period will go back to Hasan.
Right.
It doesn't.
Which would probably be minimal just because it's
yeah.
such an old clip. Nobody's really watching that anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the other guy who I guess he claimed his video from the beginning, then you know that hurts. $8,000 for a small creator. I mean that's fucking insane. That's
You never
really bad.
missed out on that.
That guy, by the way, has 200,000 subs on YouTube, which makes Aiden's confusion about him being Hasan's mod even funnier.
Well, his
Like,
whole channel are like pretty well produced.
Yeah.
Video essays. Now, granted, I don't know much about that. I don't know anything about that creator, the historian or the YouTube anarchist. But based on what little we saw, you know.
Now, I'm seeing some people, I don't know anything about this, and maybe you've heard of this. I guess why that little part where he was talking about the release, I'm seeing chatters say that the argument is that if you're in the video and you didn't sign a release, it's obtainable, the video rights are obtainable by all parties involved. I think that's why he was talking about the release thing.
Possibly.
I don't
possibly
think that that's necessarily how. I don't think that's how it works.
I don't know. It does get
maybe
it gets in. Yeah, I mean that's.
I don't know. Maybe
interesting.
I don't think that's
know.
how it works, but maybe again. So maybe yeah. But again, you can't sue Adin Ross unless you can prove that he did that knowing it was wrong, and I don't think you can do that because it is his footage at the end of the day.
Actually, that's a fair point because
Welcome
it wouldn't
to
be
Chud Nation.
Hasan wouldn't be able to sue Adin Ross. You would need basically Hasan would be defending would be having to argue that he is a joint copyright holder. I don't think he could take Adin Ross to court because Adin Ross is saying this is my content and you've used it, and Hasan would be responding to that saying no, I'm a joint copyright holder. So actually, that's a fair point that's made there. Would Hasan even be suing Adin Ross? Like, that just seems like fucking, it seems like he'd be making more of a defense of his right to the work rather than it being I'm suing you. Like, what would he be suing him for? I don't know if there's adequate stuff there to say that Adin Ross is doing anything, like, wrong to sue him.
Right. Yeah. It would be hard to prove that.
Wish we could sue him. I'd love to sue him. Like I said, I've been looking for an opportunity to do this. Praying, waiting. I says, come at me, people, please.
Damn, out of everyone I've looked at, so Ethan Klein has got like the best, most balanced, most rounded take on all of this. That's wild to me. Damn, that's crazy. I can't remember who said this. I saw it somewhere, but it was like, someone said, Ethan Klein, when he talks about politics, is like insufferable, right? But when Ethan Klein talks about copyright, running a YouTube channel, things like that, generally he's right. He's pretty good and pretty on the money with that sort of thing. Because the MCN stuff, people were saying about how wrong he was, and it's like, no, he's actually right. And it came out in the wash, and the company ended up paying him all that money because he was right. And all the people in chat were, oh, no, actually, the MCN's right. I'm going to defend the MCN because Ethan Klein. No, you're wrong. Like, Ethan Klein has got a pretty good gauge on running a YouTube channel and stuff like that. It's just politics. He's a bit fucking, really insufferable on.
And I want to say this. I have never claimed another video in my whole life. I've removed a couple that were wholesale re-uploads of our podcast, especially when we were on Twitch. And people would screen record it and upload it before we even posted to YouTube, which would like fuck up the algorithm. But I have never claimed a video. I don't believe in it.
Suck my dick. You don't own that fucking content. It's quite literally me in the fucking video. See you in court like you're going to do shit? What do you mean?
See, even that, like, the argument would be you co-own the content, I think would be the best argument. Not that Adin doesn't own the content. Because, like, it's Aiden's fucking video. On his channel.
You think I'm not gonna pursue this? You think I'm not gonna fucking counter? Are you stupid? This is such an objectively incorrect thing to do. And this fucking dumbass is also, again, stupid enough to like do this. Not only is he stupid enough to do this, he's
like
done
saying,
it to so many people.
I don't know either way, but like surely would that not like fuck you up a bit if it got to court because you're on video saying, oh, I own the content, when that's not true. Like surely you'd want to just fucking keep stum and let it proceed to court and argue your case. I don't know, man. That just seems like a really bad idea.
Most importantly, perhaps most significant.
Someone said there's a contract attorney in chat. Who?
Contract attorney.
Ooh.
Someone said there was literally a contract attorney lawyer in chat today. Oh, you're talking about Hasan's chat?
Oh, in Hasan's chat.
Sounds like Hasan's right. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm doing a little bit of reading about it, and
oh, come on, you look. Oh yeah, fucking someone in chat knows all about this, and Hasan's right. Give me a fucking break. Come on, man. There's no fucking way. That's fucking mental. I don't know, man. I don't think there's any definitive answers on this. to say, oh yeah, sounds right, this fucking contract guy said. Show me the legal case for this fucking type of content. This doesn't exist. Joint ownership things have happened, but that's like all the examples I saw in the stuff I read was like about writing a book or something like that. You know what I mean? Because obviously if you think about it, stuff like movies, TV shows, stuff like that, it's all contracted out the fucking wazoo. So there's going to be no argument because you've signed your rights away to copyright and stuff. But writing a book, you could see a situation where two people write a book together and then they get in an argument about who owns it ultimately. And then that's where the joint copyright thing would come into it because you've both, contributed to the book. So a lot of it is about books and shit. I mean, who fucking knows with streaming stuff, man, honestly. Oh, anyway, we'll finish watching this and then we'll move on because Jesus Christ, we have talked about this at length.
I see where...
Let's ask ChatGPT.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
And it's a little ambiguous, but its answer...
Well, here's the thing.
Is that if you appear in a video without giving permission, you may have certain rights related to privacy and likeness. It's important to note that copyright and rights to privacy and likeness are separate legal concepts.
That's why you do. So that's my understanding is that the release is about privacy,
right?
And it's about likeness,
not necessarily about ownership.
The ownership. So like on the internet, when you publish something, you immediately get the copyright for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what are release forms used on? You know what I mean? What's the purpose of them? I think it's so that you can't get an attorney and be like, "Yo, you owe me money for using my likeness and stuff."
The thing is, I honestly, I think the guess that release thing is a bit of a red herring because the whole point is it's about people that have created a work together, right? It's not about some random fucker that's walking by and you say, "Oh, what do you think about this?" So I don't know how the copyright thing would play out there, but I can't imagine that if you're just some random passerby and you get asked a question and you appear in the minute of the footage, that, when you've got a whole production crew there, cameraman, stuff like that, I just don't know if you'd be able to meaningfully, well, that's mine, I partly own that. It's like, well, there's a whole team of people that have made that content happen. I don't know how that would play out, or I don't even know how the copyright would work.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. And yeah, it does seem like that's kind of like a separate issue at hand.
Did you chat GPT? What is a release form used for?
I sent it in Discord.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, yeah, it's like you said, it's for your likeness.
Release forms are used to legally protect individuals or organizations from potential legal claims or liabilities. These forms are typically used to obtain permission to use someone's image, likeness, voice, or other personal or intellectual properties for specific purposes. So what it says when you sign a release is you're agreeing not to sue them for having you in their video.
In the video.
It doesn't mean that you can use the footage. I mean, you can have an appearance agreement that says that, but that's a separate thing.
Right.
He's dumb enough to gloat that he's
But is the release form the only thing you'd sign though? I mean, I don't know. Has anyone here ever appeared on like a TV show or something? I'd imagine there's like multiple things you need to sign, and one of them would be, signing your. I mean, I don't know for sure. It depends on your appearance, I guess. But obviously, if you're an actor and you're appearing in a film, the contract you would sign, part of the clause would be, one of the clauses would be about the copyright stuff and saying you don't own the rights to this, etc., right? But then if it's just a street interview or something, man, I don't know.
Copy striking
That
people.
gets complicated.
You
yeah.
fucking idiots! Look at him.
W.
Why is he doing that?
This is
What?
Doing that.
Where's my Andrew Tate underwear? I want to sniff it.
Hassan's head.
He sounds like every boy in middle school.
Moderator chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that.
The stole word is.
That's not good.
Is definitely interesting, but that one's about the other guy. It's not about
right.
Hassan.
That one's not about Hassan.
I think that guy has a potential case.
And those videos were so cut and dry.
Not even debatable.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fucking a scumbag though, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, Hassan is right.
There we go. Wow. That's actually a super reasonable take from Ethan Klein there. That's interesting. There we go, guys. Well, that was a fun segment. I know it's a bit boring for copyright stuff. I don't know. I like it, though. I find it interesting. What's next? I guess the iDubbbz thing. Is that next? I got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. I always worry, though, that I just start my stream and then I just cover everything. And then on the Friday, I'm just like, right, what is there? Oh, nothing's happening. I had to stagger the Steven Crowder shit. Yeah, I'll talk about Bruce dropping him off. That's a quick 5-10 minute thing, I think. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the iDubbbz video. That's going to be a good one. Anyway, guys, appreciate the support today. Let's keep it going. Win iDubbbz. Well, you know, I've had quite a negative view of how it was handled, but we'll see. I've not watched the video yet. I've seen some takes on it. But, you know, I'll give my honest perspective.
Welcome
Do the
to
target
Chud
check.
Nation.
Who's the target check? Hey, thank you for the sub. What's the target check about? I feel like loads has happened over the last few days. There's so much has happened. What's this? Yeah, it's just a chest infection, but I think I'm more or less recovered now. I don't like some of Aiden's recent behavior, but something that really took me back is that one grill spamming all his replies every day full of dog shit trash. Everyone thinks it's fine and funny. One day he calls her a fat bitch, everyone turns on him. How does that make sense? I'm not condoning any of that per se, but the nature of the interaction is fucking dog shit. Hang on, wasn't XQC calling Casey Tron fat the other day? So maybe he's a bit biased in his take here. But no, I mean, sure, if this is how it happened, yeah, that's good. There obviously is... Well, okay, do you know what it is? You know that image? You know that image? And it's like, there's someone chasing someone. What is this? Okay. I'll watch this later. This is later content, but it looks interesting. But it's like there's a man chasing someone else with a knife, and then someone's running away, but it makes it look like the person that's running away is attacking. That's what happens sometimes. And if it's happening as he's laying it out, then yeah, obviously that's bullshit. Okay, anyway, right. Guess who got banned? This is I don't even know if you can call this a segment. I don't even know if you can call this a segment. But Bruce Dropomoff got banned. Again. What's his name? Oh. Is it Bruce Dropomoff? This is a little scrap of a segment. What did Bruce do? So, my understanding, okay, and I can't play the clip for obvious reasons, just to be on the safe side. My understanding is that Bruce called another black person the N-word hard R. Now, Twitch are cool with black people using the soft A as a term of endearment. But even if you're black, if you call another black person hard R, they're not a fan of that. Because, you know, obviously it's not a term of endearment when it's hard R. It's, you know, a racial slur. Is this the clip? Okay, I'm gonna try and time this. I'm gonna against my better judgment. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna try and time this, okay?
Yo, little Nick, you know what you is. You thought you were finna get banned with your nigger.
Whoa! Oh! Was that enough? Was that enough? Was that enough? Was that enough? Did you hear it? I cut it off before, didn't I? I cut it off before. Twitch. Anyway, listen, Twitch. I played it and I tried to cut it off as a good faith attempt to report on news, okay? I do not support that word. That word is bad. You should never use it ever in your life, okay? Never use it. I'm only reporting on what's happening. Anyway.
Okay, nah, you a dumbass. You really a dumbass. No. He said he was talking about,
You can tell he knows he fucked up as well. You can tell he knows he fucked up too. Okay, let me just hang on a minute. Right, let me mute this and I can be safer. We're going to go safe mode because I need to show you the response. Okay, I'm pretty confident I cut it off adequately anyway. So look, this is just after he said it.
okay, nah, you a dumbass. You really a dumbass. No. He said he was talking about,
He ain't say.
I said niggas.
Whoa. Okay.
Really be cat.
Okay, he said A. He said soft A there. Okay. Anyway. So it's pretty evident that after he said it, like, he should know better than anyone, having been banned for this sort of thing before, that you can't use the full slur against someone in, like, a vicious way. It's ridiculous. Look, okay, I appreciate Twitch don't like it, but I want to talk about what happened, and I need to show the clip, okay? Give me a fucking break, please. I'm begging you. Please don't ban me, Twitch. Anyway. Yeah, obviously it's bad. I mean, the example to use would be if... What's that guy's name? What's that black guy's name that's racist against black people? You know the one I mean. JLP, yes, thank you, JLP, yeah. If Jesse Lee Peterson called a black person the N-word hard R, like, everyone would be like, yeah, that's racist, you know what I mean? So, I think there's a lot of cope of like, what, you're banning black people saying the N-word? No, you're banning black people for using the N-word hard R against another black person. That is what is going on. That is what's going on there. Which, you know, is... I don't know, I don't really see a problem with that. Like, yeah. Especially with Bruce Jopimoff having been gotten in trouble for this before. And also, it is only a temporary suspension. So, yeah. I think he alluded to going to kick, didn't he, as well? So he could well be going to kick. Which, you know, if you literally cannot stop saying slurs against others in anger, I mean, maybe that's a good idea. Kick with a hard K. Honestly, the people that are like, again, it's like, well, yeah, like he keeps breaking the rules. He keeps breaking the rules. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay to be mad at a ban, but you've got to take the hit if you did actually break the rules. I don't know. It's the same rule again as well. Obviously, this time it's a slur against black people, though. I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, there's some people that think it's okay if you call someone the N-word hard R, as long as it's a black person saying it. And I'm just like, why though? Like, if you're using it in that way, like, yeah. And you can say soft day till the cows come home. You can say soft day till the cows come home as well. A bit like my Discord. Even white people can say it there. If you call a white person cracker, would you get banned? It depends on the context. Bear in mind they look at the context of it, right? If I were to bring up someone and refer to them angrily as a cracker, then yeah, I'd more than likely get banned. What is this? Anyway, there we go. That's it. I mean, obviously I can't say for sure, but I mean that clip seemingly is the reason. Bruce seemingly accepted it as the reason as well, it seems, because he said I'd do it again. So yeah, there we go. I don't really know what else there is to say about it, really. January 7th, month ban. March 1st, 3-day ban, and then this ban. Oh, anyway, there we go. I guess we'll watch his iDubbbz video now. I don't know, man. Rules can be annoying to follow, but I just think something like it's so easy to just not say the word, surely. Thank you for the bits, but I'm not going to be playing a song on stream that is titled the N-word. No, thank you. I just, when people like, I don't know, man. It's like such a simple rule to follow, isn't it? Just don't say that word. Are you guys still arguing about the copyright thing? Oh, yeah. This is probably something I can't turn into a full segment either because I don't know anything about it. And I don't really know where to start. But what's this?
But I think we should keep it professional.
Oh, damn, that came out?
I need to know for sure.
Yo! I'm telling you guys, get the fuck out! I told you I was not playing! Bruh, I told you I was not playing! Get the fuck out! Get out of NoPixel! I told y'all I was not playing! I was not lying!
What? Former NoPixel head dev, DW, is suing Coil NoPixel for $150,000. Okay, here we go. TLDR from a Redditor. NoPixel dev DW logged into the servers as normal when he was actually fired. But they didn't let him know. After this, they accused DW of a data breach and turning everyone against him. Okay, I don't know. This is written like in not very good English. I need some actual info on it. Just know everyone involved is gay AF. I don't know. Is there some sort of code that NoPixel... See, this is the problem with NoPixel drama. I just don't know anything about... Like, this is like watching Lord of the Rings. This is like watching halfway through Return of the King and not understanding what's going on. I'm like, what's this ring about then? What's all that? What's the ring? And I've not watched from the start. Yeah, that's what it feels like. a lot of drama you can just plug into. Oh, this person is accusing that person of rape. Okay, there we go. Let's begin. But with this, I'm like, DW, Coy, I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure this is very interesting if you're like a big GTA RP person, but just looks like some sort of legal dispute over some. I don't know, man. How does it make money? That's the thing that I don't understand. Do normal people play? Do you have like non-streamers playing as well? Is that how it works? That's wild. Mr. Tracy designed and created the entire payment processing system utilized by the NoPixel server, which has facilitated the processing $1 million in payment. Hmm. Personal comment bobbing up and call allegedly terminated DB's contract, though failing to communicate as much at the time. Mr. Tracy was no notice of his termination whatsoever, the legal document claims. In light of this, DW logged back into the NoPixel server as he normally would, completely unaware that such action could technically constitute unauthorized access to the NoPixel server. I mean, that's pretty bad if he's not been notified that he's been let go. It's going to depend on the contracts, I guess, that they start. I'm presuming they did contracts for stuff like this. I mean, obviously, a lot of this stuff is not ever down to contract, right? It was due to this login, after having been terminated, that a statement was issued to all role players in December 2022. Today, NoPixel experienced unauthorized access to users' private information from a former NoPixel employee. The employee had already been terminated at the time of the unauthorized access, yet was able to access and export information before the user permissions could be fully removed. I mean, that sounds insane. It sounds so NoPixel are like claiming part of this would have relied on the idea they told him, and he's saying they never told him. That would be a wild claim to make. And on top of that as well, how are you having it where you have filed someone's leaving the thing and you're still allowing them access? It's like at any job, if you let go or you leave, they take your fucking security card away and you can't get back into the building. Hmm. As a result of this miscommunicated termination, the subsequent server login from DW, along with a more convoluted dispute over ownership stakes due to the nature of DW workings agreement under business management company Tove, the lawsuit has been filed. DW is seeking not only a minimum sum of $150,000, but also for a great deal more due to the aforementioned agreement. As part of DW's deal, Tove was seemingly promised 50% of revenue from NoPixel during the time of the deal. The final fee is to be determined at trial, though an exact date for the issuing is yet to be publicised. Damn. Looks like everyone knows now why I've been so quiet. I've been advised to just kick back and take a vacation while they handle things. Now the lawsuit is public. All I can say is thank you for the amazing support. Truly means a lot. More info news soon. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Can you comment on this? I don't even know what that is. I love you, but you're mad ugly. Oh yeah, when I was off, some fucking random person added me and told me I was ugly in my Discord. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, some random Discord person thinks I'm ugly. Good luck to them. No, listen, it's fine. I don't care if people think I'm ugly. It's fine. You don't need to placate my ego, honestly. But thank you for your kind comments, nonetheless. God, this friends gif is doing me in, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is one of those situations where a lot will be determined by whatever evidence is had either side, right? Who fucking knows what's going to happen? Anyway, there we go, guys. Those are the two dramas that I can't really make much content out of because it's so. In the first case, it's straightforward. But you know, there's not much to say about it. He looks like he said a slur and got banned. And then this one is just I don't really know much about the RP stuff. Yes, I'm gonna watch the iDubbbz drama. God, you people. It's like you just want me to fucking rattle through all the content I've got in fucking 2 hours. Listen, we've got plenty of time. I'm going to be streaming for another 3 hours yet. Okay, chill out. Relax. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere, guys. Don't worry. Why are you just repeating what I'm saying? That's annoying. My son does that. It's really annoying. I was talking to one of my boys earlier about relationships, the autistic one. And he said that if a woman tried to take, if he was rich, 'cause he wants to be rich. And I said, well, you know, what would you do if you had like a girlfriend and she tried to take your money? And he said, I'd call the police and get her put in prison. I was like, fucking based. I'm teaching him well. I'm teaching him well. Honestly, whenever I say something to him, he just has the most Giga Chad answer. It's pretty funny. He doesn't even know what Giga Chad is, and he just exudes it every fucking thing he says. Wise before his years. Literally just get put in jail. I mean, to be honest with you, I could probably, with some of the stuff he says, I could probably make Tate-style videos out of his comments. But yeah, let the justice system abuse women. Don't do it yourself. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's look at this iDubbbz thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I am going to really try and just come to it. I don't want to just go, oh, iDubbbz bad. I've seen some takes on it. I don't know, man. I think that it is kind of tragic what's happened with iDubbbz. With the kind of content he used to do. And he's just become kind of like Giga Soy in his later years, it seems. But I don't know. I want to hear what he's got to say about all this because there is his side to the story. Let's have a look. iDubbbz. Addressing the Froggy Fresh drama. But the thing is, he doesn't need to leech off anyone, does he? I guess we're going to find out. Right, let me change the stream title when we will begin, okay? Also, I think ads are running. Jesus, you got the legal papers. Fuck me, people are moving fast.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Hey, thank you for the 2 subs. Appreciate it. Look at that. Beautiful. Honestly, when you read legal papers, it's very convincing because it's supposed to be, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I can see that. But then you read the other side, you probably be like, oh, okay. That's also convincing. Honestly, this was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it, this video? I think it just kind of dropped out of nowhere from what I understand. Anyway, this is it. This is a video. So he's responded to the Froggy Fresh drama. Let's have a listen and see what he says.
It's like you came back and you were a pawn in some game of 4D chess, and I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video.
Wait,
Brief update, I am healed from Creator Clash 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor, and I have respect for all the other fighters on the Creator Clash card. And thank you to all the fans who came. It was an amazing event. I'm very happy, very emotional. Awesome experience. I'll never forget it. Having said all that, you guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice.
Let's go.
And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I.
The who?
And I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right?
Also, I just, like, spoiler alert, because I've heard the reasoning he gives, okay? Apparently it's to do with, like, Sam Hyde's involvement, okay? So sorry if you've not seen the video yet. But I just don't understand how, I mean, that happening and him responding jeopardizes the event. Because, listen, I'm sorry, if you haven't watched this already, I don't know what to tell you, okay? But I have to say that to say what I'm saying here. Because even if you think, if you really are on solid ground and you're correct, and you come out and you say, hey, this is why we dropped Froggy Fresh, how would that jeopardize the event? Because, you think you're right to do that. You know what I mean? It just seems weird that would jeopardize the event to come out and say that you think you're right about something in like a short form video.
The event is now over with. I can risk it, I can air my grievances and we can see where it goes. I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator.
Oh, God.
My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is the videos I make, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at, so none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or, I'm misleading you in any way. I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided.
Oh, no. That is... I don't know. I just find this super cringe. I don't know. It just feels like, you rake in all the money and all the success and all the fame and all the shit from all the shit you've done. And you go, oh, yeah, that was all just dumb and stupid. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. And then people will criticize him for it. He can do literally whatever he wants. If he wants to do this, fine. If that genuinely is how he feels, but it just comes across as super soy and virtue signaling. I mean, to be fair, has he not deleted a lot of his content? I mean, some of those content cops, I think, are gone from YouTube and are like re-uploads at this point.
And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made. You know, despite many people being entertained by it, you know, I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons or you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you. With
Soy and virtue signaling a lot of arguments. Well, what argument am I supposed to make? You know, there is no argument here. iDubbbz is just saying, yeah, all that stuff you've been saying about me is true. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. If you're just going to admit it's true, we can't really say more about it, can you? Yeah, you know, you said that I've become a, you know, a sort of soy virtue signaling content creator now. Well, I have. It's true. Okay. Well, at least we know we were right about that, I guess. I don't know. Like, what argument is there to have? You know, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying that, you know, he's going to lose some more respect over this, and that's just the way it is. This is me in 5 years. Yeah, possibly. I've already been through my soy phase. It's all good. I'm through the worst of it. Well, no, I'm not going to. I mean, I don't. Well, I could be wrong on this. Okay, obviously, I can't remember every single word. I don't know if I've ever called iDubbbz a cuck. I think when it first happened, I was even like defensive of iDubbbz against some of the criticism he was getting, if I remember correctly. But you know, it seems so unusual that he's gone from where he was to where he is now. And I get even looking back and feeling a bit cringe about the content you've done, but to disavow it in this way is kind of crazy to me. I think that you could like say it in a different way, but like saying it caused harm is like so fucking soy. Just say, hey, I've moved on from the content or something. Why do you have to say it in this like insane fucking it caused harm? Oh my God, man. Oh, anyway.
some good can come a lot of bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad. And, you know, at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world. And I'm working on not doing that. I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video. I think there's a lot of content from over the years and some behind the scenes that I'd love to share with you guys. I think it would give clarity to where I'm at. But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is. And the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Creator Clash card. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. And, you know, for anyone who's been following the story...
Okay, so there we go. There it is in black and white. Okay? For anyone that wasn't sure, for anyone that wasn't certain, the reason he got kicked, well, according to him, according to iDubbbz, is because he collaborated with Sam Hyde. Now, the reason that I listen to that and I just think back and I'm like, hang on a fucking minute. That Epic Mealtime guy was in a bunch of calls claiming that working with Sam Hyde wasn't a problem. And he was saying it was because of the disrespectful comments that was made about Anissa. That seemed to be what the Harley guy was saying. So, you know, whilst Harley isn't necessarily iDubbbz's opinion and brain, it just seems very weird to me that the narrative for so long was like, Harley himself was saying, I worked with Sam Hyde and it was fine. It's because of the disrespectful comments. And now it's totally flipped. And it's actually just because of the Sam Hyde collaboration. So, you know, I mean, okay, if he explains it, obviously I'm pause Andying. I don't know that yet, do I? If you're using information that's later in the video, I don't have access to that yet, okay? I know a bit about it from seeing the commentary. So I think that this fucking Epic Mealtime guy needs to come forward and say, oh, hey, here's the deal. At least maybe say, I didn't know what the reason was and I was guessing. But it seems weird that the narrative has been that for so long. And now it's because of the Sam Hyde collaboration.
That's, you know, fairly obvious. Froggy has explained.
Well, no, the thing is, I'm not even necessarily criticizing iDubbbz in saying that. I'm saying this Epic Mealtime guy needs to answer for the fact that he perpetuated a false narrative if this is true. Like, what? He was fucking hammering the point home. It was because of the OnlyFans comment. It's not to do with Sam Hyde. He went in fucking calls and talked about it.
You know, his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans.
Oh, okay,
or
he's
that
mentioned
it's
it,
about
yeah.
Anissa's mom. And
Oh, no,
that's
Froggy Fresh has.
extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anissa. Bitch. Ho. Fucking Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat she is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth.
That's like
I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth.
Hang on a second. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Where is this from? Okay, listen. Look, I can understand iDubbbz having a problem with these comments, but were these comments not after Froggy Fresh got kicked? I thought this was after Froggy Fresh got kicked. Or am I wrong on that? They're not dated or anything, so I don't know either way. Yeah, I don't have the timeline on it. Okay. Well, listen, look, okay, in fairness to iDubbbz, okay, in fairness to iDubbbz, if that's the case, I can understand, you know, him not wanting to associate with Sam Hyde. That's up to him at the end of the day. You know, it's fair enough. Like, if he's thinking this guy's talking shit about my wife, you know, that's up to him. It's his event at the end of the day. But yeah, I need to know for sure what the timeline is. The question then becomes, though, so obviously, yeah, if he doesn't want Sam Hyde involved in this event, that's up to him. But then the question becomes, where do we put into place the guilt by association aspect? And how much interaction and integration did Sam Hyde have into Froggy Fresh's kind of content in preparing for this? So that's the question that comes up. If you don't want Sam Hyde involved, your event, up to you. But what's the association that Froggy Fresh had that was significant enough to lead to him being kicked from this? That's the question I would ask.
Teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like it's the Anissa Joma hole stretcher. I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity. Yeah. Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, you know, not want to associate with him in any way. We did ban Sam from the first event, so it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this. I don't like him. And Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him.
Also, okay, I want to point out as well with this, right, is, okay, I covered this, I'm pretty sure, but iDubbbz, how did this beef come about, right? Because iDubbbz did that piece of content with Sam Hyde, and I thought that iDubbbz was like trying to do like a documentary about it, and Sam Hyde just took the piss out of him for like a couple of days. And was like trolling the fuck out of him and stuff like that. And I think iDubbbz got mad about that, didn't he? I can't remember exactly what happened. It was like probably like a year ago, wasn't it? That whole thing, as much as. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's kind of funny that the instigator for this whole thing seems to be the fact that iDubbbz was trolled by Sam Hyde. And I think the thing is he wanted to kind of like find some way to expose him or something like that. But Sam Hyde was like one step ahead of him the entire way. Like when iDubbbz got there, they walked into that office and Sam Hyde had created this false office that he worked in or something like that. Oh. Sam started shitting on his wife after the documentary. Why? Why did he do that? What what was his problem with him to have a go at his girlfriend? Oh yeah, the fake girlfriend. The fake girlfriend. Sure. I mean, obviously, as I say, look, iDubbbz is within his right to not want to work with Sam Hyde. That's up to him at the end of the day. But again, what it comes back to... What's this? What it comes back to is Froggy Fresh's association and content closely enough associated with Sam Hyde that it's reasonable to kick him off the fight, you know? Thank you for the bits, Lucas. And that's also assuming that we accept that it is because of the Sam Hyde thing and there's no influence from the shit talking about the OnlyFans from before, but... Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what he was going for there. Right. I see what he was going for there. All right, anyway, let's continue on. Come on, let's... I disavow.
Of course, that's why he was banned. You know, none of this is like news to Froggy. Froggy knew all of this going into it. For anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been like...
I mean, I don't think Sam Hyde's a Nazi, personally. I know that, like, there's, like, people that say he is. I don't know. What's the evidence for that?
Reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process. He hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Participants of the event.
Wait, hang on. Whoa. When are these comments from? Hang on a sec.
Through this whole process. He hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
This has got to be after, surely. Why would he be saying this before? It's got to be after. Like, he's obviously, you know, Froggy Fresh had his nose put out of joint, and so he talked some shit. Yeah, it's undeniable, I think, on that point. But it is after, like, he got kicked. Play Froggy's response on this. I'll watch. I mean, I don't actually have Froggy's response, but I'll watch it after this. But yeah, I mean, we'll watch his response too.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real, like, these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing. You know?
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like, everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos titty or pussy.
To be honest, I thought it was quite the gift to you that we'd kick you off the card. You have no more obligations, and you can immediately just pivot into boxing for misfits. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that Froggy Fresh definitely gave the impression that his nose was put out of joint. One thing that I found annoying, and this was a both sides thing for sure, but it was this constant thing of it being about charity. I haven't actually seen those clips before, but yeah, Froggy Fresh was talking shit. There's no doubt about it.
That's the culture that you want. You want the non-sissy...
But it was after. But yeah, it was after that happened. So, you know, any clip that happened after he was removed... I feel it's a bit disingenuous to include it because it's like, well, that happened after your decision to remove him. What does nose put out of joint mean? It just means that something happened to you that gave you like a bad taste. It's like having a bad taste in the mouth. I don't know how else to describe it. But yeah, I don't like this idea of using clips that happened after the fact. Like, talk about what he did before to lead to his removal. Like, yeah, he was talking a lot of shit after he was kicked off, but what about before? And what contributed to your actual decision? You know?
Macho dude, traditional boxing culture, so go over there and box for them. You don't even have to miss that many months of training. You've been training. So hop on one of those cards. But unfortunately, Froggy doesn't want to hop on one of those cards because he thinks the skill level is too high.
Personally, in my opinion, I think the talent at Misfits and Happy Punch is in a different league that is out of my league.
What? Hang on a minute. What? You're using, you know, this fight which is like the reason people are watching this is not because they're like talented boxers. It's because it's fucking Boogie and Wings of Redemption. Also, hang on a second. How can he get on his high horse about mean comments and stuff like that when he's like mocking fucking Wings of Redemption and iDubbbz here? That's wild to me. Jesus Christ, man. I think this is quite respectable of these two, to be honest. Okay, I've got a message here from someone. From my esteemed editor, DK. The only thing I think needs to be addressed about this iDubbbz shit is that iDubbbz is making all this fuss about his new Virtue tour, but less than 5 months ago he was releasing videos where the primary content is to take the piss out of socially inept people. What's this? Is this his content? Dax Flame. He made a video on Airsoft Fatty. Dax is based. Is he linked to iDubbbz or something then? Is that? Yeah, that's just that DK asked me to include that, so I did. Yeah, I mean, I think that the fact that iDubbbz was like going to make this documentary about Sam Hyde and got flip reversed on, it's easy to point to Sam Hyde being an asshole about his misses, but it's like, I think it goes deeper than that. I think it goes deeper than that, you know? I think that iDubbbz had his nose put out of joint over the way the Sam Hyde stuff went. The videos are only funny or interesting because the people are socially retarded. The schizo chud take, is that a schizo take? Like, do you really think that iDubbbz's only issue is the shit talking of the girlfriend when it comes to Sam Hyde? Like, there's no way. There's more to it than that for sure. He obviously feels, you know, his nose put out. He was willing to fucking, you know, he went out there to talk to him and got embarrassed, essentially. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a conspiracy, really, to say that? To say, I think it's reasonable to assume that iDubbbz also is upset about the fact that he got embarrassed by Sam Hyde when he tried to do an expose documentary on him. Is that a conspiracy now?
Amazing. Out the sandlot and I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing.
And then right here, he's down. You stop. I mean, come on. It turns quickly from...
No, wait. Hang on. The SoundCloud clips are really bad. I've already said it's reasonable for iDubbbz to say, I don't want Sam Hyde at my event or to be involved at my event. Okay? That's fine. That's up to him. It's his event. But to then say, you know, that applies and to make content with Sam Hyde is then so bad that it was going to damage my event and you can't do that to a fighter. That's like another level, right? That goes beyond. Do you see what I mean? That's another level of standard that you're asking for from the people that are there, where you can't go and train with this person, right? See where I'm coming from?
Boxing to assault.
Just fight someone who's weaker than you.
So I'm done with boxing. I can fulfill my current obligations. If for some reason Creator Class changed their mind, I could fulfill my current obligations. I'm not interested in going further in any other boxing.
It's such a fucking cop-out that you're like, all right, I'm such a victim for getting kicked off the Creator Clash event when I knew what would get me kicked off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that
what the actual fuck? Why did it go by so quick? That is, okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I know there's the pause option.
If you look at my
okay, but
text exchange.
Okay, we're going to have to go piece by piece. Pause, Andy. No, I don't mind pausing, but pausing when it's a rapid succession. Hey, dude, I just want to clarify that I'm not mad at you. I just want this event to go well, and part of that is trying to be proactive about things. I just want to find a solution. I really appreciate your friendship, and I don't want to feel like I've upset you. I don't understand what's wrong. Can I not work with Sam Hyde? He's been very nice to me. It's just a tricky situation. I personally have been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, that's totally understandable. I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of having him associated with the event. There are others involved in the event that also aren't comfortable with, and presumably it goes on. Okay, but he's asked a direct question there. Can I not work with Sam Hyde? And he's not said anything there. He said it's a tricky situation. Like, where's the fucking clarity? You know, here's the standard that I'm going to set. Right. Maybe it comes up later and I'm going to see it. But it's so vague. It's so vague. Like, he's asked a specific question. And do you know what it's like? It's like I mean, again, I've not read all the messages yet, so we'll read them all. But the first read of this, if I got this message, if I'd said to someone, can I not work with this person? And this was the response, I'd be like, well, what's the answer? Like, can I, what? There's no clarity here at all. Just say clearly and plainly state, no, this is the standard I expect, and that's it. Anyway, maybe there's more, so let's give it a chance and read on. I'm going to have to go up here, I guess. Yeah, he's my friend. I don't understand what me going to Rhode Island to work with Sam has to do with anyone who's uncomfortable with him. They don't have to see or work with him. So can I just get this straight? Can I just get this straight for a second, right? My understanding of the Froggy Fresh Sam Hyde thing is Froggy went to train with Sam Hyde, and I believe that Froggy put up a video on Twitter of him training with Sam Hyde. Is that right? Have I got that right? Or am I missing something? Was there anything else that he did? Oh, you're like, no, he retweeted Sam. Okay, right. So here's the list of crimes. Number 1. Okay, I'm going to watch the... Okay, right. I'm going to time people out that say shit like this. Obviously, I'm going to watch the video, okay? But as it goes on, I'm going to want to say things and comment on things as it goes, okay? If you don't like that, fuck off. I'm just trying to clarify that now, before we watch the rest of the video, because he's saying, I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of having him associated with the event. Because to me, associated with the event would mean a substantial portion of Froggy's content is about him training with Sam Hyde, right? It would be like YouTube videos. Oh, I'm training with Sam Hyde. Here's a 15-minute video of our training session. You know, lots of different pieces of content involving Sam Hyde. Right? Do you see what point I'm trying to make? So I'm saying here, when he's saying, you know, if iDubbbz is saying, you know, I'm afraid of everyone associated with the event, and it's not clear, maybe it's cleared up in a sec, right? Maybe Froggy Fresh is thinking, well, he's not associated with the event, so it's fine. And that's where you get into problems if you're not clear and explicit. Anyway, yeah, he's my friend. I don't understand what we're going to... Yeah, so we said that already. I agree. Privately, what you do is absolutely your business. But because we're running a public charity event, we have to be careful about these things because you do represent the event in some ways. I had similar issues last year. I thought, no problem, Harley. You can work with Sam Hyde. But it ended up attracting a bad crowd. And I got harassed online about it a lot because it was a public display. I mean, yeah, like that's what being a content creator is about. What harassment online did he receive exactly? Like people talking some shit. Like, I don't know, just ignore it. I don't know. I mean, if we were in his DMs and sending him loads of shit, maybe I might. But it's like, yeah, you're going to deal with a certain amount of shit talking and stuff. I don't know, man. Like, what was this harassment that was so bad? Anyway, I don't know what there was, so I can't really comment further. But seems a bit flimsy to me. But let's continue. That's nice of you to give Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission as well.
With Froggy.
It's not about permission. He just called and asked if I was cool with it because he was making content around it. So what are we actually discussing right now? If I work with Sam Hyde, are you going to prevent me from fighting in the event? Like, where there's literally why there's like such little clarity from iDubbbz here. It's not clear what iDubbbz wants. He's just saying, "Oh, I don't like Sam Hyde," and he talks shit about me. And now Froggy Fresh is saying, "Well, what's the standard? If I work with Sam Hyde, can I not work at your event?" And then he responds here. He actively makes content about wanting my marriage to end, that my wife is evil and hasn't respected my boundaries. I don't feel comfortable having him associated with the event. I'm wondering if you can understand where I'm coming from on that. Do you know what? I tell you what this set reads like to me. This reads like iDubbbz wants it to come from Froggy Fresh, so he doesn't feel like he's laying down the law. It's almost like he wants Froggy Fresh to go, do you know what, mate? I can see where you're coming from. Sam Hyde's been having a go at your wife, and for that reason, I'm not going to work with him. It's not on, is it? That's what it feels like iDubbbz is looking for here. And it's why he's not being explicit about it. Because all iDubbbz needs to do is say what the standard is. No, I'm not comfortable with you. I'm not comfortable with you working with him. So you're not allowed to. And if you do, you're not going to be. He's not laying down the law. He's being very vague with it. And he's repeating again the bad things that he's done. Because if you look here, Froggy Fresh is asking a very clear question. If I work with Sam Hyde, are you going to prevent me from fighting in the event? That requires a yes or a no with perhaps some clarification about what working with looks like and what the standard is. But iDubbbz instead goes back to talking about the bad things that Sam has done. Instead, and then asks, I'm wondering if you can understand where I'm coming from on that. And I'm telling you, I guarantee it, iDubbbz is looking for Froggy Fresh to go, yeah, I agree, that's bad. Because otherwise, why would he not just say what the standard is? It's so simple. Honestly, so far, we've not seen them all. These messages look pretty bad from iDubbbz end. Just be assertive. Just say, no, this is what the standard is. And then that's it. And then Froggy Fresh can decide what he wants to do from there. What's this? I don't understand what this is. What's going on here? Anyway, come on, let's go back to the messages. That's what you want to see. Okay, anyway, so then Froggy Fresh responds. And look, he's asking again. Look. I can understand the way you feel. I'm sorry about that. But you also have to understand that he is my friend. So I can't just tell him I can't be friends with him because Ian said so. That's why I'm asking you, if I work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting in Creator Clash 2? Once again, very clear question is being asked here. How does iDubbbz respond? It's not a reflection on you. It's just a very painful and difficult thing for me that I'm dealing with that I need to keep distance from, and that includes this project. Bro, just give me a fucking straight answer. What the actual fuck? This is insane. Just say, no, you can't. That's it. Job done. And then everyone knows where they stand. And then he asks again, because presumably Froggy Fresh has like got plans to do stuff with Sam Hyde. So he's thinking, well, I need to know what to do so I can take action either way. Froggy Fresh says, I would just appreciate a yes or no answer, man. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to boxing practice tomorrow or not. iDubbbz responds, it kind of depends on what your plan is, because Sam Hyde is banned from our event. If you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that. Where is he said about Sam Hyde coming to the event? What? Just answer the question. What the actual fuck? This is mental. Just answer the question he's asking. And then this is madness. How the fuck is iDubbbz acting like this looks good for him? These messages are insane. This is like impossible to fucking figure out what he does and doesn't want. My plan is to go to Rhode Island to hang out with him. So again, I ask, if I go to work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting in Creator Clash 2? I would appreciate a yes or no answer. I have to talk to my coach about practice this week. Wait, I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean you aren't expecting him to be at the event? Are you going to make content together?
It's very...
Okay, here we go. He has not mentioned attending the event. I don't believe he intends to do so. I have not discussed this with him. I do intend to make content with him. Now that I've answered your questions, would you be respectful enough to answer mine? This event is really important to me, and I'm just trying to understand everything so I can make the best decision for everyone involved. I need time to think about this. I don't want to be rash. To think about what? Just give you... This is insane, man. Just fucking say what you want to happen. It's your event. Be the boss. Right. This is the standard. If you want to do with him, that's fine. I don't want content made about it. I don't want him associated with the event. So no, you can't make content out of it. Or at least you can't publicize it before the event. Or whatever you want it to be. Whatever you want it to be. Just say it's your event. Set the standard. Lay down the law. What is this fucking flimsy bullshit? It's unreal that he's sharing. No wonder he fucking let them flip by so quickly. He was hoping people wouldn't fucking pause it and read them. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. It's your event. Lay down the law. Right. This is what I expect from you. Me and Sam Hyde got beef. I think the guy's a twat. This is what I think it should be. Boom, 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 boom. Done. Fucking flimsy bullshit here, man. So I'm going to schedule practice this week not knowing whether or not you're allowing me to fight in the event because I'm going to hang out with someone you don't like. Okay. I don't understand why you're talking to me like this. Because you are being extremely flimsy and flippy-floppy on what it is you want. So he's getting a bit annoyed with you because you're not just answering his question. You're not answering his questions, so he's getting a bit annoyed. What the fuck, man? I'm not trying to be a jerk. I explained to you the awful experience I've had with him. It potentially leads to another year of harassment for me and Anissa. I can't take this stuff lightly. Can you guarantee it's not going to end up affecting? And then it cuts off. This isn't just someone I don't like. This is someone who is dedicated to disrupting an event we're running for charity, harassing its two main organisers, and sending his fan base to do his bidding. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. iDubbbz really has changed, hasn't he? Fuck me. Also, why is any of this Froggy's concern beyond just wanting to know what the standard is? Again, it feels like he's going back to talking about the bad stuff that he's doing because iDubbbz wants Froggy to go, yeah, you're right, mate. You're correct. He's a bad un. I'm not gonna work with him. I want you to fight. I just want to know the pain he's caused me, Anissa, and our event. Oh my God, what is this emotional bullshit? Also, yeah, like, What is, I mean, listen, admittedly, Sam Hyde last year, like, tried to sneak in the event or something like that. But this year, I mean, before this drama happened, what has Sam Hyde done to disrupt this year's event? Is there anything that he's done that anyone can point to say, oh, look, who's just being disruptive here? He didn't actually try and sneak in. Was he just saying shit to try and freak people out? Was that what it was? You're running so much defense for Sam Hyde for no reason. How am I running defense for Sam Hyde? What do you mean? I barely referenced Sam Hyde in all of this. I'm being critical of iDubbbz not giving a straight answer. And I'm just saying, I'm asking for evidence that he's disrupting the event. Is that defending Sam Hyde to say, oh, is there evidence of this happening? Anyway, come on, I'm not going to get one guide. Anyway, it's very clear to me iDubbbz is wanting Froggy to be the one that says, I'm not going to train with him rather than lay down the law. Very pathetic behavior. These DMs do not look good for iDubbbz at all. They paint the picture of someone who is unable to lay down the law of what he wants with his own event and wants the other person to see what a bad guy Sam Hyde is, so they're the one that bite the bullet on not working with them anymore. Continuing on. So, dude, because you're trying to tell me who I can and can't be friends with, I'm going to Rhode Island to work with Sam. I'm scheduling my practices for this week. If I'm being removed from the event, please let me know.
Clear that
I never said you couldn't be friends with him. I would just prefer if you waited till after the event to post content with him. Yeah, that's weird. I'm not the type of person. So, and again, notice how he hasn't actually laid down the law and said what he wants for his own event. He said, I prefer. So he's not actually saying what the line is. He's saying, he's giving an answer, but it's, I would just prefer if you waited till after the event to post content with him. If him posting content with Sam Hyde before the event was a deal breaker, he should have said, one rule is you can't post content with Sam Hyde in before the event. There we go. There's the standard. And then he knows where the line is. And if you post content before the event, and I was like, well, I told you can't do that, and you've done it, off you go. The other problem you've got with this as well is I don't know about the contract side of things. I'm presuming they've all signed contracts to be part of this. So how does that play into this, I guess? Anyway, very weak messages from iDubbbz here. Seeming lack of ability to truly lay down the law. Based on these messages, I'll finish reading them. It isn't clear at all that working with Sam Hyde, it seems the only standard that's being set here is I'd prefer it if you waited till after the event to post content with him, which is a very soft line that doesn't clarify anything. Anyway, continuing on. Yeah, that's weird. I'm not the type of person that you can just make do whatever you want or what is convenient for you. I have a life and a family. You're not going to change my mind. I'm going to work with them. I'm trying to cook dinner for my kids. Sounds like your personal problems are interfering with your business. It wasn't my intention to dictate things to you. I just want... No, because you wanted him to say, oh yeah, he's bad. I'm not going to work with him. I'll be honest with you, this is like some kind of weird emotional manipulation from iDubbbz to try and to be like, oh, he's such a bad guy. Look at all these bad things he's done. To try and get him to say, oh yeah, I won't work with him then. Anyway, it wasn't my intention to dictate things to you. I just wanted to give you my perspective because we haven't talked about this topic before. Ultimately, it is your decision. I'm sorry the convo went in this direction. Okay, I'll fight, thanks. So maybe there's more evidence, and I'm shooting myself in the foot here, but based on this conversation, the only thing that's being said here is I would just prefer if you waited till after the event to post content. He's not even saying if you post content with them, you can't fight. He's saying, I prefer it if you didn't. And then here he says, ultimately, it's your decision. So, like, what standard has been put in place here? Let's watch on, though. I could be pause Andying and see what happens.
I didn't want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal breaker for you, so I guess I'll look past it.
Wait, he never said it. What? He's trying to act like he was saying that in those messages. Is he for real?
It came to the point where I was like, can you postpone releasing content with Sam Hyde?
Look, you know me and Sam don't get along. You know, we put a lot of time and energy in this creator clash thing.
I just read those messages. His characterization of those messages are wild. He's going to sit there and act like that's what he said in those messages. Froggy didn't get the hint. Or Froggy just wanted a clear answer of what is and isn't acceptable, and he never got it.
Don't want it to be about Sam Hyde, so just don't let it hurt the event, all right? Go train with him, have fun, but don't let it hurt the event. Don't make it about Sam Hyde. That's what I would have said to you if I was iDubbbz.
Right, and guess what? Like, I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event. If you don't know who Sam Hyde is, he's, whether or not you love him.
Is this a video?
Or hate him, you have to recognize.
Is this really the standard? A picture and retweeting things? Is this content? What? I suppose in the strictest sense of the terms, putting a picture up is content. But to me, I would have thought content, if you're talking between YouTubers, to me, content would be like a 10-minute video of you training with Sam Hyde or something like that. Like, the retweet thing is just crazy.
Him as he's the most talented comedian alive. He's the most talented comedian of our generation. He's gonna probably be the greatest comedian.
This is like an extremely broad definition of content. Also, this retweet is nothing to do with the fight. It's to do with the beef between Sam Hyde and HASAN. Is this really content? Retweeting this guy's tweet about a totally unrelated thing? I don't know, man. This is kind of weak. The closest thing I've seen to content would be the video that looks like he posted.
Comedian of all time. He's he's a genius. I got a chance to go out there and train with him. He welcomed me into his environment. He paid people to train me. I didn't even plan on.
Why is he okay? Why the fuck is he sharing the retweet? That's insane to call content. And also bear in mind, iDubbbz never said you can't do content. I mean, I guess, well, to be fair to iDubbbz, at that point, he's just trying to demonstrate, you know, oh, look, he's saying he wasn't planning to release content until after the fight, and he did. But in fairness to Froggy Fresh, to him, I mean, I can't imagine that Froggy Fresh thinks that retweeting is going to be classed as content. But on top of that as well, I would imagine Froggy Fresh is thinking of a video released on YouTube as content or something like that. I cannot imagine that he would have thought a picture uploaded or even a short video on Twitter would be considered like released content.
On releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that, because I don't think that's appropriate. I was like,
he didn't think it was appropriate. I do not think that that is appropriate. Do you think it's appropriate that, I don't know, 30-something-year-old man is publicly calling my wife a whore and a slut?
I think initially you can just buy.
Oh my God. Okay. We get it. Okay. Sam Hyde talks a lot of shit about your wife. Yes. But the thing is like, this is now just becoming like an emotional thing when it was never about the emotions in the discussion. It was just a simple question. Can I do this with Sam Hyde or not?
Buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this has got a separate Etsy page where she sells her pussy.
Yoko Ono was too concussed to fight in Creator Clash for the second year in a row.
Life is so easy for a certain gender. All you have to do is say that my uterus hurts. What did she say this time? Her uterus hurts or uterus fell out?
Had another concussion.
Probably your uterus fell out from getting blown out so much by toys.
Is that appropriate, Froggy? Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, you don't think it's appropriate that I...
Like, this emotional shit is wild to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, you think, well, what about what Sam Hyde said about this? Like, he's clearly got a chip on his shoulder about the fact that his emotional appeals to him didn't work, and now he's just fucking grinding his axe here. iDubbbz has said a lot of stuff in his career, but obviously he said earlier, that's all, forget that now. I'm on a new leaf, so it's all forgotten now.
I set boundaries. I don't think it's appropriate that you are hanging out with a guy who doesn't think women are people. Like, I don't think that's appropriate.
Honestly, hearing iDubbbz say that is kind of wild to me, but okay, I guess it's 2023 now. But listen, with that being said, you can think his relationship with Sam Hyde is inappropriate, and that's okay. But it's not about that. It's about you setting the standard of, right, this is what I think is acceptable, and this is what is not acceptable. And you never did that in any of those messages. You gave a very limp-wristed, well, I'd prefer it if you waited till after to release content. And that was it. That's the only thing you said. Other than that, it was just emotional shit, which in my opinion was you trying to get him. And this video just backs that up further for me. But you're trying to get him to see how bad Sam Hyde is. So he goes, okay, I'm not going to do anything with him because he's a bad guy.
I was like, I don't think you should be telling me when I can't release content. Like, this is my career. It's what I do for a living.
But you complied with it, right?
But I was going to anyways. But I didn't like people telling me that. I thought that was out of line.
I don't know why he's saying that he was planning on waiting to post Sam Hyde content. We have the Twitter timeline of him nonstop posting Sam Hyde content. It's fucking weird. I don't know if he thought it was...
Wait, hang on. That's a bit disingenuous because, I mean, it wasn't the point of it, I believe, based on the messages, was that you wouldn't release joint content together, like a YouTube video or something. Yes, there's a couple of pictures in there, but I don't think the agreement would ever reasonably be you cannot retweet Sam Hyde. That's wild. I don't know, man.
It was like a loophole to post on Twitter about Sam Hyde. So I think in his head he was like, I was gonna wait to post Sam Hyde content. Parentheses, YouTube video.
Like, cause like it's not my problem that you have personal beef.
And also, again, he's unclear in the messages of exactly what he wants. So how does he get to see it like this now? You should have made it clear. You should have said, if that's the principle and that's the standard, iDubbbz should have had the standard of, listen, I don't like Sam Hyde. I don't want to see any retweets. I don't want to see any content with him. I don't want anything, nothing, okay? If you want to train with him, that's your prerogative, but do not post it publicly and don't associate him with the event. Why don't he just say that in the messages and then it's fucking explicit and everyone knows where they stand? Instead, he gives this limp-wristed emotional appeal repeatedly and then says, I prefer it if you didn't post content. And that's all he does. And now he gets to sit here and try and sit on his fucking soy high horse. Oh my God, this video is so bad. How is anyone fucking buying into this? This is wild.
With the greatest comedian in the world. If I go to Providence...
How am I the simp? How am I the simp? I want to know. Is it because it's a woman? It's because it's a woman, isn't it? It's okay to simp for a big, gross dude. It's okay. It's understandable. He's big and he's gross. As soon as you simp for someone who's literally your partner, your life partner, that's too much. That's kind of gay.
If I go to Providence, Rhode Island and get an opportunity to work with him, that should be my option to when I release that content. And it's got nothing to do with you. Not everything that...
I mean, I think the correct term would be glazing. I think you could say that Froggy Fresh... I mean, I think Froggy Fresh probably glazed Sam Hyde in this for sure. But, I mean, I don't know, Matt. This is just, to me... This just stinks of drop a little virtue signal for my new woke audience that I'm developing, and they'll buy into that, you know? But if you actually take a step back and look at this, I'm approaching it. I'm not necessarily approaching this from like just shit on iDubbbz angle, but reading those messages, I don't know how you can come to any other conclusions that iDubbbz is being weak and flimsy in his setting of standards. Like, that's it. That's, you know, and if everything is premised off of that, sure, we can say that he's glazing Sam Hyde. We can say that he was talking shit after he got kicked off, or whatever you want to say. You could even say, oh yeah, he posted a video on Twitter and said he wasn't going to post content. That was wrong to do, right? Sure. But like, iDubbbz bears a lot of the brunt of fault based on what I've seen so far, and the fact that there weren't clear standards there, which, you know, made it unclear of, you know, what exact reason he was banned for. Unless there's more messages where they say, right, after our further conversation, I can see you posted with Sam Hyde. Okay, I'm going to now kick you off the event. Hopefully we see that. If not, then yeah, it is more so on iDubbbz for not really being clear about what his standards are.
That people do with Sam Hyde involves iDubbbz, and I think that he misinterprets that.
We're not talking about people. We're talking about what you do with Sam Hyde, because you're in my event. I wish there were many layers of separation so I really could be that disconnected. Unfortunately, I have to be around you. You have to fight at my event. I have to share the same space as you know, in the parties.
Okay, I mean, everybody probably would have been fine if Froggy understood the Sam Hyde situation is don't work with Sam Hyde when you're already working with iDubbbz. Well, why didn't fucking iDubbbz say that then? Why didn't he say that to him? I know why. It's because he didn't want to say and make a clear thing. He wanted fucking Froggy Fresh to say it and be, oh, he's a bad guy. But if you want to argue that, why the fuck didn't he say that to him? Why was he so fucking wishy-washy?
At the event itself, and I don't want to do that. I have no interest in sharing that space with you.
So for him to tell me, hey, could you wait until after the event to release that? In my mind, I'm thinking, I mean, I could, but it's weird for you to tell me to do that because it's got nothing to do with you.
Another thing that contributed to Froggy getting kicked was that he tweeted at Nathan Barnett, aka Dad. He said, dude, I tried hyping you up at Denny's when we ate dinner, and they said they weren't fucking with you and that you were going to lose to AB. They don't even like you. This is one of those things where it was like, oh, okay.
I mean, I've got to be honest with you. We know that Dad is a total fucking pussy because of the drama with Ethan Klein where he got upset about the chair thing. So, I mean, this is like crossfight shit talking, I guess. This is like crossfight shit talking, like he's talking shit to someone else. I don't know. I mean, to me, if you really don't want this kind of chat happening, probably you could just say, oh yeah, Froggy, like, you know, give it a rest with the crossfight talking, like shit talk your own fighter. But, I mean, this is quite tame. This is, well, you're saying it's after he was kicked, but iDubbbz is claiming this is one of the reasons he was kicked, so I don't know the timeline. Who's got the date that Froggy Fresh was kicked? This is said to be on March 24th.
Going to lose to AB. They don't even like you. This is one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, so you basically don't have any good intentions here. You are just like,
what?
You don't like us. Like, I'm not here to play with people and give them warnings.
Bro, what from that tweet? That just looked like fucking shit talking, crossfight shit talking. What does he mean? He was just talking some shit.
Like, we're all adults on the card. I'm not going to give you a warning. Actually, no, I will give you a warning if I think you have good intentions. The problem is when you tweet shit out like this and you have the text message exchange that Froggy had with me, I don't think you have good intentions. You're like trying to like ruin a relationship.
What do you mean? He kept asking you, what can I do and not do? Like, can I train with Sam Hyde or not? And you didn't give him a straight answer. And then at the end, you were like, I prefer if you didn't post content till after the event. This is mental. How the fuck? I've seen people defending this video. How? This video sucks.
Between me and one of my friends. Froggy deleted that tweet, and I don't think he deleted it because he felt differently. I think he deleted it because he knew that it could potentially get him kicked from the event and would also make him look like an asshole. But he basically reiterated that same thing in a Twitter space.
When I was at fucking Denny's, I was all like telling them, yo, Dad's a fucking savage. And they're all like, no, Dad doesn't Dad doesn't spar with high-level fucking competition. He's going to lose to AB. And I'm thinking, these
Wait,
motherfuckers are...
so
what the
who
fuck?
said that? Who said that?
Fucking Ian and Anissa, like that's the way these motherfuckers are. And then they got Dad like riding for them. They don't even. And if like I wouldn't be like this, but if everybody's gonna keep calling me out, like I'm the fucking person that's fucking shit up, like that Dad's out here riding for them. They're all like they don't even fucking give a fuck about him.
And in the same Twitter space where Froggy
Wait, hang on a minute. Okay, if Froggy Fresh said that, that's pretty out of pocket. Did he just say that Ian and Anissa were saying that about Dad? I mean, obviously, yeah. Don't make shit up if that's what he was saying. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess well, to be fair, that's the commentary people that have all been critical of this. A lot of the soy leftoid types that are new iDubbbz fans, I think, are more defensive. But again, you know, I'll be honest with you, right? I think it's unreasonable to use clips of him being kicked. Because obviously him getting kicked he's pissed off about, and he's going to say shitty things. But that can't possibly have influenced your decision to kick him because it happened after you kicked him. So, you know, yeah, sure, he talked some shit afterwards, and I agree with that. But like, what's that got to do with him being kicked? Like, you kicked him before it happened.
Says this, Sam Hyde, Froggy's hero, calls Nathan a rapist like several times.
That Nathan Barnett guy, I guarantee you that guy would rape somebody if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, legally he would rape somebody in Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
I mean, sure, but it's funny. I mean, it's bad, sure, but it's I mean, it's Sam Hyde, I guess. That's so funny. Also, what the fuck is Nicholas Diorio doing there? Oh, wow, in Minecraft, right? No, in real life!
If he had the chance to rape a woman, he would.
In Minecraft.
No, not in Minecraft, Keem.
I don't want anything to do with Sam. I don't want anything to do with people that think what Sam is doing is okay. It is not okay. Here's part of the Twitter space.
Oh my god, man. The soy nod is insane on this one. It is not okay. Sure. So that's fine if you think that. Then set the standard. You're not allowed to do anything with... You're not allowed to You know, again, think about... This is the standard he's setting, bear in mind, right? And that's fine if it's an event at the end of the day. But stop being a pussy and set the standard and take the heat for it. You're not allowed to retweet Sam Hyde if you're in Creator Clash. There we go. Standard set. Take the heat for it. Do you know what I mean? It's like he wants to be a pussy and not clearly say it and then be like, can you believe what this guy is saying? Yeah, then set the standard and take the heat for it so you can't retweet him if you want to be on Creator Clash.
Where Harley is sort of questioning Tyler with why he wouldn't respond to Anissa. And I think that's a very valid question because you ask any of our fighters and it's like, yeah, Anissa was the one who like solves problems. She is more communicative than me, and she's better at communicating than I am. I fucking suck at this shit. So Anissa is the one. She is the one to talk to.
How was I even supposed to know Ian and Anissa were mad when I get one call from Justin Tracy, then a text message, I respond to it immediately, say, could you communicate through text or email? I'm training. And then nothing else. I still don't even know if Anissa.
What's the last text you sent to Anissa?
It was probably some group message from
okay, but what was the last
4
text
months
you
ago.
said to Anissa, just you two?
I don't have one direct text from Anissa.
Anissa's
I have
never
a group
texted
chat
you.
with my wife and Anissa. There's a group chat.
Your
I
wife
do not have any
I'm
direct
so sorry.
contact.
Okay. Did anyone ever text you and your wife? What was the last thing Anissa sent you and your wife to you and your wife?
Honestly, I don't know why you'd play fucking this Harley dude. It's so embarrassing. Like, this Harley dude went on a PR run for you, obviously seemingly not at your request, but he said a bunch of shit which now you're saying is not true. Like, Harley needs to fucking answer for this as far as I'm concerned. He was out there saying it was nothing to do with Sam Hyde. And now apparently it is. Like, what the fuck, man? That's completely bullshit.
Phone. What was the last thing?
Tense moments in the Twitter space as Froggy goes to see.
It's, hey, Tyler, I'm not with Ian. I'm home visiting family. Ian called me not feeling great, and I'm just trying to understand what's happening or how I can help.
What's the date?
Sunday, March 12th.
You didn't want to respond to that?
No, because you don't know the
So
context of that.
you
You don't
want
have
to
the
you want to
context.
go at
Harley, let me give
her
you the
mom on the
context.
burner Twitter account instead of responding to that very serious and
Harley,
sympathetic text that was nowhere
I
near
have to give
threatening or
context.
aggressive.
Froggy wasn't able to give context for why he didn't respond to Anissa's call and text message in the Twitter space. Harley ended up leaving, the conversation went elsewhere. So he uploaded a Twitter video to explain the context for why he didn't respond to Anissa.
Anissa's last text, which was checking on me. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation, to try to do further investigation.
All right, let me go back. Sorry, I missed
Harley,
that.
let me give
Her
you the
mom on the
context.
burner Twitter account instead of responding to that very serious and
Harley,
sympathetic text that was nowhere
I
near
have to give
threatening or
context.
aggressive.
Froggy wasn't able to give context for why he didn't respond to Anissa's call and text message in the Twitter space. Harley ended up leaving, the conversation went elsewhere. So he uploaded a Twitter video to explain the context for why he didn't respond to Anissa.
Anissa's last text, which was checking on me. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation, to try to do further investigation into my friendship with Sam Hyde. That was not an "Are you okay?" text. That was a "Ian is not able to break your shell." Maybe a vague, concerned, manipulative text from me will be able to.
I think he's right. I think he's right based on my reading of the other texts. I think he's right. I think he's on the money. I think she's trying to go with a new angle. I can see it. Listen, I've tried to speak to him about Sam Hyde and he just doesn't get it. Can you ever go and see if you can make him understand why he's such a bad guy? So what Froggy Fresh is claiming here is that the reason for this message wasn't actually a genuine, like, oh, what's happening? Can I help? It was her making an effort to try and do what iDubbbz have failed to do, which is to make Froggy Fresh see that Sam Hyde's a bad guy and get him to like walk away from working with Sam Hyde on the boxing thing. That's I think that's a pretty reasonable read. Because bear in mind, he just been through this conversation with iDubbbz where he completely refused to directly answer his question, and it ended in a very kind of like vague way. So yeah. Well, you understood where Ian was coming from the first time then? Well, I think the problem is that, yeah, he probably realised that, like, iDubbbz doesn't like Sam Hyde and maybe didn't like the idea of him working with him. But what Froggy Fresh was saying is, give me the standard, give me the line. What do you not want me to work with him? And he refused to answer and just told him how bad of a guy Sam Hyde was. Like, if iDubbbz at the start had said, listen, mate, as you know, me and Sam Hyde don't get on. He tried to ruin last year's event. He's going to try and ruin this one. I don't want any association with any whatsoever. Job done. But no, he tried to do the emotional stuff, so he didn't have to look bad in saying you can't work with Sam Hyde and hope Froggy Fresh would come out with the answer. And now Anissa's in the DMs trying to do the same thing. I reckon that's a pretty fair read on what he's saying. I think he's right.
He thinks this text message is manipulation. No, Froggy, we wanted to solve the problem. Let me just say, Anissa is...
But what? Okay, you say you want to solve the problem. Well, what problem? How do you solve it then? Because the problem seemingly is he's working with Sam Hyde and you don't want him to do that. So just say you don't want him to do that. Oh my God, man, this video is terrible.
Just trying to exist. You know, she doesn't want anything to do with the drama. She doesn't want anything to do with this shit. And I have brought a lot of it into her life. And I take responsibility for that. But unfortunately, a lot of people who think that I've changed or call me a cuck or whatever, they've decided, instead of saying that I've changed and that I'm the decider of my future, it's that Anissa has changed me. So she has been the target of a lot of hate. And I think it's really shitty. And hearing Tyler talk about her in this way is just a reminder where it's like, Anissa's trying to manipulate you What the fuck was I doing? Was I trying to manipulate you as well?
Yes!
Like,
you fucking 100% were trying to manipulate him by constantly mentioning how bad of a guy Sam Hyde is, rather than just say straight what you wanted.
you should probably come out and say that because it seems really fucking sexist and creepy for you to be saying these things.
You know what I feel?
And now this video is further stuff of that because he keeps reiterating what a bad misogynistic person Sam Hyde was. Like, the thing is, for me, it's like, yeah, I get it. You hate Sam Hyde. You know, putting aside what my views are about the documentary thing, clearly you don't like Sam Hyde because he says misogynistic things about your missus. And that's reasonable if you don't like him for that reason. That's up to you. However, when you're dealing with someone who wants to know what the standard is, you need to be... I don't know, man. I'm just looping at this point, but... I don't know, man. This video fucking sucks.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I really didn't buy none of this at the beginning until I was living in it. I kept always hearing people saying like, Anissa ruined iDubbbz, Anissa ruined iDubbbz, and I was always like, nah, whatever. Like, they can work out their problems, and I was never buying into that bullshit. But I swear to God, when like once you live an event, it's like, okay, I think Ian met the wrong person. I honestly think it's just like, I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person, it can take you to make the wrong decisions maybe. When I met my wife, I'm gonna be honest with you, like I met my wife, I got better the more time I spent with her because she like was honestly a better person than me. But I feel like, dude, honestly, it seemed like so when Ian is, as soon as he starts messing with Anissa, it's like Ian goes from the person who would be dogging people, who would sue people, to then like his event that he's running is suing people. It's like a complete flip.
By the way, we weren't suing Froggy. We have no interest in going to court over $15,000. We wanted that $15,000 back, but you know, he wasn't giving it to us. So we have to leave it at that. You know, we're not suing him.
Froggy, if you're let back on, it's not like you're...
Yeah, the suing thing, like, you know, I as much as I'm critical, like, there was definitely some stuff that Froggy did that I was a bit like, you know, the suing thing didn't really seem to have much meat on the bone. The $15,000 thing, I'm not sure where I land on that. What was the $15,000 for? Wasn't that money that was to be spent on training and stuff?
You're gonna make another OnlyFans joke about Anissa, right? Like,
no, I mean, like, if they make me sign a contract that I can't, then I won't.
You know, I find it so strange because it's like, you know,
that was a joke. That was a joke. Obviously, I wouldn't do any more OnlyFans jokes.
I don't think Froggy respects sex workers. I think he has some...
It's honestly crazy that this video is, you know, it's so geared towards his new audience that he has now, I guess. Like, that is like kind of an insane thing to say. Because so what if he doesn't respect sex? Who cares? Yeah, like, was that one of the rules of the Creator Clash? Respect sex workers. So, okay, he doesn't respect sex workers. What's that got to do with anything? Jesus Christ, man. And, you know, look, I understand if you're a sex worker, you're going to be upset with someone that doesn't respect sex workers. But I don't think they have to respect sex workers to, like, be involved in your event or something. And now he's acting like, you know, this is all evidence against him. And it's like, well, so focus on why you got rid of him and the reasoning for that. But it's spun off into, like, look at what he said after. He hates sex workers. He hates women. You know, he's a bad guy. I don't know, man. It's just so cringe. Shouldn't his content be geared toward his audience? Isn't that a good thing? I suppose it just really exemplifies that strong shift that's happened. Where, you know, could you imagine 2016 iDubbbz saying, well, this person doesn't respect sex workers? Like, generally speaking, iDubbbz has stood against those kind of trite expressions of obvious progressive sentiment. But now it's just like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird to me. But look, I appreciate people change, okay? And that's up to him, whatever content he wants to do. I just think you've got to understand that there's people out there who are going to look at that and just feel there's something wrong with it because it's so antithetical to what he's done before. You know, people are like, well, can't people change? Yes, people can change, you know. But if Adolf Hitler all of a sudden started to extol the virtues of Judaism, Okay, people are going to be like, well, wait, hang on a sec. You're literally doing the opposite. You know, comes out after the article and goes, actually, Judaism's based. You can expect that his previous fans are obviously going to be upset by that. But then on top of that, you know, basically Kanye, yeah. Like, what happened with Kanye? Okay, Somerset Child, I don't know if you're just like super retarded or what your problem is. I've said multiple times, of course, if you want to change and you want to become a better person, then you can do that. But you've got to anticipate and expect that it was a total pivot and shift from what you were doing before. People are going to question that and be like, hang on a minute, that's like totally different to what you've been like before. I mean, has anyone been saying, no, he's got to stay the same, he's got to do the same content? I don't think it's just that. It's once again the browbeating. Yes, true. Very true. It is drastic. Yeah, it's like, it's not just like a shift once slightly here or there. It's like a complete fucking flip on all the shit he said and done before. Of course, people are going to be like, hang on a minute. And obviously, he's saying at the start of the video, I thought it would be obvious. I mean, this is the first time he's obviously, I think, explicitly stated this stuff. It's wild, yeah. It would be like it's like Ben Shapiro becoming a leftist. Do you know what I mean? It'd be the same response.
Some really old, tired opinions about people who do sex work. I think he has a lot of weird opinions as well about masculinity and shit.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
A lot of it's not explicitly said, but when you listen to the jokes, it's like, oh, that's actually just your opinion phrased in a comedic way.
There was some type of nerd fight last year, and Chris Ray.
Yeah, right. Two legs. I think I agree with you. Like, go back and watch how he approached the Sam Hyde thing. Even from then, it seems like he's a very different person.
And all these people, it's like some big ethot worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. But everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethot or like touching ethot's titty or pussy. It's always that. And it's just like, what happens is people get all excited about it. And I think Chris Reagan was like, he probably thought he was going to go there and beat some fucking nerd up and he was going to win. Like, I don't know if they're giving, I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there at these events. I don't know what kind of sponsorship is going on. Like, if you win certain fights, I think you get to own some of these girls for some of the nights.
Awesome.
I don't know how it works, but I think Chris was like he had plans to go beat up a nerd and however they get to like lease one of these girls. And so like he got there. Well, Ian was probably thinking like, because I think man, I need to just stop all this probably.
No, Froggy, keep going. I think you should keep going. I think that.
I mean, again, this all happened after. You get these women, right? You get these women, okay? You get these fucking women, right? Do you know what they do? They upload like a picture of themselves in a bikini every other week onto OnlyFans. And they're like, yeah, I'm a sex worker. Sex worker? Where's the fucking work and where's the sex, bitch? You're just putting a picture up of your fucking bikini. Where's the work? Where's the sex? What do you mean you're a sex worker? You're putting yourself in the same fucking boat as some hooker that's getting abused by some fella, going and sucking off guys down the dock for a $5 a pop, you know, getting abused, getting, you know, all the other shit. And you're there fucking, ooh, I'm going to put another picture of myself in a bikini up. That's $5, thank you. I'm a sex worker. What do you mean? You're not a fucking sex worker. You're not a sex worker, okay? You're a glorified fucking Instagram influencer, you bitch. Fuck you. Jesus Christ, what is that? Who said that? Who's that?
Welcome to
Hey, thank you for the sub.
iDubbbz is a soy progressive now? Is that why he looks like a non-binary lesbian on his first dose of testosterone?
Yo, what the fuck? Thank you for... I was going to say, you can't be a non-binary lesbian, but apparently you can now. They changed the rules, so you can be whatever you want. Anyway, that's a banger. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that, again, to make the point again, I guess, the broadening out of sex work to mean literally anyone that does anything on OnlyFans is kind of insane to me, but nonetheless.
The women of the world need to hear your opinions on these things. Talk more about how sex workers are property. That's a funny joke. It was super funny the third time that you referred to women as property. That was the funniest one. Because when you said lease, I was like, yeah, I know what a lease is. Even if you didn't do any of the Sam Hyde stuff, why would we want you at our event? Like, if you're just gonna blatantly disrespect sex workers and women and other fighters, saying that they're here to touch.
I don't know. I just yeah, why invite him in the first place? Why have him on in the first place if he's such a bad guy? Or is it only the stuff after he said after he left that's a problem? Well, in that case, that's got nothing to do with why you got rid of him, is it? That's like, you know, post hoc rationalization.
E-thoughts, like, it is so disrespectful and shitty. I don't want to share the space with you. I don't want other people to be uncomfortable because you're there. Like, you don't get the vibe, all right? The vibe is sex workers and fighting, I guess. And you don't like the sex workers part. I don't think Froggy is doing Sam Hyde's dirty work by, you know, shit-talking Anissa. I think it's just pretty clear that he holds similar opinions to Sam Hyde and similar opinions to Sam Hyde fans, which is...
Wait, hang on a second. I mean, there's a bit of a difference between what Froggy Fresh was saying and what Sam Hyde was saying. I mean, Sam Hyde took it up to fucking 20. Like, what? Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. So there's another standard, guys. There's another standard too. You're not allowed to hold the same opinions as Sam Hyde about women. Okay, if you hold the same opinions as Sam Hyde about women, not allowed. Yes, I will cover this because it looks funny.
Excuse me.
Okay. However, there's a lot of other shit to get to first, but I will cover it today.
Is like, you're just gonna repeat the shit that your hero is saying.
You have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono, bro. It's got to be over. It's got to be over.
And leave the girl. Ditch the girl.
Thank you for the sub.
I think Ian met the wrong person.
Oh my god, listen to that. Look.
You have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono.
Oh no, look what oh my god, the Sam Hyde fans. They're there. God, imagine being this concerned about what a fan of another creator's saying about you, man. Seriously. That's Turkey Tom, is it? No, it's not. That's not Turkey Tom, is it? Is it? Is it really? Wait, why is he called him a Sam Hyde fan? Turkey Tom's like a big YouTuber.
That your hero is saying.
You have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono, bro. It's got to be over. It's got to.
I think it is, isn't it? Is it? That is his voice. I can recognize his voice anywhere. It's gotta be. Why is he calling him a Sam Hyde fan?
And leave the girl. Ditch the girl.
I think Ian met the wrong person. I honestly think it's just like, I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person. It can take you to make the wrong decisions.
She's probably a succubus that's like sucking the life out of him.
Sad to see you didn't make the card again. When will iDubbbz break free from that succubus that is holding him back?
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation.
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity.
Yeah.
Her anal bead package came out and it was $100 for to look at.
Dude, what the actual fuck? Oh, yeah, it is him. Look. Look. He's tweeted about it. It's actually so fucking over, bros.
Pictures of her with anal beads.
I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there. Like you get to own some of these girls. They get to like lease one of these girls.
So Ian really embarrassed himself. And so he didn't want Sam at his event because Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Tyler is like repeating all of...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, Froggy Fresh has got some takes to disagree with. I think it literally is just down to the, you know, the what, you know, I don't think it's down to that necessarily. I think it's pretty reasonable that IDubbbz doesn't want Sam Hyde there because of all the shit. It's just the way he's gone about dealing with it is terrible. But again, like, we're showing clips of him after you got kicked. Yeah, sure, he's chatting a lot of shit. Fine, but like, what has this got to do with? You can't possibly have based your kicking on these words because it didn't happen till after.
All of these narratives about how I've changed for the worst. The person responsible for my change in a bad way is Anissa. Anissa is a manipulative person. Oh yeah, that I'm like concerned about getting upstaged by Sam or people who are more talented than me, which is insane to me because I've put on this event twice, me as the main fight, and I've lost both times. That's pretty upstaged. As a side note, Sam Hyde has made it a habit to try to sound like a reasonable person by saying, if Ian and Anissa just asked, I'll stop harassing them.
Yeah, if Ian ever hit me up and was like, hey man, can you leave me alone? I'd fuck it. I'd stop talking about him. Whatever. I don't care that much.
If you ask me to stop, I'll stop.
Which on its face is already an insane thing to say. Of course, no one wants to be harassed.
If they let Froggy back on the card, I won't tweet at Ian or Anissa ever again. I'll shut up forever. How about that?
I get to bring back someone on the card who doesn't respect me, my wife, other fighters, and in return I have the...
I gotta be honest, I think that's bait from Sam Hyde. But even so, maybe you should try it just to see. What harassment is he referring to, though? Like, don't get me wrong, Sam Hyde is saying some wild shit, of course. But is that harassment? Is Sam Hyde in your DMs? Is he in your replies? Like, is shit talk harassment now? I just don't agree with that, I don't think. Honestly, I feel like this video just kind of goes to show how, yeah, how much like Sam Hyde is in his head. It probably isn't a good thing.
Chance of not being harassed by Sam Hyde? Oh man, how can I refuse that? Just so we're on the same page in case I have to make a future video, you heard what Sam Hyde said. If he's a respectable guy, he's not going to continue to harass me because he says, by his own admission, he doesn't care that much.
I don't care that much.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with.
It's just... Remember when this guy went to Tana Monyo's event and stood next to her and said the N-word to prove a point? Do you remember that? I remember that. I remember that. And it's like, now he's like, please stop harassing me on the internet. I don't know, man. It's just like, what the fuck, man? I get people change. I get it. But it just seems like insane to go from that to this. Crazy. Crazy. It's like a different person. Yeah, it's like a different person. I mean, you know, if this was like some lefty person or something, it would kind of be uneventful. You might say it's soy and cringe, but you'd just be like, yeah, it's kind of par for the course. Very weird. Very weird to see, but oh well.
Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then like refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable. Another thing I want to make clear is that the decision to kick Froggy from the card isn't just for like me and Anissa's comfort. There are a lot of people who don't want anything to do with Sam Hyde who are fighting on our card. There are a lot of people who are our fans who want nothing to do with Sam Hyde. So we're trying to protect them. We're trying.
But you don't have to have anything to do with Sam. What is Froggy and Fresh putting a picture of retweeting him? Oh no, I'm now so... It's so ridiculous. Dude, just fucking... I don't know, just ignore it. I don't know. Why am I just ignoring stuff, man? Seriously. Like, I get it if it's like in their face or something like that, but it doesn't have to be, does it? Am I missing something here?
trying to protect the environment that we're in, and we want it to be comfortable for everyone. I truly believe if we had Froggy participate through the rest of the event, it would have made the event worse, like noticeably worse, because we are all trying to work together to make the show as good as possible. And I think if Froggy doesn't fuck with what we got going on, he was gonna make it difficult. One way or another, it was gonna be difficult. In closing, I wanna say that Creator Clash is probably the single best thing that I've ever done in my life. It has, brought so much joy to me and Anissa. It has brought the most awesome people that I've ever met. It's brought them into my life, and I'm super grateful, and I want to keep doing it, and this event means so much to me, and I'm going to protect it, and I'm going to protect the fighters and the people involved in the event, and, I'm not, when it comes to people wanting to fuck around and mess with the vibes,
Welcome to
I'm
Chud
not going to
Nation.
tolerate
Thank you for the sub.
You're going to get kicked from the card if you're being a piece of shit, and if you're not communicating and if you're not cooperating.
If you're not communicating, that's rich coming from you. How is he? Okay. So hanging out with Sam Hyde is now being a piece of shit, because obviously a lot of the stuff he showed was after. Notice as well how if you didn't pause and read the messages, you're not going to understand how retarded these things that he's saying are.
And I want nothing new with Sam Hyde as well. So fuck that guy, and thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
I paid money, I'm on the floor seats, and I see like some shenanigans going down. I take a photo of it, it's just people holding up a sign. It said Froggy did nothing wrong. Like
seemingly innocuous.
Yeah, right. I go to this like after event, and Anissa comes up to me. She comes up and says, that tweet was really not cool, and I just apologized. I felt kind of like a bitch. I was like, why the fuck did I apologize?
Masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Okay, I don't really understand what the point of that. What was that about at the end?
Right. I go to this like after event, and Anissa comes up to me. She comes up and says, that tweet was really not cool, and I just apologize.
Who is this guy? Rusty Cage. Did he do Creator Clash as well? Is he trying to say that, you can just apologize and that's enough? Is that right? I don't know, man. Anyway, there we go. What a shit video. Wow, never in my life would I imagine a world where iDubbbz is asking someone to stop harassing him on the internet. That is the top comment, man. Jesus. And then it's lots of comments about Fish Tank. Big ups, John. Anyway, I don't want to get into the ins and outs of all the responses to this, but needless to say, I've only seen a couple of comments in support of iDubbbz. Most people have been saying how bad this video is. Oof. Big oof. Anyway, there we go. Not the best received video I've seen. Weird to put a separate channel in our Discord because everyone kept talking about fucking Fish Tank, which is fine. I've not really gotten into it that much. But obviously, it just was taken over other chats, so we had to put it into one place. Watch Fish Tank. It's the reality show Sam Hyde's done. But yeah, it's like Big Brother. I used to watch Big Brother. Seeing all of the seeing all of the comments about it's pretty funny. Anyway, where can you watch it? I think it's on YouTube at the moment, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. Oh, it's on. Is it back on the website? It was on YouTube for a while, right? Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that video, honestly. Not a fan of that video. Oh. Look, I'm trying to be. Listen, I'm trying to be reasonable in my approach to this. I just think it's quite clear reading those messages, if you're not autistic, what iDubbbz was trying to do, and for him to turn around and be like about the communication shit at the end is just crazy. Like, lay down the law. It's your event. Hey, if you're going to work with Sam Hyde, you can't box at the event, or you can box with him, but don't post anything on Twitter about it. Or, I mean, unless you're like a big invested iDubbbz Giga fan at this point, I just don't see how you would watch that and think that iDubbbz looks good in it. He looks pretty bad throughout. A couple of points where, you know, you could probably be critical of Froggy Fresh for some of the things he's said and done, but on the whole, it just seems that iDubbbz is the one that is the architect of it going wrong. Anissa shouldn't have told him to release a video. I disavow. I disavow. Yeah, no, fair play for addressing it, I guess. I mean, for him, the correct thing to do would be to ignore it, but it is respectable to address it. But yeah, not a fan. You'll take TLDR on iDubbbz Froggy. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like iDubbbz was trying to be manipulative with Froggy in DMs and get him to see Sam Hyde was a bad guy. So he would say, I'm not going to work with him. Didn't really seem willing to lay down the law. Didn't want to be seen to say you can't work with Sam Hyde and give a very flimsy like approach to it. Froggy seemingly just wanted a hard answer and it wasn't delivered. And, you know, went on to talk some shit afterwards and has got bad opinions about women and sex workers. What that has got to do with him getting kicked, I'm not sure though. Yeah, the problem with Sam Hyde is he's really funny. But, you know, I think iDubbbz is well within his rights to say, I don't want to be associated, I don't want Sam Hyde associated with my event. He's totally in the right on that. That's up to him. It's his event. And Sam Hyde talks a lot of shit about him. So it's, you know, totally reasonable for him to say, I don't want, you know, Sam Hyde to be associated. But it's a guilt by association thing that I think is cringe. And, you know, it seems like the guilt by association thing is excessive in this case. Yeah, honestly, I think if he'd have just said up front, I don't want to be associated with Sam Hyde in any way, it would have been embarrassing for him because it probably would have got out, but at least, you know, he would have been able to put a firm stance down and then everyone knows where they stand. But yeah, he's approached it in just the worst way and just been very, you know. Right, what did Amaranth get banned for? Does anyone actually know? Is this part of the escalation? Hopefully. Probably some sort of nudity-based thing. I mean, yeah, that video was pretty damning that we just put out of all of her little tricks. Oh, yeah, guys. Real cock blowjob. Real cock being the name of the dildo. 6 ban, yeah. It does pay me to defend Kumas, but my belief in consumer rights supersedes all. It is false advertising. I think that's pretty, you know, undeniable, right? You need it if you pay for a shit, but you should get what you pay for, yeah. Define Kumacha, just people openly sexual. Anyone that engages with any sort of sexual thing that I don't like, that's what a Kuma is. Now, listen, look, at the end of the day, you know, at the end of the day, if people want to do that sort of thing, I genuinely think it's your decision. Spend your money how you want. Just don't make like a big, like, don't respond to porn stars on Twitter. That's just weird, man. Who does that, man? Who goes on Twitter and goes, do you know what I'm going to do today? I'm gonna go to the replies on Twitter publicly and say things about their vagina. I don't know, man. It's so weird to me. Yeah, there was one person whose name escapes me. But they were like in the replies of a certain porn star saying like, "Oh, it's good to see you back doing content again." I was like, "What the fuck, bro? What? That's wild." The only thing that I think is acceptable is gay stuff. $475 days later. He signed with Rumble now, right? Your account was recently suspended for extreme harassment. What was it he did that's extreme harassment? What? Oh, the Pokemon thing, the Pokerade. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just look at this and I think, is he going to do it again? Like, why are you keeping him banned? That just seems insane to me. You think he's going to do it again? Like, I just think to keep him banned at this stage just seems totally pointless. But the thing is, Pokemon shouldn't have a determination on whether or not someone is banned on Twitch. Like, that shouldn't be up to her at all. It should be up to the trust and safety team or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I understand the initial ban, but surely after over a year, you'd think they go, okay, well, you know, he's probably had enough of a period now where he won't do it again. Gideon did crash TwitchCon EU. Okay. Sure, maybe there's, you know, some extra circumstances, but when was that? Last year? Anyway, he probably doesn't mind, I don't think. He's on Rumble, right? But it isn't nice being banned. I mean, you can't watch his content on stream. It's bad for everyone else. Right, what else have we got? Oh, okay, I'll tell you what we'll look at. We'll take a bit of a right turn. We'll look at this beef between the Quartering and Matt Walsh about video games. Wait, did I not at the server that I'm live? That seems like an error. They all care. Twitch is the easiest way to make money for an already established content creator. I'd imagine it's like an exclusive deal with Rumble, though, right? Something like that. Well, the exact reason for Amazon's ban Twitch is unknown. Some believe that a recent spat with fellow streamer Adrian Chudlogic has something to do with it. What the hell?
Welcome to Chud Nation.
When's your 7-figure kick deal?
Hey! Thank you for the subs. That's probably not going to happen ever. Amaro took notice of Chudlogic's call out and issued a challenge of her own. The streamer posted a series of comments and the YouTube video showing Twitch star XQC's reactions to the drama, where she publicly challenged Chudlogic to a boxing match. Apparently, she challenged her to a boxing match. I literally have never had a bad interaction with her. She always plays nice when asking for invites to stuff. Ooh, juicy. I didn't speak to her AVN because I didn't see her, lol. I'll say it here first. I'll challenge her in the ring. Catch me outside. How about that? How the fuck is this girl so dumb? She wants to challenge a woman who recently broke her back to a boxing match. Grow up and be a woman and let's talk or keep clout chasing, because at the end of the day, that's all she has is this. That's why she's mean to everyone. I don't know. Maybe it happened when I was off or something. Yeah, April 30th. Fuck no. Jesus, I missed this. She can't. I don't think she can physically fight. She's got like a, like some. What was it happened? She got a rod installed or something. Got a rod put in. not the kind of rod that you would like to watch. Let's put it that way. Chechik would go on to say she knows I can't respond in a final tweet on the matter at the time of writing. Though these two aren't set to touch gloves in the ring anytime soon, there's clearly some beef between these two creators. Well, there we go. So that drama got wrapped up. Cat fight. Wow. Honestly, it is kind of crazy how women that were like full-blown porn stars are able to just like come on Twitch and stream. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I get the dynamic. It's just like, damn. Like, I'm sure I remember seeing you in some crazy scene a long time ago. And now you're on Twitch. I'm having a very good day. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day too. Tattoo Romance. Honestly, where are all the male porn stars? Where are the male porn stars? Okay, let's cover this quickly, okay, while we're here. Again, not something I feel there's a full segment in because it's literally just a statement, but we'll talk about it nonetheless. Notice the relevant section. This is from Adam and Sitch's Twitter. I mean, Sitch's Twitter. Notice the relevant segment is highlighted. But let's read this, okay? I feel like there's a level of retardation from both sides on this one. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting on the street in Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Curious comment there. I wonder what he means by that. This is a New York Times article. It's there. Anyway, so the first thing I'll say, okay, is obviously I think we know this is like a racially like clearly he's saying that white men fight honorably. Like, listen, look, jumping a guy like that is dishonorable. Obviously, it's not how white men fight. Clearly, he's saying white men fight honorably, and other races don't fight honorably. But is he wrong? Yes, absolutely. There's like tons of videos of a bunch of white guys jumping one person. It's nothing to do with race. Like, it's all about, like, the group mentality. You know, group of people get together, there's one person, they start fucking jumping them. I don't know, man. What is this idea that white men are just honorable fighters? Anyway, that being said, put that to one side. Obviously, this is like, as a progressive, this is obviously the most egregious part. And, you know, I understand the outrage to this, right? It gives the idea that white men fight honorably and the blacks don't. Like, I get it, right? But then it's what it goes on to say that I think is important too, as much as this is, you know, a spicy thought process, let's put it that way. But it goes on to say, yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then, somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. The Antifa creep is a human being. Much as I despise what he says and does, much as I'm sure I'd hate him personally if I knew him, I shouldn't gloat over his suffering. I should be bothered by it. I should remember that somewhere, somebody probably loves this kid and would be crushed if he was killed. If I don't care about these things, if I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is? Like, this actually makes Tucker sound like a quite insightful, thoughtful person who's willing to self-criticize. Like, yeah, the fucking racist bit is bad, sure. But, like, it sounds like he's being quite introspective here. And it's a good message. It's like his Liam Neeson moment. Yeah, sure. And I just think, like, that's a message that, you know, take the person out, take the bit about white people out, okay? And just have that statement and remove the context clues. I mean, progressives would probably disagree and go, no, it's good to blank a Nazi. But nonetheless, I think the sentiment there is good. And yeah, we don't want to reduce people to politics and engage in this kind of, like, you know, savage perspective of, well, they're bad, so I hope they get hurt, I hope they get killed. Like, it's good to take a step back and go, well, they're still a human being at the end of the day, and someone still loves them. And, you know, they're not the totality of the worst parts of their personhood. Yeah. If you watch what happens on Twitter, this message is super important. Yeah, exactly. It is important to, like, take that step back and have some recognition of, like, fuck. You know, it's easy to get into that mentality of, I hope this person has great harm put upon them. I hope they die. I hope they're hurt, whatever. But we shouldn't wish that on anyone. And, you know, I get that, like, in the moment, in the heat of the moment, it's going to be a different circumstance. But taking a step back, looking at it from the sidelines, it's just crazy that someone could look at someone like this and get to that stage. But, you know, the feeling that Tucker had here is unfortunately far too common. It's far too common. And I just wish that people wouldn't go down that route with it. But yeah, obviously you've got progressives focusing on the racism, and then you've got the conservatives focusing on the good thing at the end. when this is obviously, you know, got some good and some bad. I don't know. That's the way I'd put it. But, you know, I understand if you focus on the racist part, you're going to come away with a super bad impression. But taking it in its totality, like, clearly it's the message at the end that's the important part of this. That's the message he's trying to put across. You know, the key part is don't reduce people to their politics. Remember, we're all human beings. But yeah, that's my take on that. At this point, the extreme SJWs and alt-righters are working with the same two brain cells. Honestly, the level of misinformation that's engaged in over some stuff that happens is crazy to me. And it's just as prominent on the left. Just as prominent on the left, you know. Right, anyway, speaking of rightoids, let's watch this. I'm pleased to announce that the right are trying to take us back to the 90s with their anti-video game takes. Matt Walsh seemingly is a proponent of this. So let's have a look.
You know, I speak publicly through several different mediums every day of my life. And you might think that those who wish to be outraged by my comments would find more than enough new fodder every day to keep them satiated. But somehow that is not the case. The outrage mob demands even more reasons to be mad at me. And so they will not only sift through my daily comments, but they'll also dig through everything I've said over the past 10 years to find more ammunition. And this creates a situation where nearly every day I have factions of the outrage mob screaming at me because of things I said that day, and then I have other factions screaming at me arbitrarily over something I said years ago. So they'll come banging on my door, metaphorically, shouting, "Hey, remember this thing you said on September 14th, 2016?
Notice this is quite an interesting tactic by Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is using this idea of the outrage mob, which normally the right are talking about the left or the libs or whatever when they talk about outrage mobs. But he's using that framing for the right because he's trying to characterize, you know, all of his enemies as like unhinged lefty types that are coming for him or whatever, right?
And I'll say, no, I actually don't. That was a long time ago. I don't. What are you talking about? And they'll say, well, here's what you said, and you said it, and we're mad about it 7 years later. And I'll say, okay, well, have fun with that, I guess. I don't know what to do for you. And then I'll go about my day. That's usually the way it works. But every once in a while, this randomly reignited outrage provides me with an opportunity to revisit or expand upon an important point. And that's what happened yesterday when, for some reason, my Twitter mentions became filled with people upset over something that I tweeted on March 8th, 2018. And here's the offending tweet. This was me. Video games are a sacred cow because our country is filled with adults who are obsessed with them. That's why we all pretend insanely that there's nothing wrong with or disturbing about a child spending all day killing people in a virtual world. Child spending all
Adults obsessed with them. That's why we all pretend insanely that there's nothing wrong with or disturbing about a child spending all day. Wait, hang on a second. This is a really retarded take. It feels like he's, you know, having a go at the adults, but then he's talking about kids. When I think that, like, most people, if you ask them on the face of it, hey, do you think kids should play GTA like 12-year-olds? Most people are going to go, no, probably not. And oftentimes it comes down to a failure of parents to adequately enforce or respect whatever the fucking rating system is. But yeah, I don't know if people would say there's nothing wrong with a child spending all day killing people in a virtual world.
All day killing people in a virtual world. Shocking stuff. Apparently in 2018, I made the provocative claim that children shouldn't spend all day playing violent video games. Lots of people apparently disagree. They, I guess, think that children should spend all day playing violent video games. I mean, I could see a response where you say, well, no kids spending all day playing violent video games. But to respond like you disagree with the statement is another thing entirely. But that's what happened.
Wait, hang on a sec. Is he an idiot? People are obviously mad because he said, video games are a sacred cow because our country is filled with adults who are obsessed with them. Like, he's trying, in this statement, he's speaking negatively of adults who play video games. That's what people are taking issue with, mate, not your fucking comment about the kids. Fuck me. Yeah, obviously. Of course, if you go after the gamers, they're going to come for you. It's obvious.
I mean, I could see a response where you say, well, no kids spending all day playing violent video games. But to respond like you disagree with the statement is another thing entirely, but that's what happened. Now, part of the reason why people dig up old tweets is that it gives them, or they believe it gives them, a rhetorical advantage because they can pluck one statement from the past, completely remove it from the broader context and conversation it was a part of, ignore everything else I may have said about that subject at the time to flesh out my views, and instead they can engage with this one statement as if it was made in a void. You know, it's a clever way to make a straw man.
Well, hang on, but okay, I somewhat agree with that idea, but like you made a statement in and of itself that was critical of adults that play video games. So obviously right-wingers that play video games are going to be like, hang on a minute, why are you having to go at us? Like, we're on your side.
Man, out of somebody's argument, even while quoting them directly. It may be a correct quote, like I did say that, but it's only one part of a larger thought. And the larger thought is lost, leaving only the one single piece that you have isolated. For an example of how this works, here's what a guy named George Alexopoulos, who has a relatively large social media following apparently, here's what he tweeted at me yesterday in response to my tweet from 5 years ago. He said, quote, "Video games are a medium, not a genre, you bearded puritanical Philistine."
Oh, God, this is a guy that does those comics. He does those comics.
If your child is only playing games where he's murdering people, get educated and buy him Minecraft, Rocket League, Mario Maker. Better yet, play games together and bond. Debate me, Matt. He wants to debate me about this point from 5 years ago. Now, I'm aware that non-violent video games exist.
I'm going to be honest with you. That came across, yeah, I don't really like that tweet. It came across, like, there's a way to engage with that without coming across as he comes across as like a fucking like super giga gamer guy. Do you know what I mean? Oh, never go my video games. I don't know. Oh God, is everyone involved in this just cringe? Just play Nintendo. Yeah, I know, right? That's what it comes across like.
However, in that one particular statement 5 years ago, I was specifically talking about violent video games, which also exist. Yes, violent video games are a genre. And I was talking about that genre, okay? So just because I'm talking about one thing in particular, it doesn't mean that I'm denying that other things also exist. It's just that this is what I'm talking about right now, or what I was talking about 5 years ago. There was much more straw manning where that came from. The Quartering tweeted, quote, "The right's weird obsession with disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why they will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits."
I mean, I think the Quartering's right on this one. I think there is this weird tendency on the right to disavow and like say how bad some of these mediums are. And I think that for the right, it probably, I mean, yeah, obviously he's not a leftist, but like, I don't think he said that, did he? Anyway, there is definitely a point to be made here that, yeah, like the right probably should avoid like needlessly shitting on culturally relevant content that people tend to like. And, you know, I mean, obviously the Matt Walsh tweet was from a little while ago, but I think up until today, there's still people that are tweeting about how bad some of this stuff is. We'll watch the Quartering's video after this. How funny would a why left the right... Well, the funny thing is the Quartering had beef with Matt Walsh over his approach to Dylan Mulvaney a little while ago. And the Quartering was like, let's let things slide, let bygones be bygones and move forward. But even in this tweet, I don't know if he's... Like, he's not talking about Matt Walsh specifically. He's just talking broadly and making a broad point, which I think is pretty agreeable.
Well, with all due respect to Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people into conservatism than he ever has or ever will.
Well, actually, I've recruited more people than you have. It's so fucking lame. What the actual fuck? Actually, I think you'll find if you read the data, I've recruited more people to the right than you. Bro, what is this competitive bullshit?
I do sometimes, I have to admit, get a little bit tired of hearing lectures on effectiveness from people who are far less effective. Like at a certain point, these people need to maybe take a second, realize that maybe you could learn something. Okay, maybe you could learn something from people who are achieving more than you are in this fight. Possibly.
But the thing is, the reason that Matt Walsh is getting people on board is nothing to do with his takes on video games. If anything, his takes on video games would be a negative detriment to that. Maybe he's going to flesh it out and we can see. But like, it's because he makes a really compelling argument about the fucking gender shit or something like that. And yeah, the other thing, that's another good point as well. Matt Walsh has got a massive media conglomerate now, essentially. Basically, it's a conglomerate. But he's got this massive media company behind him, run by Ben Shapiro, who has got a lot of expertise in the media because of his work in the past, not because of anything else. But, it's like, yeah, of course you're going to be successful. Like, the Daily Wire paid for you to make a whole documentary about gender ideology. Of course you're going to be fucking successful. You got fucking millions of dollars behind you. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you've got fucking, reams and reams of support. So this kind of, oh yeah, well I've recruited more. Yeah, of course you have, because you've got a massive media fucking empire backing you up. I don't know, man. It just seems so fucking cringe to do this dick fucking flexing shit.
People are raving about Genucel products. For example, you might remember Jacob the PA from my YouTube series where I was forced to play video games. I played against Jacob in a game of Mortal Kombat, and I completely annihilated him. Well, I ran into Jacob in the hall the other day, and I was taken aback by how sickly and tired he looked. I'm obviously an incredibly caring person, so of course I asked if he was okay, thinking maybe he still hasn't recovered from the complete embarrassment of a middle-aged man beating him. Well, turns out Jacob just hasn't been sleeping at all over the last few days because he's been binge playing the new Star Wars game that came out. Now, I was not only repulsed by his face, but also repulsed by him completely, by everything about him, an utter disgrace. And unfortunately, I can't cure all the things that ail him, but I can at least cure the disgusting, hideous appearance of his face with Jacob.
I've got to say, in moments like that, you can see, I mean, like I say, I think his mentality around the video game thing's dumb. You can see why he's got some appeal. Just talking shit about this guy after shitting on gamers.
Genucel. Nothing works like Genucel. It's a family recipe that's been perfected over 20 years. Genucel promises immediate effects. You'll see results in 12 hours, guaranteed, or your money back. Jacob did indeed see immediate results, and he couldn't be happier. At least so I hear, since he's no longer allowed to be in my presence. But I hear that he's slightly less repulsive at this point. If you don't want to look disgusting, try Genucel's most popular package for 70% off at Genucel.com/Walsh. All orders are upgraded to free shipping, and every subscription order includes a complimentary spring spa box with free spa essentials. Go to Genucel.com/Walsh, Genucel.com/Walsh. It's also, at the very best, a gross oversimplification to accuse me of disavowing video games and social media. You have me on the anime point, however. As we all know, I do literally think that anime is demonic, and every single person who has ever watched it has become possessed by the devil. Literally, that's what I think. But for the rest of it, not so much. These were the most coherent and intelligent rebuttals to my tweet from half a decade ago. Most of the rest were like these. Conservatives returning to their cancel culture roots. Feels like the 1990s all over again. Don't be left-wing, don't be right-wing, have both wings and fly. Someone else said, how is playing video games any different than reading works of fiction, watching TV shows or movies or any other form of fictional entertainment? I swear,
the thing is, I feel like he's really missing that. And again, if he's got a more fleshed out take, I'd happily listen to it. But in the tweet, he referred to people being like clearly he was making a negative, aspersion about adults that like video games. But he's acting like he wasn't now. I don't know, it's weird. But yeah, I mean, would he say the same thing about people that watch TV or something like that,
Miserable people just want others to be equally as miserable as they are. Another one says, you can tell Matt's parents
Also,
better form of...
who is this digital goon? I don't know if these people are on the left or the right. And that person was more of a centrist before, right? But
of fictional entertainment. I swear, miserable people just want others to be equally as miserable as they are. Another one says, you can tell Matt's parents didn't get him a Nintendo or a Sega for Christmas when he was young. Such a sad childhood.
Oh my God, come on. This guy's part memeing. Come on, man. Are you really going to fucking... Look at this idiot. Look at this idiot saying my parents didn't get me a Nintendo. Dude, come on, he's fucking around.
Must have had. Then someone else says, the life of Matt Walsh is empty. You could end his life and not a soul would mourn his passing.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck, man? He's getting so mad about these like joke me tweets.
Well, if you want to prove my point that video games are a sacred cow in this country and many adults are far too invested in them, then wishing death on me from mildly criticizing some video games is definitely one way to do it. Also, same with the claim that a childhood without video games must have been sad. As it happens, I did have a Nintendo growing up, but most of my most cherished childhood memories have nothing to do with anything I played or watched on a screen. You know, I remember things like going on hikes in the woods with my dad, playing kickball out in the backyard, running around outside all day in the summer, drinking out of a garden hose, coming back for dinner, which was always homemade.
Hey,
and we always ate as a family around the dinner table. Those are the kinds of things that I remember. That's what I spent my childhood doing.
I mean, yeah, I agree with this. Like, honestly, it is so having kids. And listen, he is, clearly very disciplined as a parent because apparently his kids don't have any screens or anything they look at, apparently. I mean, I guess they must watch TV or something. But, kids love technology. But the most cherished memories are when you're out doing stuff with them, Like, taking my kids to London is going to be far more memorable for me and hopefully for them than, watching a movie or them looking at their tablet or whatever it is, So I think this is true. But then I think for me, there's also memories that can come from video games that are probably going to be, good as well. And I think the other problem too is he's looking at it from kind of an older perspective as well. But like, my kids are excited about getting to play like Fortnite with me when they're old enough. Or whatever exists then. Fortnite probably still will exist. But yeah, I mean... Is that not valid? Like them getting to play a video game with me? Yeah, of course, it's sitting at a screen or whatever, but there's like an invaluable experience there that they're excited about, Or like, when my boys come over, play video games, like my little lad laughing his head off because we're playing the Star Wars game and he's stolen my legs. You play a C-3PO and you can disconnect your legs and then one person controls the legs and one person controls the body and he's laughing his head off as he's running away with the legs and I'm trying to chase him with the body and he thinks it's fucking hilarious. And yeah, sure, I'd say that going out and doing something has got tons of value. But also that can have like value as well, So I think that when you have a more interactive experience over that as a parent and a child, that's got a lot of value. Like I remember my grandmother sat watching me play Resident Evil 2. She obviously didn't give a fuck about it, right? She's an old lady. But she still sat and watched it because she knew that it was something I was interested in. So I think that there's a very kind of narrow view of this. And I agree that going out and doing stuff with your kids is the number one priority. But obviously, you're not going to do that all the time. And there's ways that you can integrate stuff that I think it can be great and beneficial. Maybe Matt Walsh should agree with that. Maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. But it seems like he's looking at quite a narrow view of like how it works. I don't know.
How sad. What a sad childhood. Yeah, all that stuff is great, but you didn't spend enough time playing Mario. Really sad. Now, we've heard from everyone who misses the point, but what is the point exactly?
Here we go.
Well, there are a few points that matter, I think. But you won't be able to hear them if you insist absolutely that no statements even vaguely critical of video games can ever be uttered in your presence. Okay, if video games are a religion for you, then there's not much I can say to get through to you. But for everybody else, here's what it boils down to. There is obviously nothing inherently wrong with video games as a medium. Okay, it's just another form of screen-based entertainment. And when it comes to our children and to ourselves too as adults, but we're just going to focus on children for now, the two things we have to take into consideration with screen-based entertainment of all kinds are, one, the messages embedded in the content, and two, the amount of time spent on the content. Now, as to the first point,
yeah, sure.
You know, I think all reasonable people
But again, you know, maybe there's more context. But in that tweet, he was like, I don't know. I just feel like he's totally disregarding the fact that like people that have like video games are going to feel a bit put out because it feels like everyone to go at them. It's fine to have this take now, and I agree with some of it. I agree with the idea of screen time, the messaging, you know, the violence, whatever. I'm down with that. But you can make those points without acting like, you know, there's these obsessed adults that you can't criticize games around. You know, these are all pretty reasonable takes.
Understand that the screen is a very powerful messaging system. There's a reason why the corporate world spends literally billions of dollars every year marketing through the screen. They know that it's a very effective way to influence people, especially children. There are plenty of studies that prove this point if you're into that sort of thing, but you don't need a study. You're living in the study. You are the study. We live in a culture shaped by and around the screen. Go to any school and you'll find a building full of kids whose values, beliefs, priorities, tastes have been nearly completely determined by the content they spend their days ingesting through the screen. Video games are not the only example of this, or even the most potent example, but they also obviously aren't an exception. They're in that category. There are all kinds of ideas and images that kids encounter in astronomically large quantities every day. Graphic violence is one category. You know, it's not good for kids to spend an exorbitant amount of time consuming graphically violent content, even if the content is fictional and virtual and imaginary. Okay, it doesn't mean that it has no influence just because it's fictional.
Oh my God. This is this is true. This is actually true. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying it like it's like some, yeah, of course, obviously. Young kids watching violent shit is bad. It's why we've always got fucking age ratings on things and we say you can't play it until this recommended age and stuff like that. The problem often comes down to the parenting thing. And the thing is, I don't know if Matt Walsh has ever experienced this. Maybe he's, you know, more on the ball than I am. But, like, it's easy for your kid to be sat there and they're watching something and then all of a sudden, bang, there's like some inappropriate thing. Do you know what I mean? It might not even be violence. It might just be some messaging that you don't want them to be introduced to or something like that. You know, it could be a movie that you put on thinking it's going to be appropriate, and then all of a sudden there's something in there that's like, you know, they shouldn't be watching that, you know? The Rainbow Brigade, well, I mean, obviously he might have a different view on what's appropriate and what's not. But even then, you know, if they were watching something, I'll be honest with you, right? If my kids were watching a kids' TV show, bear in mind, and my daughter's 8 and my boys are 5, if there was all of a sudden like hardcore pro LGBT stuff that wasn't just like vague, hey, everyone's different, guys, you know, it's okay for a boy to like a boy or something like that, something very generic, which would be no big deal to me. But it was like real heavy-handed LGBT, I'd be like, whoa. Like, hang on a minute, what's all this? Do you know what I mean? Because I just don't think that at like 5 years old, you need to be looking at that kind of shit. It's just like unnecessary, you know? Like, they've got plenty of time to learn about the intricacies of love as time goes on. I think if you're watching a kid's cartoon, it's pretty reasonable to expect it to just be like, hey, everyone's different, let's be friends type stuff. Like, that's obviously just normal and fine. But there's a line where it's like, you know, and I do get concerned sometimes where there's like some extremities in some of the stuff you see. And I don't really see it in the cartoons that my kids watch, but there's definitely elements sometimes where you're like, okay, yeah, this is like too much. They don't need to be exposed to this level of like intricacy of a discussion around the LGBT stuff. I think, you know, a lot of the stuff that conservatives draw attention to, like as an adult, you look at it and you think, you know, that's fine, possibly. But when you're a parent, I think, you know, like some of the kind of drag situation, I think is like one example. Like, you know, ostensibly drag characters in a show. It's just like, it's not necessary, you know? Like when there's like the rainbow flags going on and it's anything beyond like standard basic messaging. But like I say, for me, I've only seen it looking from the outside in at some of the conservative commentary online about it. The cartoons that my kids watch tend to be like Spider-Man or, you know, something like that. So I don't really have like anything my kids have seen. Would you want your kids watching Christian propaganda? No, of course not. They already believe in heaven, which is bad enough. I remember seeing people like Dame Emma Everidge, Lily Savage on TV a lot. Yeah, but that was like after the watershed, wasn't it? That wasn't meant for kids. Lily Savage was like, you know, cigarette smoking, foul-mouthed like person. I don't think that was meant for kids at all. You said they watched. Well, my daughter watches Darman. She's 8. But Darman is not any. It is very generic. Like, oh, be nice to each other. You know, like there was one they were watching the other day, and it was like favor the bits.
Movie night.
And there was this young black kid, and they were like mouthy and that to their mother, and they got sent to like military camp, and they got basically like, you know, whipped into shape essentially. And then the mother came in and was like, see, it's not always better on the other side. You behave yourself now. And the kid was like, much better. And I look at that and I'm like, well, yeah, that's fine for like an 8-year-old to watch, you know? Wait, hang on. No, you know what I mean? I don't mean it in a race way. But yeah, to answer your question, no, I wouldn't like, if there was I wouldn't want my 5-year-old boys watching fucking Dame Edna whatever, like drag queen, like foul-mouthed drag queen. No, thank you. Let kids be kids and watch kids stuff, you know? But yeah, I just think that there does seem to be this tendency to introduce more and more complicated concepts around certain things to kids. And it doesn't need to be that complicated. At 5 years old, right? You ask a kid about an ethics and they go, oh, that's mean, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's it. That's their thought process. They're not able to like engage with complex ethical and moral questions of societal aspects. Do you know what I mean? It's just simple to them. You know, everyone's different. Be nice to each other. That's the kind of shit that they should be having in their content. Not this like, you know, anything beyond that is just unnecessary and excessive. Like there was, I mean, I don't know what the age bracket was, but like when it comes to like racism, for example, right? The idea that it's mean to be cruel to someone because they look different to us is a concept that children can understand very easily. But there was a Disney cartoon, it was on Disney Plus, I think. And it was like going into like more intricate detail about race-based issues. What fuck? What did you see it? I never really looked into it in any substantive detail. I just remember seeing a bit of like an uproar about it, and I think I watched some clips, and I was like, Jesus, this is a bit much, isn't it? Proud Family, is that what it was? Yeah, possibly. Maybe it was for older kids. Maybe the outrage was a bit excessive, but. Oh god, we've got Matt Walsh's coverage of it. Is that what I need to be watching? Anyway.
Among other things, it can have the effect of desensitizing their minds and their souls to violence. And the kind of casual cruelty and violence that we so often see among kids today is a pretty good evidence of this desensitization. Like it kind of boggles my mind that anyone could hear an argument like this. You know, kids are being desensitized to violence. Then you hear people say, well, what do you mean? Where's your evidence of that? Where's my evidence of it? Look around you. What are you talking about?
The classic fucking conservatives Just look around you. Like, it's so fucking classic, retard conservative fucking perspective, isn't it? I fucking love that so much. No source needed, just observe. Like, I mean, maybe this is an Americanized thing. Maybe in America you're thinking, yeah, he's right. But I look around in the UK, I go to my kids' school. Yeah, you get like, you know, kids, especially when they're like, you know, 5, 6, 7 years old, they're developing the understanding of how to handle their emotions and stuff like that over time. So like younger kids will lash out at each other because they don't have the ability yet to like as adequately talk about how they feel or something like that. So they'll like lash out and stuff like that. But that's always been the case. Maybe back in Victorian days when kids were like battered about the place and abused and be seen but not heard, it was different. But I think certainly over the last, you know, 30, 40, 50 years, there's been this issue where 3, 4, 5-year-olds will kind of lash out at each other. And you just got to kind of help them learn and grow and develop. Do you spank your kids? I've never spanked my kids, no. The worst I've ever done is like violently grab them if they're going to like run into a road or something like that. That's the most like aggressive, I guess you could say, I've gotten with them. But, you know, I don't know. It's tough because it's like you want to kind of, sometimes you want to scare the shit out of your kids, you know? It sounds bad, but there are times when stuff is so serious, you want to just shit them up. You want to be like, oi, no! Because you want them to think, oh, fuck, that's bad. I shouldn't do that, you know? And you need that to be the ultimate bad stuff so they know, oh, shit, I shouldn't do that. And that needs to be stuff where they could get harmed. Or if they're like causing harm to each other, like my boys do this thing where they grab each other's faces and just fucking like that really hard. And it's like, you got to try and put a stop to that because that could cause like an injury or something, you know? I beat my kids with my sandals. I don't know about that. Well, the problem, I mean, you know, I just think it's the idea that you would like physically accost your children for doing something wrong. Like, that's not how the world works. That's not how it should work, is it? Like, if you're old, you don't fucking, well, obviously some progressives disagree if you say the N-word, but like, you're not supposed to get physically accosted for like stuff generally. It's supposed to be law and order, right? Anyway.
You're living in the evidence. Now, this doesn't mean that kids should never be exposed to any form of violence at all. Violence is part of the world. It's not always bad either. There's heroic violence. There's violence in defense of the innocent and so on. It's good for kids to be given examples of that kind of violence, even if the examples are sometimes fictional, even if they're cartoonish. You know, superheroes, for example, are, an example of heroic violence. But when the violence is gratuitous and amoral and overly graphic, when it is violence for the sake of violence, when it's violence where the entertainment comes from simply watching someone suffer, even if in a fictional context, that is when it becomes a problem.
Does anyone disagree? Does anyone disagree with it? Does anyone disagree that you shouldn't show kids the Saw movies? Or like other forms of gratuitous, like who is out there going, I think my 12-year-old should be playing GTA. You know, normally a 12-year-old will play GTA because it's a disinterested parent that doesn't understand. It's not often that you hear someone go, yeah, I think my child should play this game where you can dismember people. Like, what the fuck?
Especially for kids. There's a message in that kind of content too, and it's a message that undermines human dignity and desensitizes the viewer, especially if the viewer is a child. So I think we should be very careful about the kind of violence that kids are exposed to, whether it's through a film, a television, a show, a video on social media, or a video game. Second point, putting the quality of the content.
Sure, I know I'm sure you did play, violent video games when you're older, but like if it was like, right, you're looking after right, let's say you were given care of a 12-year-old today, right? Let's say you were given care of a 12-year-old and they were like, oh, what are we going to do today? And it's like, right, you can either play Mortal Kombat or you can play a Star Wars game, or we can go outside and do something outside. Like, what option are you going to choose? Do you know what I mean? Like, I doubt people are going to be like, oh, my first choice is you can play Mortal Kombat. You're going to be thinking, right, more age appropriate. And then before that, you'll probably think, well, let's go outside and do something and go and play football or whatever, right?
Aside, which you really can't do because the quality through all of these mediums is so often garbage. But setting that aside, volume is the other great concern. Whether we're talking about social media, shows, movies, or games, kids are spending a huge portion of their formative childhood years staring at screens. They aren't having real childhood experiences. They aren't learning how to relate to each other and to the world. They're becoming fat and depressed. They can barely even speak to each other. They can't look you in the eye. They don't stand up straight. They're just staring at.
Whilst I agree in principle with the idea of less time on the screen, more time doing stuff, it's I feel like he's catastrophizing a bit here, right? I think it's true to get them away from the screens and stuff, but I feel like there's a catastrophic ways describing it that I just don't think, for me, is really reflected in reality, you know? My kids probably do spend more time in front of their screens than they should. But by the same token, it's they can still go out, we went out to London and spent all day looking around London and they were loving it. They were having a good time. They were engaged. They can talk to each other. I don't know. I just think there's a catastrophic element that he's describing that I just don't think really exists.
On the phone all the time. And all of this can be traced back to a life dedicated to these damned screens. This is why we don't do video games or phones or computers in our home with our 6 kids. It's not because we're afraid that they're going to, spontaneously combust if they ever hold a phone in their hand or play Minecraft or whatever, but it's because the screen is a tyrant. It demands obsessive attention, and it usually gets what it demands. There's an undeniable addictive quality to all this stuff, and most of us know that from experience.
I mean, if that's the way he wants to run his household and have his kids brought up, then, that's fine. That's up to him. I think that's, if anything, fairly noble. I remember when I was, before I was a parent, I was like, my kids are not having a tablet till they're at least fucking 12 and stuff like that. My boys are 5 and they've had their tablet for a year. It's, being a parent's tough. But, I don't have a problem with it. I think it's fine as part of a balanced thing. But if he wants to run his household like that, that's up to him as a parent, So I just think that, fair play to him.
It's possible to moderate your own usage. It's possible to moderate your child's usage of the device. It's possible to moderate the kind of content they're exposed to on these devices. But the vast majority of parents fail to impose that kind of moderation. And that's why it seems more effective to us in my home and a sure bet to simply keep it all away for now. After all, our kids will have a whole lifetime in front of them to waste away staring at screens if that's how they choose to spend their adulthood. I hope they don't, but they can. If when they're adults, they can do what they want. But they'll never be able to get this time back. They can never have a second childhood. As much as my generation might try to pull that off for ourselves, trying to have a second childhood, you can't actually do that. Our kids will have time for the screens, more than enough time, way too much time. For now, I want them to have a childhood. And whether you let your kids play video games or not, I hope you don't allow the video game or the TV or the phone to become their childhood.
That's fair.
The issue.
Fair. I mean, it's a fair point, but would anyone disagree? I feel like he's made it so his take is so agreeable. I'll be like, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. You want kids to have a good experience and stuff, but was that really the spirit of what you were saying? I don't know, man. Apparently, an article he wrote in 2018 has been removed from the Daily Wire website, so I guess we can't dig into it and see.
And that's why ultimately it's the parents who allow the screens to dominate their children's lives who are today canceled. And that'll do it for us today. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great day. Godspeed.
The Matt Walsh Show. The Matt Walsh Show. Does anyone know what his take was in 2018? I'd be surprised if it was just kids. Sounds like he was having a little pop at the gamers too, but I think basically all parents are trying to control screen time in some way. Yeah, but there are definitely some parents who will, it's like the other day. Oh, is this it? Didn't it get taken down? Oh, what got taken down? It's like the other day. What was it? Oh, I think we were going out to a coffee shop. I was taking them out for like lunch and going for a coffee and getting them a cake and stuff. And my daughter was like, "Oh, can I take my tablet with me?" And I'm like, "No, we're going to go out for lunch. Like, let's you don't need to take your tablet everywhere with you. Like, what the fuck?" So I just think obviously kids will want more and more and more. And I'm not perfect. There's definitely times where, especially like after school, I'm just on my phone. They're just watching TV, and it's like bit lazy sometimes. Or they get up in the morning or something like that, and it's like you let them go and fucking watch TV for a bit, where you could probably be doing something a bit more like family focused or something. But there's definitely some parents who are very extreme with it, and they'll let their kids take the tablet everywhere. They won't in any way moderate it. They won't like spend any time with their kids. It would just be like completely disregarded. Everyone's got a different standard, But I think you've got to strive to find the time to have at least some experiences that go beyond just the screen, for sure. Right, what was his take here then? Anyway, let's have a look and see, because he was acting like he was just talking about the kids. President Trump held a meeting on Thursday to discuss violence in video games. It's been said he blames mass shooting on video games, but that's not actually his position. That's not anyone's position. Nobody thinks a child who plays a violent video game will automatically go out and kill real people. Nobody thinks that video games are the only factor contributing to the problem. The pro-video game people prefer to rail against an argument nobody's making because they cannot respond to an extremely logical and irrefutable argument people are making. We have to look at the internet because a lot of the bad things are happening to young kids and young minds, and their minds are being formed. And also video games. I'm hearing more and more people say the level of violence on video games is really shaping young people's thoughts. Shaping young people's thoughts, forming their minds. Yes, of course it has that effect. Of course a child is influenced by their images and ideas. Of course it isn't healthy for a child to spend hours a day playing any sort of video game, least of all violent video games. Okay, it seems to be largely alongside what he was saying before. The problem is I don't think there's good evidence that violence in video games leads to real life violence. I don't think that's the reason that you don't I don't think you prevent kids from playing violent video games because you want them to not be violent. I think that it's not age appropriate for kids to consume violent content because they're just too young to consume it. That's it, I don't think it's about stopping violence. It's just, I don't think that you watching someone get fucking torn to shreds in Saw is appropriate for you as a 12-year-old. Hey, Sam, how's it going? You can cite the studies proving that violent video games don't contribute to violence in kids. I can cite the studies proving they do. And we can go round and round throwing studies at each other until it finally dawns on us that maybe some things can't really be proven or disproved with a study. Maybe something... Okay, this is like really fucking brain dead.
I'm 31 and never been employed. Got an interview for McDonald's and actually shit myself during the interview. She noticed and kept the interview going for another 20 excruciating minutes.
Thank you for the bits. More importantly, did you get the job? Thank you very much for the bits, though. What? I bet it's because he watched a banned streamer. That'd be my guess. There's literally nothing I can think of that he would say or do that would get him banned other than watching a banned streamer. That's pretty wild, though. Amaranth got banned, yeah. Amaranth got banned. Got to be a banned streamer thing. Maybe some things are far too complex or buried far too deeply in the human mind to be quantified and categorized by a guy in a lab coat with a clipboard. The thing is, though, is you can document this, though, right? You can demonstrate a link between like video games and violence. I mean, I can't. It's been so honestly, it's been so long since I've looked at any of this shit. I was like a fucking growing up in the Jack Thompson era. I think Quartering has it at the start of his video. You remember Jack Thompson? Jack Thompson saying that like if you play GTA, you're going to be violent and shit. So that's the last time I thought or looked at this stuff. Some mass shooters weren't video game fans. The Sandy Hook shooter was obsessed with video games. He made 83,000 online kills before he went out and killed 20 children. Are you going to tell me that you're positive his hours upon hours spent stewing in virtual violence had absolutely nothing to do with his murder spree? I mean, well, the problem is there's other. I love this as well. Look, he made 83,000 online kills. Like, bro, what game was he playing? Go away, go away, fuck off! I just want to block ads on your shitty site. What video game was it? Probably COD. Yeah, what was his KD ratio? And how are we going to prove that with a study? A survey of some other parents' kids will tell me what is going on in a dark recent San Diego school shooter's mind. Perhaps we should just try and apply some common sense to the issue. Okay. I've got to be honest with you. I feel like in his response or talking about this, he's kind of like discreetly moving away from some of the shittier points that he made to like make a better argument, which is more reasonable. But he's not really taking into account the fact he was saying some dumb shit in this article. Like, let's apply some common sense to the issue. Like, if it was just like, hey, kids shouldn't be consuming violent video game content because, you know, watching people, because it's not good for their, you know, developing mind to just watch, you know, there's a reason we have age class or whatever fucking point you want to make. Spend more time with them outside, do outdoorsy things, limit their screen time. I think that's totally fine and agreeable, but there's some stuff here which is just kind of dumb. Anyway, I don't want to fucking spend my time looking at this. You get the idea. I just wanted to get a little taste. How many bands do you have? 3, I think. 3 bands. 5, including when I wasn't partnered. If I remember correctly, it was Mass Effect. I mean, if it was Mass Effect, that's a really fucking dumb point. But, you know. Right, let's look at Matey Boy's response. Matt Walsh is mad at the quartering.
Jack Thompson is an attorney and video game expert.
Yo!
Attorney and conservative activist.
Who remembers Jack Thompson?
Jack Thompson is here.
Attorney Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson. The last thing you want to be doing is putting into the hands of sociopathic kids, in effect, training videos on how to do what they might be, let's say, predisposed to do. We went on NBC a week before Columbine. Matt Lauer asked me, what do you fear based upon what you learned in Paducah? And I said, we fear that there are going to be more of these by kids trained on the same game. Klebold and Harris trained on the game Doom. Well, I've said that Grand Theft Auto is the worst assault on children since polio.
I've talked with Devin Moore on death row in the Atmore facility in Alabama. And there's no doubt in my mind, nor was there any doubt in the mind of Ed Bradley on 60 Minutes, who broadcast this story, that but for Devin Moore's training on this cop-killing simulator, he would not have been able to kill 3 cops.
Having created mature-rated video games.
Study finds video games with sexualized content do not cause misogynistic attitudes or body image issues.
Myself. and just listening to you, and effectively I'm one of the damned, apparently.
Permanently.
We'll just say that I disagree, but let's just say that I wanted to...
Don't disagree or it'll be even hotter down there for you.
This video game store is just like a big house of porn to you? Is that what this is?
It's more like a crack den and whorehouse.
The right's weird obsession with disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why they will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits.
Now let's hear him refute my point. Or do you think he's going to talk about how he has more followers than me?
Well, with all due respect to Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people into conservatism than he ever has or ever will.
Well, today, I guess, is going to be a reminder
Pre-watched.
To a lot of my viewers, just who I am and the politics that I carry. I feel like I'm very transparent on this channel, but my Twitter followers are different. A lot of people falsely assume that because I cover topics that conservatives are also covering, that I must be a staunch conservative. This is not something I've literally ever said. And my viewers know this.
True, Quartering.
I'm not a liberal either. And like many of my viewers, I am politically homeless. I suppose I'm the closest to libertarian, but I try to vote for people based on what their policies are, not what letters in front of their name. And
by the way, UK people, don't forget to vote. It's the local elections today.
I mean, if there was Democrats running on securing our border and no foreign interference or preemptive strikes, starting wars, proxy wars, things like that, I'd certainly consider voting for them. It's just that the Overton window has shifted so much that there are many things that made me liberal when I was young, like being anti-corporation, anti-establishment, anti-censorship, that are literally now exclusively right-leaning issues. And so because my opinions have not changed since I was 16 years old about these issues, suddenly now they're conservative issues. But that's actually just my opinion. I don't claim any tribe. I don't want my viewers to blindly follow me. I don't want my viewers to blindly vote. I want people to have nuanced takes. And, I get, what Matt Walsh is doing here. He's doing what anyone does, marketing himself. And I respect that. And, I had a tweet earlier this week about the right not understanding pop culture, pretending like it's pointless, pretending like it's dumb, and that holding them back. And I still stand by that tweet 1,000%. Now, Matt Walsh thought I was personally talking about him, so he inserted himself into it. I guess earlier in the day, he was arguing or tweeting back and forth with someone named G Prime or something like that on Twitter about the same issue.
Cartoonist guy.
But it really wasn't about that. It was actually about this other guy. My point was about a different guy who had just said animes. Other guy,
Matt's not the only guy saying it. There was some other moron who tweeted anime is for pedophiles or something the other day. Wasn't that Jackson Hinkle that said that? Whilst Jackson Hinkle is ostensibly a lefty, I think that he definitely wants to appeal to a conservative base.
My point was about a different guy who had just said animes for P words. I don't remember what his name was. He's another Republican weirdo. What is this guy's name? Jackson Hinkle.
Oh yeah, it was Jackson Hinkle.
People forget. I grew up with Jack Thompson, another Christian conservative that got disbarred essentially in his crusade over video games. I lived through Magic the Gathering's having to change the Unholy Strength card because there was a pentagram on it because of Christian conservatives. These are the reasons I was liberal when I was young. This type of thinking is why conservatives continue to lose. It's mail-in balloting all over again. When you make statements like this, you alienate plenty of Republican voters or conservative voters that may not consider themselves conservatives. That's where I'm at. I vote Republican, but I don't call myself a conservative. Never have. And, it's because I have my own individual ideas. And so I said, this is a tweet from May 1st, and Matt's been melting down ever since because of it. Said the right's weird. I said the right's weird obsession.
I don't know if he's going to get into it, but yeah, honestly, the reason I got wind of this is there's been this absolutely insufferable backwards and forwards between Matt Walsh and the quartering, which for some reason Twitter has decided to show me repeatedly, again and again. Which I know people are like, oh, well, that's based on you. Maybe, but I don't remember ever liking endless fucking stupid drama between two conservatives. I mean, I guess it gave me
friend in school
the idea
for
for
12
this.
years got caught with 1,000 vids of CP. He disappeared of the face of the earth for a while. Now he is trans and works as a carer for disabled people. Thoughts?
Thank you for the bits. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, that sounds like a crazy story. I don't really have anything else for you.
With disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why it will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits. That's true. Now, does Matt Walsh hold these opinions? Yes. But was I talking about Matt? No. In fact, the following tweet was in response to all the people in the reply saying, oh, are you talking about Matt Walsh? And I said, Matt's not the only guy saying it. There was some other moron who tweeted anime is for P words or something the other day, which is what I'm talking about. So this thread was absolutely not about Matt Walsh. It's about the right's continued idiocy when it comes to pop culture. There are 10.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there, like, you know, without being able to like name the exact people in tweets, I do think there's definitely a tendency amongst certain right-wing commentators to like be critical or shit on certain cultural aspects. And obviously that is going to run afoul of people like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, and people like that, because obviously, you know, they're going to be the independent types, but they're obviously being critical of these things, and they feel there's a benefit to that from a somewhat of a political angle at least. So yeah, I don't know. I think that the Quartering's making a pretty reasonable point here. But then obviously the right can do whatever they want, I guess.
Tens of millions of people that enjoy. Dude, video games and anime are bigger than anything Hollywood's putting out, okay? To dismiss that, to call it satanic, which, by the way, Matt Walsh did, to go after video games with the cringe video games cause real-life damage, which an article that Matt Walsh conveniently deleted, which I'll show you, okay? These are Matt's positions that I disagree with. There are many positions that Matt holds that I agree with. I don't go to bed thinking about him at night, and he doesn't do the same. People get personally invested in these type of things, but it's just content, right? He's going to use this. He used it to make a video about me yesterday. He was all up on his high horse talking about how he has more numbers than me, which is a cringe ad populum fallacy, saying that, well, because he has more followers, he's somehow right.
The ad populum fallacy.
I'm going to show some of these opinions. I
mean, obviously, I thought it was a dumb flex, stupid thing. I don't think he's... I think he was saying that his strategies, I don't think he's saying he's right per se. I mean, he obviously thinks that. I think he was just saying, I'm better at getting people to the right than you are. So maybe you should listen to me instead of me listening to you. Matt Walsh is paid to have opinions about mass murders. Okay, I don't know.
Done, like, entertaining this. Oh, Jeremy, you're just starting drama. Dude, Matt Walsh inserted himself into this by quote tweeting this, saying, I'm used to being strawmanned, of course, but people seem especially insistent on completely missing my point about video games and screen time for kids from a guy that produces millions of hours of YouTube videos. Weird, because my point is simple, common sense stuff that I've implemented in real life with my own 6 kids and seen the benefit.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if I agree with this argument of, oh, you think kids should have less screen time and you're a YouTuber, hypocritical much? Like, presumably, I don't think that Matt Walsh doesn't let his kids have screens unless they're watching Matt Walsh's YouTube videos. I don't know if I agree with this argument. I think you can be a YouTuber and be critical of like the way some parents let their kids just have endless screen time.
Fits. Look, nobody's saying you can't raise your kids how you want, but the issue is his initial tweet was not nuanced. It was anti-video games. It's the same guy that said this.
What's your opinion on anime? It's really popular amongst teens and young adults. I think it's all satanic. I have no argument for it. I have no argument for why it's satanic. It just seems that way to me. All anime to me seems weird, just like bizarre, creepy. And
I mean, like I like that Matt Walsh just kind of like, you know, played it off as like a joke or a meme or something like that. But yeah, I mean, he's just saying, I don't have an argument for it, but I think it's satanic.
in general, I don't think that adults should be, whether it's anime or any other kind of cartoon, with rare exception, adults really shouldn't be watching cartoons in general.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, like, there's a lot of right wingers that will like anime, or like excluding people that like anime from your movement because it's satanic seems like an insane position to me. If you're trying to bring people on, notice how he just sort of like skimmed over this when obviously this is like one of the weakest points he's made. So he just sort of skimmed over it and didn't really talk about it and focused on his, oh, what about the kids though take? When in this video he's saying adults shouldn't watch anime or cartoons. Obviously, a lot of people are going to take issue with calling it cartoons, but isn't that basically what it is? Isn't anime just a cartoon?
So we can't watch Family Guy because Matt Walsh says it's satanic, or we can't watch Naruto, or you can't watch any of your favorite anime. I'm not a big anime guy, but I'm not stupid. I wouldn't tell my viewers like, oh my God, if you watch anime, you're an idiot. Like, or that's satanic. You shouldn't be watching that. Grown adults don't watch anime. Bro, I got news for you. They do. And more grown adults watch anime than watch Hollywood. If the right embraced this and understood this, maybe they wouldn't be so confused how communists are getting in their kids' ears all the time. And here's the article, and again, this is not just Matt Walsh. I'm going to talk about Jack Thompson and all these other people on the right that actively push people who would happily vote for a Republican away.
Hang on a sec though, Jack Thompson. Is Jack Thompson even still active? I know he still talks a bit sometimes. Does anyone even pay attention to that guy anymore?
Okay. Here he says, stop pretending violent video games are harmless just because you like playing them. Now, this is an old article. This is from 2018. Perhaps between then and now, he has changed his opinion. But I find it curious that the Daily Wire deleted that article.
Yeah, I saw this. I mean, I don't know what the reasoning was, but I saw that it was taken down, but then I clicked on it earlier and it came up no problem, unless it was an archive link or something. But this article's back up, right? I don't know what happened there. Bit weird.
I wonder why. Because the entire science around video, like I knew somewhere I'd find this take from him. Oh, Call of Duty causes these mass events based on nothing. It's an idea that's been debunked a zillion times. This is one of the few things the scientific community agrees on, yet boomer cons keep pushing this, and people who enjoy video games know that it's not true. These people won't vote for Republicans because this is who is the face of them. These ideas, I should say, not Matt in particular. This was a tweet by Metroid Man I thought really, really summed it up good.
Metroid Man.
Most people still championing these positions are dissident liberals, dissident right, post-liberals, and libertarians. Republicans don't do culture. It's pretty clear at this point. They think it's for kids and wonder why communists are in their children's ears.
Hey, Andrew Avalone. Thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing well. We're just looking at some rightoid infighting. They're fighting about video games again.
I mean, this is Republicans because this is who is the face of them. These ideas, I should say, not Matt in particular. This was a tweet by Metroid Man I thought really, really summed it up good. Libertarians, Republicans don't do culture. It's pretty clear at this point. They think it's for kids and wonder why communists are in their children's ears. I mean, this goes all the way back. Remember, if you play Magic the Gathering, the church was like, oh my God, there's a pentagram on this Magic the Gathering card. We've got to and Wizards of the Coast actually folded and took it off.
That's wild. The thing is, though, like, someone linked the Daily Wire kids thing. I think the Daily Wire knows they need to get their kind of messaging out in kids' content. Man, I freaking love the quivering. I mean, this is actually one of the times when I think the quartering is correct. Well, I mean, obviously it's from the right's perspective. Like, he's thinking of ways to get people on board with the right, and he's criticizing the right on it. But as correct as he can be. What's this? God, what is this? Oh boy. Confetti eggs. Roosevelt's teddy bear. Tale of the cornhusker. When I grow up, I want to fight for freedom. Teach young children about bravery and history. I mean, I don't. This seems like exceptionally ideologically compromised me. I don't know. It's just weird. What age is this for? The importance of defending freedom. I don't know, man. When I grow up, I want to serve my country. Yeah, I wouldn't like my kids watching this, to be honest. Oh my God, Iron Dome Defender. No way. That is mental. Imagine if there was some lefty one that was like, you know, Palestinian defense or whatever. Like, they'd lose their shit. Wait, hang on a minute. Daily Wire, Dennis Prager. PragerU memes. Wait, was there a PragerU thing? Yeah, donate to PragerU. I wonder where that money's going, guys. I wonder where the cash, I wonder where the PragerU Daily Wire cash is going with videos like Iron Dome Defender. Come on, man. That is fucking insane. I love the way that rightoids will moan about the fucking lefty shit, and then you look and within a minute, it's like, hang on a sec, there's a video of just a defense of Israel here. What? That's kind of cringe, man. Am I crazy, man? Or is that like just super like ideologically fucking pushing the Israel shit? And I'm not saying, wait, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that because I'm doing the anti-Semitism meme. What I mean is Israel-Palestine is obviously a very complicated issue, geopolitical issue. And it's being presented here as, oh, the Iron Dome, yeah, based. Teach young children about the friendship between America and Israel. What age is this for? Why do kids need to know about the friendship of America and Israel? What? I don't know, man. That seems wild to me. Some of this is okay. Statue of Liberty hat is fine. Like, some of this is just educational stuff. Wait, hang on a minute. What's this one? I'm not sure the righties are going to like this one. I have a dream pillow. Oh, so they've gone woke. They've gone woke. Oh, no. Oh. Anyway. That's kind of funny, man.
Because churches and parents got hooked up in the satanic panic. Remember when they said, oh, if you listen to Metallica, you're going to worship the devil. That's boomer cons. They haven't changed. They haven't embraced culture at all. This is the whole reason that why aren't there any more conservative TikTok stars, right? And Matt's like purposeful misinterpretation. I mean, this is so cringe. This take from his video.
Whoa. There's quite a few conservative TikTok stars these days, isn't there? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The right.
I'll be honest with you. It's like, okay, the right aren't doing TikTok perfectly. Why should I care? But like, I'm trying to view this from their perspective on it.
Weird obsession with disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why they will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits.
Now let's hear him refute my point. Or do you think he's going to talk about how he has more followers than me?
Pre-watched.
Well, with all due respect to Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people into conservatism than he ever has or ever will.
Is this guy a cult leader? I've never called myself a conservative. I've never asked for people to be recruited into conservatism. Okay? And I wonder how popular Matt Walsh would be if the Daily Wire wasn't spending hundreds of thousands of dollars promoting his content, which they do, by the way. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars promoting Ben Shapiro. I see Matt Walsh's ads everywhere. So I just wonder exactly how big Matt Walsh would be if he weren't owned by a super huge mega corporation. I'm in my office with an $80 webcam and a microphone.
I do sometimes, you know, I have to admit, get a...
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable point from Quartering. I mean, it's true. Matt Walsh has got some money behind him, hasn't he? Matt Walsh has certainly got some cash behind him. Let's put it that way.
A little bit tired of hearing lectures on effectiveness from people who are far less effective.
Could you be more sensitive? How about hearing about how sensitive and how much of a floppy puss bag you sound like? Okay, Matt, like I'm sick of this. I just fart in a jar and sniff it and talk about how effective you are. You know who Matt Walsh has recruited? Christian conservatives and kids that carry a briefcase in school and already agree with him. I would argue that
kids that carry a briefcase in school. God, the Corin's really funny in this one. I mean, I think he's probably... I want to agree because it's funny. But I also... it's funny, so I want to agree with it. I think, though, that there is more to it than that. And I do think that, you know, I feel like Matt Walsh has, you know... I feel like Matt Walsh has been successful in recruiting people beyond that with some of the gender stuff and things like that. So I think it's probably not quite right to say that it is just briefcase wankers that have been recruited.
I probably reach a lot more people who are politically undecided than Matt Walsh does. But that's not my job. He must think his job is to recruit conservatives, which, okay, my job is to entertain and inform. But this is weird. Like, he always tries to fall back on his numbers. Like the Daily Wire didn't literally beg me to bring him on my channel to promote his book, which they did do. Okay.
Ooh.
This guy knows who I am. He ignores.
Oh my God. Little bit of juice coming out there. The Daily Wire was trying to tap Corcoran up for some promo. Damn. The flexing ain't looking so good now, is it, Matt Walsh? Your organization was begging the Quartering, saying, please, please, Jeremy, please, we need your promotion to get this book out there to your audience, please.
It's my DMs. People say, oh, just, Jeremy, why are you bringing up drama? Why don't you just DM?
Wait, Joe Biden runs major terror groups like Houthi rebels and Taliban. He ran camps and brought prisoners out there before 2001. Why is there so many schizos that like do that? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Ban him. Nah, come on. Let the schizo reign free.
Him personally. I did multiple times
Your
over
chat
2
is
months
gay.
ago, and he never replied to them. Never once. Okay? So people that are all butthurt about Matt Walsh, you know, they want to stan him and say, well, Jeremy, why are you making this public? Bro, I tried 2 months ago to contact him.
Okay, it's a bit crazy. Bro, come on, I DM'd you, man. We could have dealt with this privately. You know who I am. We fight the same things, but via different methods. Are you available for an interview this week to discuss how we can meet in the middle? I mean, sure, he's proving that he's trying to solve it privately, but I don't know, I just find this all a bit crazy. I tried to DM him and he never answered. I'm sure, listen, Matt Walsh probably gets an absolute mountain of DMs. I just know that if someone said this about, I'm not even like a massive content creator, but like if someone messaged me and then was like, I tried to DM you, it's like, yeah, I'll be honest, mate. You know, unless it's someone I know or it's something I'm interested in talking about, I probably am not going to respond and forget about it.
To which he ignored. And you know what he said about that? I get hundreds of DMs and email and interview requests. I'm just so popular. How could I have possibly seen a DM from somebody whose show I've been on and whose agency begged for me to go on his show to sell his book? I mean, are you joking, Matt?
Look at Chris. Oh yeah, I forgot a massive and popular one. I mean, yeah, Matt Walsh is like a pretty like. I think like a couple of years ago he was a bit of a smaller fry, but I think particularly after the success of his documentary, I think that he's a lot more of a popular known figure now. So yeah, I think that this is a bit cringy. Yeah, Christopher Thompson getting the body blows in.
I just think that like the entire thing, like I don't care if you like Matt Walsh, but he's just simply wrong on cultural issues. He's right on a lot of other ones, but his opinions around culture are exactly why the right keeps losing. Daily Wire is all interested in creating culture, but they want to put it all behind a paywall. I understand you have to pay for stuff. Okay, I'm not saying that they can't make money, but the culture the Daily Wire is creating is behind a paywall of people who are already willing to consume it. It isn't creating culture; it's entertaining an existing group of people that want more of the same. All right.
I'm not sure. The thing is with the Daily Wire is they are very like they've done movies and shit. Like they know about, you know. Here's why Ninth is right about, and then your Lincoln Rumble video. Okay, good one. But yeah, they know very well about the culture stuff, and they're trying in their own way to reach out and make their own culture. I mean, obviously, the cultural products they're producing probably aren't great, to be honest with you. Like, the cultural products are kind of shitty, but I think they understand and they're making efforts to do it. They're just obviously going about it in a different way. I think that like having anti-SJW takes about movies is probably an easier in, because I think you're going to be able to get people more easily on, hey, did you see they put too many blacks in the latest Lord of the Rings shit series? Like, you're going to get people on that more so than, oh, look, here's a movie that kind of sucks that we made.
So, yes, the Daily Wire has done a lot of good, but this whole right wing, and by the way, it's not just Matt Walsh. Remember Jack Thompson, disbarred video game attorney, wants to go and save these people and say that it was he said the idiot at Parkland was playing Halo, that's why he did it. I mean, do you not remember Jack Thompson's crusade against Grand Theft Auto? I mean, this is who, even Rush Limbaugh. You see this, of all the people Rush Limbaugh just defended video games, saying, I don't know how much about video games, but I guarantee they weren't a large influence on the person that did these terrible things. I mean, I have bad takes and people still follow me. He has bad takes, people still follow him. That's fine. This isn't any kind of cringe Matt Walsh is canceled thing. But what it is to point out that, like, bro, this is why the right keeps losing. Is because the people that are super popular have no idea about culture and they think it's all kid stuff. I mean, keep saying that and you'll just keep disaffecting more. It should be more about converting people, interested in voting Republican and rather than pandering nonstop to your base. You got to be willing to take some dislikes and unfollows and unsubscribes to do that. Matt isn't. But he's super rich and he has a lot of followers, so good job, Matt. You must always be right because of that.
Anyway, there we go, guys. Matt's got 6 kids to feed. I got 5 kids to feed. Oh, wait, is that Black Voice? Fuck. Wait, Twitch, I forgot about that. You know, the Total Recall guy. That he's like, he's like a black guy, but he's a little alien guy. And he gets his little handout. I got 5 kids to feed. Come on. Yeah, that's a cultural reference. That's all right, isn't it? That's like a classic quote. It's not Black Man Voice to say that. People are getting banned left, right, and centre. I need to be careful. And then Arnold Schwarzenegger, I need to be careful saying that word, is like, I thought it was 2. And he goes, and then he goes, okay, I'm not going to say it because that does sound like Black Voice.
Hey man, you need a cab? Well, what's wrong with this one? He ain't got 5 kids to feed.
He ain't got 5 kids to feed.
Place down the street. The girl.
Yo, there's titties in this, is there?
The liquor ain't watered down. Sure, and you get kickbacks. Hey man, I got 5 kids to feed. Take him to the dentist. Hey.
Yo!
I got 4 kids to feed. So what happened to number 5? Ah, shit, man.
I was going to say that. And I thought, nah, that's too much. That's too much, isn't it? Saying that line. That's way too much.
You got me. I ain't even married. Now put your fucking hands in the air.
I was going to say that, and I thought, no, I better not say that. That is literally the meme. Do you remember Johnny Cab? Man, when I was a kid and I watched that movie, I laughed my ass off. Oh, Johnny Cab was so funny. Johnny Cab was so good. He rips him out and he's driving. The little Johnny, and he crashes at the end and he fucking explodes. I laughed my ass off at that when I was a kid. Man, I used to watch some violent movies when I was a kid. Jesus. Right, anyway, listen, there's a little bit more stuff to cover. I wanted to cover that Illuminati response video. Lance made another video saying Illuminati's based. Honestly, Lance has done this like whole campaign trying to cleanse Illuminati's image for every subsequent fuck up that they've made in this drama. And then they released a video saying the Illuminati response is so good. And then this Click guy has released a response that basically debunks a lot of it. So yeah. The midget hooker spraying bullets, yeah. But there's that to watch. We'll see where we go from there. Yeah, a Terminator. That was another classic. But yeah. What was funny, my grandmother, she would record movies off the TV for me and my sister to watch. And everything was okay. In fact, no, hang on, that's not true. So like when RoboCop gets killed, when Alex Murphy gets killed before he gets turned into RoboCop, you know when Clarence Bodica's got the shotgun and what did he say? He says like, cops don't like me and I don't like cops. And then he goes, no, 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 no. And then he goes to the hand and blows his hand off. And then he stands up and gets shot to bits. That got edited out. So my grandmother didn't want me watching that. Other forms of violence were okay, as long as it wasn't too extreme. And also sex scenes were a no-no, right? Sex scenes were a no-no. So for the longest time, I didn't fucking realise, because obviously when John Connor, when Sarah Connor and Carl Reese have sex in the first Terminator movie, that's when John Connor gets conceived. And that's one of the big plot points, is a fucking paradox that Carl Reese is the father of John Connor, but I didn't even know that. I didn't even fucking know that. I didn't understand. Because that got cut out of the movie by my stupid fucking grandmother, who was too worried about having a sex scene. It's like, that was a fucking essential scene. You need to know that happened so you know that he's John Connor's father. I didn't have any idea what was going on. The law got edited out. Unbelievable. But anyway, I think maybe other bits of the film were a bit too violent. But generally, the police shootout was fine. I remember watching the police shootout, watching a bunch of cops get wiped out, and that was A-okay with Granny. But yeah. No, I never watched Scarface when I was young. It was mainly 80s action movies. Anything with... I was a massive Arnie... I fucking thought Arnie was so based. Anything with Arnie in, Running Man, fucking, Red Dawn, even with the shitty Russian accent, Terminator movies, Commando, I mean, obviously, I've not watched an Arnie film for ages, but I still love the classics like Terminator. Were you allowed to see the RoboCop scene where RoboCop shoots a bunch of dicks? That's from the fake movie. That's not... I wish I could play that on the stream. It's so funny. But that's from the fake movie. That didn't really happen in the movie. In the RoboCop movie, he shoots one penis, but you don't see it graphically. It's through the girl's dress. But obviously there's the... what was it? Our RoboCop movie or something it's called. Where all these rapists... It's so funny. Where he shoots one rapist dick, then another one comes out, another one... And then there's just a horde of rapists. A fucking legion of rapists that just come out and fucking start attacking, and he's shooting all of their dicks. And then there's a guy at the end, primary rapist identified, and he just shoots him in the dick. Oh, classic meme. Starship Troopers. But yeah. Point of view of Carl Rittenhouse. Okay. Anyway, let me just take a very swift break. Okay. We've got tons of content over on the YouTube if you haven't been keeping up. So I'd strongly recommend going and subscribing over there. If you want to keep up on the latest content, we're getting... Why is it that there's no big on there? Check this video out. It is apparent to me that this creator is using the expectation of a porn scene with male genitalia as opposed to a dildo to garner attention. You see what you only realize after receiving the compilation video. What is... No way! He got the refund. How based? I went from excited to whatever it is I'm feeling right now. I'm a good person. I don't deserve this. And he's got his real face. He's put his real face on his OnlyFans account. Ha ha ha, you all keep getting scammed. Listen, guys. I know you don't give a shit about this stuff's wrong. Guys, wait! Before we move on, I've just remembered. I got a DM from someone about this. I got a whole ass DM from some dude that sent me his review of Amaranth's OnlyFans. This guy was shameless. He just messaged me and was like, "Hey, dude." Where is he? Here we go. I hope that I'm sharing this DM. It is in the spirit of, it's because it's funny. He said, "Hi, Chud. On the Amaranth stuff, if you ever needed proof, here's it from me. Real question though, why so much distaste for people paying for sex Kumas?" I'll be honest, I didn't respond. But check this out, right? Because obviously I criticised Amaranth's OnlyFans as being potentially dishonest and misleading. They've done a review of it. They've done a whole fuck, look at this. They've done a whole review of it. What the fuck? Let's have a quick look before we move on, because this sounds like it's going to be comedy gold, okay? Here we go. I better be careful here, actually. I don't want to show any TOS shit. But this person posted a review of someone, like, this is fucking based. So, yeah. They did indeed subscribe. I've got the evidence here. I answer most messages in an hour. $3.75 for 31 days subscribed. $180 tip to Amaranth. Okay. One thing I just wanted to look at quickly, actually. I just got another energy drink, and there was an article written about caffeine, and there was a really funny graphic that I thought was ridiculous. Anti-caffeine movement. Did you see this? Oh yeah, this is it. Look at these graphics. So you've got like you know, obviously various caffeine amounts of caffeine. 100 milligrams, 135 milligrams, average daily consumption for US adults. Recommended daily limit for pregnant women. But then you go up here and the rates don't change, or the amount between each one doesn't change. And then you go from like 400 milligrams, 1 gram, which has some of the negative side effects, which is 10 cups of coffee. How much is in these, by the way? What does it say? Doesn't it say on the can how much caffeine's in them? Oh, it's about 100 in one of these, I think. Anyway, look at this. It goes 10 cups of coffee, 1 gram, restlessness, 1.2 grams, which is 12 cups of coffee, which is caffeine toxicity, right? And then the next step up is a fatal dose of caffeine. But if you actually look at the graphics, that's 10 to 14 grams of caffeine. That's like gallons of coffee you'd have to drink for it to be fatal. Like if you drank 120 cups of water, you would die. Or you'd have like serious, like negative effects at least. Like if you just guzzled fucking gallons of water, you'd be in a fucking bad way. I don't know, maybe I'm coping because I'm probably addicted to caffeine. But I don't know, it just feels really weird. I think you can enjoy caffeine as part of a balanced lifestyle or whatever, but I don't know what we're talking about, but I've seen people die from mixing their own pre-workouts. I mean, I suppose pre-workouts, if you put enough powder in, that could maybe lead to a lethal dose. But you'd have to put a hell of a lot of pre-workout into it for it to be lethal. But hey, maybe I'm just like the stoners coping. I don't know. I do think I probably do have some sort of issue with caffeine usage. I probably do drink too much of it. But yeah. Decline in job performance due to caffeine. Everyone watch this classic.
Look at your M closely. There's a gap right here in the letter M. It's never connected. So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top, long tail. Short top, long tail. You could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. But my interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross. Okay. What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name Monster? So I thought, well, maybe this is a Christian company then. BFC at the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for? That's the F word. Big can. In fact, they write it on the side of the can, so I know that's the F word. Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes. That's on the box. MILFs dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have put a cross on the can? Here is the message. Antichrist. 666 in Hebrew. And then the Bible talks about the beast in Revelation. And look at Monster's ad. This is their statement. You see these...
The thing is, lefties will like look at this and be like, oh my God, this is so cringe. But like, I've seen lefties do the same thing, trying to like decrypt apparent right-wing like messaging and stuff like that. And they sound just like this fucking woman does, but from like another angle.
Comes everywhere. Hats, t-shirts, bumper stickers. Is there another agenda here? If God can use people and product, so can Satan. And look at it this way. Even if the M was not the issue, you cannot deny that that is a cross.
Both sides,
And
yes.
what is witchcraft? When the cross goes upside down.
Yeah, yes, you remember the Bored Ape Yacht Club or whatever it was? That dude released a video and everyone was like, oh my God, there's secret Nazi symbols everywhere.
Bottoms up. And the devil laughs. Something to think about. Wow. This is how clever Satan is and how he gets into the Christian home and a Christian's life, and it breaks God's heart. Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
That is a classic. That is a stone cold classic. I've had this before. Caffeine is a music occurs when consumption of caffeine reaches 1 to 1.5 grams a day. How many? That would be... So this has got... I think it's high caffeine content. 30 milligrams per 100 milliliters. 75 grams. No, I need to drink quite a few. I've probably done it sometimes, but quite rarely. You'd have to drink a lot of these to get to that level, wouldn't you? $32 milligrams per 100 milliliters. Yeah. I had a big coffee earlier. Anyway, I kept getting... Listen, Skeptical linked me this video twice. So let's have a little look and see what this is. And then we'll cover this last thing I've got to cover. Don't play with me. Woman punched in the face by Target manager.
And she said, excuse me, and I was like, man, like, I need you to back up or leave, like, but we can't do that for you. So she started charging at me. I came all the way back into my office, into an enclosed space, and I hit her in the face.
A shocking moment caught on camera when a Target employee punches a customer in the face after she cornered him in an office.
You backed him into an office and you got hit in the face, unfortunately.
When people who are backed into a corner, they can choose, they can choose to do the right thing or they can choose to lash out.
Okay, you were in the wrong here, just so we're clear.
I held the...
Oh my God, the police are... You were in the wrong. Not a surprise that you'd have that perspective. I mean, let's be real. For those of you that can't tell, or for those of you that haven't guessed already, you guessed it. You guessed it.
She says the whole altercation was her way to take a stand.
This is my Rosa Parks moment, dude. Don't play with me.
The incident happened on October 22nd of last year.
What? She called it a Rosa Parks moment. Okay. I am fascinated to see what actually happened to make this a Rosa Parks moment.
Target in Blue Ash, Ohio. Security video shows 37-year-old Karen Ivory checking out at the register. When the bill surpasses $1,000, Ivory says she won't have enough.
This is her for.
Okay.
That's for 1,000. She said, I'm not going to have enough money to pay for this. I need to talk to the manager. She's not going to be walking by.
Body camera video captures Target manager Ashley Meyer describing to police what happened.
So I came around and I was...
Wait, hang on a sec. So they scanned her items. It reached over $1,000. And she said, I'm not going to have enough for this. What are they selling at Target? I thought Target was like a grocery kind of place. Or no, they sell other things too, don't they? Like electronics and shit. You're going to have to be buying like mobile phones and shit, right?
I was like, hey, what can I do for you? Okay. Usually it's like the price is wrong or whatever. She starts going on this spiel about like about how like I've had a privileged life and she's been disadvantaged, and then said that she was asking Target to make reparations for her.
Dude, no way. That is fucking amazing. Right. I want all this shit, and I want it because of reparations. Give it to me. Oh my God, man. That is insane.
And I said, that's not something we can do tonight. If you need a donation, like, you can call tomorrow. I can put you in touch like with the HR person, but like that isn't something I can do for you like right now tonight. Okay. And then she was like, you need to put me in touch with someone tonight. And I was like, I can't. There isn't. Okay. Like strange. Yeah. And then she got really close to me. So I put my hands up and backed up, and she like followed me. She was like breathing into my eyeballs.
Was she screaming at you or?
Yeah. So she got really close to me. I put my hands up. I touched her shoulders because she was like coming into my space.
Okay.
And then she because I touched her, she went after that and just started screaming really loudly and like backing me up against the soda machine. Okay. And then that's when our security person, she called our security person.
Security video shows the incident unfold as
Yo!
Ivory approaches the manager and gets in her face. After that, a loss prevention manager approaches.
Jesus Christ, look at that.
Gets in her face. After that,
Literally the... That's like scary, isn't it? Okay. Because of the woman's size. It's scary. Like, she's like shorter than her and stuff, right? I mean, this woman is just a fucking, service worker just trying to get for a shift, and she's getting fucking domineered on by some random woman because she wants free reparations or something. It's insane.
At a loss prevention manager approaches.
So what happened? She
Okay,
demanded
being
us
secure
to
at
$1,000 in
2046.
merchandise. Okay. Came up. I tried to verbally de-escalate. She told me that she wanted to wreck it out, and I told her we couldn't do that. Okay. And then she said, "Excuse me," and I was like, "Man, like I need you to back up or leave, like, but we can't do that for you." So she started charging at me. I came all the way back into my office, into an enclosed space, and I hit her in the face.
Okay, look, obviously it looks hilarious, but under what circumstances do you get to the point where you have to hit this woman in the face? How does that work? I've got to be honest with you. How did that come to be? Did she just like walk him all the way back into his office? I don't understand how that happened.
Surveillance video shows
Here we
Ivory
go.
run after the manager and into his office.
Okay,
When she approaches, he punches her.
Ah, right, that's what happened. Right, yeah. Okay. Now that makes sense. Okay, I get it now. Because I would have presumed the office would have been upstairs or something like that. But this looks more like it was on the bottom floor and she's following him in there. That makes sense.
Her in the face. While the security video does not have audio, the manager later described the incident to police on body camera video.
So I tried to.
Let's watch that again.
Run after the manager
So look, you can see that she's going after him here.
and into his office. When she approaches, he punches her in the face.
I mean, obviously, I presume there's no way out here. So he, God, am I just becoming more conservative and racist? Because I look at this and I'm just like, I mean, obviously, if it was a white person, I'd think the same thing. But I'm just like, yeah, I mean, obviously, don't fucking corner someone. Because obviously, they're going to be like, get the fuck away from me. I don't know, like, this seems like pretty reasonable, like, use of force. It's obviously difficult without the audio. But yeah, don't aggress upon someone like that, because eventually they're going to be backed into a corner and strike you because they don't want to be aggressed upon like that. Also, bear in mind, the other thing to bear in mind, she's gone into like an unrestricted area. Like, she shouldn't be in the back office here, right?
While the security video does not have audio, the manager later described the incident to police on body camera video.
So I tried to literally close her out, but at that point she was like pretty much running, so she barreled her way in and then kept coming into my office.
Okay. Yes, and you just hit her and that's it?
Hit her like right in the face, like right in the jaw.
After the manager punches Ivory in the face,
hit her right in the
security
face.
video shows him calling 911.
What did your notes say? The lady came in and punched her man, or her manager punched her?
Yeah, some sort of shenanigans. Didn't say anything.
She wasn't running. Yeah, but the problem is, obviously, there's a you see her going off the shop floor, and then you see the office, and there's clearly like rooms between that, so you don't see anything else from the looks of it.
About managers, that somebody came into an office,
I thought it
started
was
assaulting
an
him.
employee when
Yeah.
assumed it was a manager.
Allegedly, this chick's impaired.
When officers arrive, body camera footage captures Ivory.
Her face must have looked like the target logo with that accuracy. It was, I mean, it looked like a pretty decent punch.
Arguing with the manager as officers work to get her information.
I tried to close you out of my office and you just kept on pushing your way in.
That's right.
No, sir. I
Thank you
didn't
for the
push
bits.
my way in.
Yes,
I
Imagine
did.
being
No, I
backed
came
into a room by an unhinged NPC. I don't care what you look like, I'm gonna show you can your ass before you try show you can me.
I mean, this guy, what is it? I mean, this woman, sorry, I said guy, I meant woman, is clearly, well, I mean, imagine someone is just coming at you, and then they come into your office. They're not even supposed to be there. That's like behind the scenes shit. You know, you are going to be thinking, what the fuck is this person going to do? Imagine calling this your Rosa Parks moment, schizoing out, demanding reparations at a Target, and then chasing a manager into an office.
Around the corner quickly.
Hey, would you
I did not push
quit
you
talking?
more.
Hey, no.
Excuse you?
Stop talking. When I'm telling you, you stop talking, okay?
Based?
Do you know who I am?
We'll figure that out when I get your ID.
Ivory later tells police officers the incident stemmed from her request for reparations on her purchase.
So what caused the issue then here today?
Because
Chickling
I came
Tim,
in,
actually.
When will the fat lady pay the brave employee reparations?
Thanks for the
He has
bits.
inherited trauma from having to interact with her.
Wait, is she actually answering it?
and we were gonna have a big discussion here, and I asked her to do it nicely.
Who are you gonna have this big discussion with?
With Target, whoever in Target I needed to speak with.
Okay.
I asked
So I ran
nicely, the young lady,
Hi, George, 31 squads responding,
I'm not gonna do
2432,
that.
updating
I'm
available
not gonna put you in
purpose
touch. I said,
2.
who would you
Yeah,
call if
Yeah,
this place was
48.
called fire? I asked her to put me in touch with the right people. Who would you call if this place was on fire? It was. She would not.
I need to go back, so I can't quite hear her. We need to get the full memes here.
Chud Cash.
Hey, thank you for the bits.
I asked her to put me in touch with the right people. Who would you call if this place was on fire? It was. She would not. I'm not gonna do that. The young man
Oh, you can't
came
see him.
over, stood behind her. I asked
Sorry.
him the same thing.
I'm kind of like asking like, what's going on.
So she said, who would you call if this place was on fire? So clearly she wasn't taking no for an answer, and she was wanting them to speak to a higher up about negotiating this reparation shit.
No, we are not. Actually, no. The young lady got in my face. She pushed me too. She put her hands on me as well. I put my hands on no one. I came close to them, and they felt threatened. Now, at least hers was a pushback.
Yeah, just to separate you from her because you're in her space. Yeah.
This woman's insane.
She felt threatened. Who? Why did you feel threatened?
Depends on, I don't know what this discussion was about. What were you asking her to do?
Reach out to her manager so we can have a larger
Imagine your
discussion
Rosa
about how
Parks
money
moment
works.
is actually
Thank you for
just
the bits.
harassing a minimum wage employee because of
A
entitlement.
very wrong way.
Like, it's just, she's clearly nuts, because on what planet is she on if she thinks she can waltz into Target, ring up $1,000 worth of goods, and then go, I can't pay for it, but I'm due reparations. Let me speak to your senior management to organize that. That is like an insane thing to do. Like, that's not someone that is of sound mind. I mean, it's kind of funny in Giga Chat, I guess, but you know, someone of sound mind is not going to walk in and do that.
Elaborate a little bit, go into further detail.
Sure.
Ivory calls the incident her, quote, Rosa Parks moment.
Sure. I was asking for the support of my community.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Rosa Parks, you know, paid for a bus fare, didn't she? Like, I'm pretty sure Rosa Parks paid for a bus fare, and that was the problem. She wasn't allowed to sit where she wanted. That was the Rosa Parks thing. She paid the same bus fare as everyone else, and then was denied the ability to sit where she wanted. But this person didn't even want to pay. They just wanted to get it for free.
To come behind me in a big way to have a money conversation. There have been people subjugated and blocked out of things. We have decided we were not going to have a bigger conversation. I decided to take a stand. This is my Rosa Parks moment, dude. Don't play with me.
Body camera video
Jesus.
captures Ivory speaking with officers for more than 30 minutes, stressing the statement she was trying to make.
We're having a conversation about how to reconcile the fact that some people benefited off of a system that was rigged against other people. I asked nicely to have that conversation.
Okay, what were you asking for?
For her to connect me with who I could talk to.
What was your purpose of that further conversation? What were you going to ask that person for to do?
To break the lies around money.
What's that mean?
We all know money has not been treating everybody equally.
Okay.
Money is not the only way for things to happen. It's not.
Were you asking for them to make a donation?
Yeah, this is performance art.
Or to let you have them for free?
No,
What was it?
I was coming up to the limit of where I had money. I was trying to ask if Target would comp me the rest, and we would have a conversation, bubble up a bigger conversation about why, because I know the heart of this place.
Isn't it funny how, like, as part of this, she gets a bunch of shit for free as well? My Rosa Parks moment is I get a bunch of shit I didn't pay for because I'm black. Rosa Parks is spinning in a fucking grave. The point of Rosa Parks is that she wasn't allowed to do what a white person could do despite living in the same standard. That was the Rosa Parks. Right? Am I missing something here? Wasn't that the whole point of Rosa Parks? But now it's no, actually, I want a bunch of shit for free. Thank you.
Okay.
It's the right place for me to have this conversation.
Target's a good company.
Exactly. I was trying to have a hard conversation.
I love the coppers like placating her. Yeah, Target's a good company. Like what?
Yeah. So did you?
No.
I got up there.
People
I
hit
had no
me
idea
for that.
exactly what was said to her, but,
I did it the right way.
And then when I was
I went through the right steps. They kept. The reason the problem why money doesn't work right is because it blocks people
Welcome
at
to
checkpoints.
Chud Nation.
And I'm tired.
Hey,
of
thank you for the sub.
blocking
It's
good
Rosa
people
Parks
out.
from
You
Future.
don't get paid what you deserve.
Well, up at the
Nearly
front,
as
she-
much.
I told her to
Because
put the
choosing to
record
do the
out,
right thing in this world costs us monetarily. That's not fair.
I don't know.
The system is rigged against people doing the right thing.
When Ivory is told she's now trespassing in Target, she becomes
Yes.
visibly upset.
As of today, you're trespassed from Target.
I'm sorry?
As of today, you're trespassed from Target.
On the basis of you hitting me?
Ma'am, let's go. Outside.
No. That is.
I mean, she literally, I mean, you know, she is, if you go, like, it's like such a standard social norm that we don't think about this. But going into like the back office areas of a store is absolutely trespassing as a customer. Like, you shouldn't be there unless you've got invited or got a good reason. Of course you're trespassing in a fucking manager's office. You're not supposed to be there. You know, beyond the fact that they can just say you're not welcome here anymore, whatever they want to do as a business. Like, it's such a standard social norm. What if I one guide you right now, try to convince you to do the right thing for content? I just don't think there's any good argument for this person at all. Yeah, like imagine at the bank, you walk behind the teller and you just stood there. I don't know, it's just like, that's like one of the most basic social norms is if you're in a store, don't go into the back office segments because that's where the workers are supposed to be, right? Am I crazy here or what? Jesus.
Either you walk out on your own or in handcuffs.
Oh, I will be arrested for this cause.
Okay, come on. Come on.
No, I'm
Come
not
on,
gonna move.
don't make this
Nope.
more
You're
difficult than it
gonna
has
no.
to be.
It's gonna be on camera. Where are you holding your lines at?
Come on.
Ivory then pushes back, arguing she should not be removed from the store.
Does he have to?
I bet the police officers are probably thinking, fuck, we've got to be careful with this one, lads. Jesus. We've got a big old black woman here. We don't want to get any fucking BLM shit on this one. Let's just be careful. Let's proceed with caution.
So he gets the right to kick me out after he hits me? He didn't bubble that? He can't bubble that up in management?
He is speaking on behalf of the company at this point.
Really?
That's
Exactly.
what he's doing.
So he can speak on behalf of the company at that level, but he couldn't do it there?
I wasn't out there. I'm sure tensions were a little different than they are at this moment in time. So.
No, you're going to reconcile that. You're not going to give me any more lies.
God,
You will tell the truth
fuck me.
about this.
Imagine how insufferable this must be, man. Look, I'm all up for a bit of criticism of the old coppers, but I've got to say, this is to be fair, this is the kind of stuff you don't see, right? Where it's like, yeah, you get like coppers being dickheads, you know, all the way through to them shooting some person for no discernible good reason or whatever it is, right? But like, imagine having to deal with this shit situation, like how insufferable it would be. Having to argue to get someone to just leave when they just should just leave. Fuck that, man. It's like the day-to-day shit you just never see, really, generally, yeah. Like, this is probably most interactions they have to contend with. Them shooting someone or something is probably like much less, you know, of a thing. Do you know what I'd do if I was this copper? Oh, no. Oh, body cam malfunction. Oh, shit, she's got a gun. She's got a gun. Put the gun down, man. Put it down now. Put it down. Taser, taser. Bzz, fucking taser a bit or something. I don't know. Sorry, Chief. The body cam malfunctioned at just the wrong moment. It was all, you would have seen it all. It's terrible business. Thank you for the bits.
Situation. No. You are trying to arrest me for him hitting me.
Correct. You are under arrest.
Yes.
You are under arrest for menacing and disorderly conduct.
Ooh.
Now, here's what
Hey, thanks for the bits.
We'd rather you walk outside and not make a big deal. If you're going to make a big deal, we're going to have to handcuff you and do all that other stuff.
Yes, you will.
Let's go.
Go ahead, stand up then.
I'm not going to
Don't get resisting too. Okay?
Let's do it.
Let's not.
If we're going to go into
Oh, listen, this guy means business. Don't resist. He means fucking business. This is fucking the good cop. This is the bad cop. Okay? This is the fucking Derek Chauvin. This is the Derek Chauvin of the situation, right? He's about to start fucking... He's about to start kneeling on this woman.
it, let's do it. If you're going to hold every line, you know what happened here.
With that, officers tell Ivory the video evidence is against her.
I know, I just watched the video.
I asked to open a conversation, and he's still blocking me out, and you guys are protecting me.
Ma'am, you chased the one employee all the way to the front, okay? You made contact with her body by pushing your body into hers. I just watched it clear as day on the video.
Okay.
He then came out, and you followed him all the way back here.
Okay.
Making him fear for his safety. You backed him into an office, and you got hit in the face, unfortunately.
When people are backed into a corner, they can choose, they can choose to do the right thing, or they can choose to lash out.
Okay, you were in the wrong here, just so we're clear.
I held the line.
You didn't hold the line.
I moved my line continuously. I asked, and when they did not respect,
I held the line. Oh, actually, I moved it continuously. Well, yeah, you were moving towards him then. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Gatekeeping me, like the whole world has kept people.
Man, you were free to leave at any time.
Absolutely.
But you didn't.
Absolutely.
So
because it wasn't
you
right.
amplified the situation. No, you wanted something
when
for
the
free.
laws are not right,
you wanted something.
You
for
make a
free.
stand so they can change.
She's doing the fist. Look at it. She's doing... No. This is like a fucking meme. She's doing the fucking Wakanda Forever meme. What the actual fuck?
You ready to go outside?
If the laws are meant to hold people down, you will fight for me, my community.
Okay. Let's go outside.
Responding officers explain the Target
No
manager
way.
was not in the wrong and will not be charged.
That doesn't, just because your intentions were good.
I mean, yeah, like, yeah. Does anyone think that the Target guy was in the wrong? This person coming at you, barreling at you, like, at some point you've got, like, whoa, boom. I think it was quite restrained.
Good does not make this any less illegal, unfortunately.
Right.
So we
But
have,
what happens when the
so give me 2
laws
seconds.
are not okay for people? We
I
need to talk
have
about
to
it.
enforce the laws that are in place. Okay, that is our job. That is our goal.
But he's not getting arrested for assault?
It's not assault.
He's defending himself.
Ivory maintains she did
Ooh,
not get
self-defense.
physical with any Target employees.
No, there was not at any time that...
Curious about your thoughts on this. Vet preemptively takes out psycho homeless guy. Oh, I spoke about it at the start of the stream. Seems like the guy used excessive force. I don't think he can make a claim he was using self-defense, but I think lefties are being very unreasonable how they're presenting it and acting like he was just a homeless guy asking for food, when it sounds like he was actually, like, sounding like a threat. He said, like, what did he say? He said, I don't care if I die, or something like that. So it's probably pretty reasonable. People would assume that he was, like, potentially some threat. But choking him out, I mean, chokeholds are a very dangerous maneuver that a lot of police forces have outlawed. So I don't think choking him out was a reasonable use of force. I don't know. That's my basic take on that.
My hands came up to do anything to anybody.
You're not being
What
charged
I did,
with assault.
I stood my ground.
Okay, and you
And
were
when
wrong.
people, no, I wasn't. Standing your ground is not wrong if you're standing it in the truth.
Finally, Ivory allows officers to handcuff her.
I need you to turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. Thank you.
Violate my rights as a human being.
She's then escorted to a squad car outside the store. She continues to speak with officers, saying she was forcing an important conversation.
When it gets to a point where a young man reached out and hit an older black woman,
regardless of age, race, anything.
Sorry.
To a squad car outside the store. She continues to speak
Like,
with officers.
Put your hands behind your back.
Jesus Christ. Like, she is... like, this person coming at you, you're going to be like, oh, fuck me. Like, it's going to be a bit scary.
Violate my rights
Look at that.
She's then escorted to a squad car outside the store. She continues to speak
Oh,
with
hey, Neon
officers,
Sober Panda, how's
saying
it
she
going?
was forcing an important conversation.
When it gets to a point where a young man...
Some person sent me a video of you apparently getting sucked off. Is that true? Did you get sucked off on stream by a porn star? I watched the video and it just didn't look like that. It looked like you were messing around.
reached out and hit an older black woman,
Regardless of age, race, anything.
you don't hit somebody.
You don't hit people, but I can also understand why he did. He was defending himself. You
How-
chased him into a closed office where he had no point of exit.
Right, that was the point. I was forcing him to have a conversation.
Cannot confirm or deny.
To become scared and in fear.
When asked if she could have handled the situation in a different way, Ivory repeats her same stance.
We haven't been able to see and communicate with each other, and that's what I was trying to do. And I asked nicely, and I got refused, and I stood a line that scared them, and they lashed out.
So do you think you could have approached it in a different manner than how he approached it today and probably got the same goal, the same...
Yes. Void Azul, yes. They did. That person. God, well, how long have the police been dealing with this? This is insane. They've been dealing with it for like hours from the looks of it. What a stupid thing.
How do you expect I'm asking for something at the register to be done. The cashier couldn't do it for me. I asked her to bubble it up to a manager. That's what you do. You take it up the chain of command.
Absolutely you do. Yeah.
But this is the problem. My people have been trying to take it up the chain of command.
Debate him.
They are getting smacked back down because the laws are not in their favor. For you to take a hard stand, I just got hit.
Ivory was later convicted of disorderly conduct. She was sentenced to 1 day in jail and fined $110. Reporting for Long Crime Network, I'm Sierra
Jesus, she got put in jail for a day. That's fucking... I mean, I don't know what to expect, I guess. I mean, yeah, you know, if anything, the penalty should have been harsher. Because what a fucking waste of everyone's time. But yeah, I mean, obviously you need to disincentivize random schizos going in and demanding a bunch of free stuff from Target and then chasing the manager into an office. And the thing is like, if she'd have left, would the police have even arrested her? Because bear in mind, at one point they were saying just leave. And I think if she'd have left, she probably would have been okay. And I feel like eventually it got to the point where the police were like, fuck it, we're going to arrest you then. And then she wouldn't have had the day in jail. Nor I don't think she would have to pay a fine either. So she literally could have just left. Well, there we go. I've got to say, like, you know, I don't think anyone ever has to cover any content. Like, cover whatever content you want at the end of the day. But I would like to see, like, a lefty streamer take on this. Because I don't know. I guess they would argue that the guy shouldn't have punched her. But the police were, like, pretty impeccable in that entire interaction. I don't think there's really much fault you can find with the police. They even gave her a chance to get away without getting arrested from the looks of it. Is it really that bad that a lefty streamer wouldn't watch this? I mean, it's funny content. It's fun content. You can laugh at a schizo. But yeah, I think the Target guy was pretty reasonable to act like that. I don't know, man. I feel like there's this, and this is kind of evidenced, I think, with this recent stuff that's happened. But I feel like the left are willing to justify physical violence when someone says the naughty word, like the N-word. They like jump over themselves to go, well, fuck around, find out, or yeah, he learned the hard way, blah, 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 over saying the N-word. But then when it's like someone is being physically aggressed upon, it's like, oh, no, that's bad to hit them in that situation. Oh no, I didn't see that one. Link that one. Link the one attacking the women stealing. Let's watch that one quickly. Shit, there's an NY Post article about it. Wait, that's a new picture. Look at this picture. Look at that. It's fucking brilliant. That is a quality picture. Jesus Christ. I got one more video to watch. It's about the Illuminati stuff again, so it might be a bit snoozer, but I wanted to kind of wrap it up by watching someone's response to it. That's critical hit, yeah. Right, what's this? Video shows customer confront knock alleged thief to the ground. Okay, I gotta be honest with you. As a customer, I just don't think it's worth getting involved like this. Like the security guard thing? Sure, you're paid to do it, but this is just like, you're a customer, man. Just fucking who cares?
Now at 11, a good Samaritan trying to stop two alleged thieves at a TJ Maxx in Miraloma. Dramatic video captured by a customer showing the takedown at the location on.
Like the other problem as well is like you're not trained in you're not trained in the correct technique to deal with a situation. You're literally just fucking, you know, like a bull in a china shop, ham-fisting your way in, just throwing haymakers, basically.
Limonite Avenue today. At least 2 women wearing black.
Like, I do not think that is an authorized security technique he's utilizing there.
Hoodies seen trying to walk out
What
with
the
arms
actual
full
fuck?
of
Look.
purses. But when the second one tried to leave, a man jumped in to stop her, tackling her, eventually knocking her to the ground.
Jesus.
Let me go.
Let her go. Let her go. Let me go. Let me go.
After a brief struggle, the alleged thief was able to get away. It's unclear what merchandise actually was taken. So far, no arrests have been made.
What the actual fuck?
This heart-stopping video going.
I don't know, man. I just don't understand why as a customer you'd get involved. Yeah, that's up to the store to deal with, not you. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems pretty, I mean, I don't know, why are they walking out with like fucking 12 purses? They deal with it by closing the doors. I mean, obviously, you know, there's other means to deal with it, but if it's really bad, then they close. That's obviously fucking dumb. But I don't think the solution is the police and the store to work in tandem to solve the issue. The solution isn't customers start fighting other customers that are trying to steal. Like that just create. I mean, and also, you know, as much as people will say the guy always based, like he was knocking that girl about. It wasn't exactly like a, you know, a reasonable restraint technique to try and do a citizen's arrest or something. He literally threw her into a fucking security barrier. So yeah, not good. I mean, obviously, yeah, she shouldn't be stealing, but then also the guy shouldn't be manhandling them because it's not their job or place to do so. Right? Like, obviously the dude is not in a position, he clearly is not trained in the correct techniques to deal with it. Like, when you're a security guard, you have specific training that you have with which to how to handle those situations, which include, you know, ways to restrain someone. How is it a weird ass? Okay, you're literally retarded. You're getting timed out for that. In fact, you don't even fucking follow me, so I'll just ban you. What a retarded take. Don't go down this weird-ass lefty view. How is it a weird-ass lefty view to say, hey, I don't think random customers should be throwing thieves into fucking security barriers? Like, that wasn't someone to me that was like genuinely trying to stop a thief, and that was someone that was like just being violent towards someone that they thought was that looked like they were stealing, which they probably were. But yeah. We can also, but okay, did that like what? What are these takes? That wasn't a citizen's arrest, was it? He grabbed her and then chucked her into the security barrier. How is that a citizen's arrest? Okay, fair enough. Anyway, listen, if it's a lefty take to say, hey, I don't think that random customers should be manhandling thieves, there should be another solution that involves the stores and police working in tandem. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a lefty take to me, but okay. But yeah, anyway, there we go. It's like, do you remember as well, there was another video, I didn't cover this at the time. I mean, this is kind of relevant now somewhat because of all this shit. But there was a video and a guy was like doing a robbery and there was a guy with a gun in the store. And up until a certain point, it was fairly reasonable. The guy pulled out a gun and like stopped the thief. But then the thief was on the floor and this guy with the gun walked up to him, just put a fucking bullet in his head. Thank you for the bits. And it was like, yeah, that was unnecessary. No, not the guy that got stabbed. That was someone else. This was like, it looked like, the guy was clearly fucking out of action. And he like unloaded on the guy. And people were trying to say it was justified. And it's like, self-defense doesn't mean that you can kill the person that's attacked you. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that if they're incapacitated, you can just go and shoot them in the head. But people were trying to say it was justified. He found out. Yeah, listen, maybe it's because maybe I'm lacking my conservative ways. But I don't think that if you incapacitate someone, you should just go up to them and shoot them in the head. Yeah, exactly. Self-defense isn't just, oh, you can just do what you want with them. Yeah, he was on the floor and I went and I snapped his neck. Killed him. Self-defense, isn't it? But yeah, I can't show it on stream because it's like someone getting shot to bits. But, what happened to that guy anyway? Did he get charged or anything? He started an OnlyFans. Yeah, I just, I as much as like there's definitely progressive dishonesty that exists, I think that conservatives, not all conservatives, obviously, and not all lefties, some lefties are more honest about it, but, on the whole, broadly, it's like there's this kind of bloodlust that exists where they see like a bad person get some consequences, and they celebrate it or something. And it's like, is this it? Yes. Yes, this is the one.
Frightening moment.
Customer shoots and kills armed robber. I think this is it, isn't it? The guy's got a gun. Click the link if you want to see it. But he's got a gun. Oh, they didn't show the shooting. What's the point? What's the point if you don't see the fucking shooting? For fuck's sake. But it is that one that I was talking about, yeah. That is the one. Hopefully I remember it correctly, by the way. I'm pretty sure he like shoots him a bunch of times and goes, and then when he's incapacitated, he goes and shoots him some more. What's worse, being a lolcow or being irrelevant? I mean, if you're like Boogie or something, like being a lolcow or Wings, like being a lolcow is paid off. Like if you look back on it now in the history of everything that's happened. But then, you know, for some people, it probably is better to be irrelevant. Like, do you think Chris Chan likes being a lolcow? Chris Chan would probably like to just fade into irrelevancy, but they can't. There was, you know, there was like, I saw on Twitter, there was like these pictures of them at a convenience store. I was like, oh my God, Chris Chan out in the wild. You know, and I get reporting on the, you know, the extremities of the stuff they do, like the mother thing. I get that. But it's just like, yo, they're just shopping. Like, what the fuck? And I think with some people, there is definitely this this tendency where the people that are tracking them, you've got to have some questions over their act because you're like, you know, you're getting a bit autistic with it. Like, I get, you know, if you want to say, oh, hey, Chris Chan, fuck their mother, like, I get that. That's like a fucked up thing to do. So you're going to talk about that. But, you know, it reaches a level of insanity, the level of tracking that occurs. Is it the Truman Show? Is that the thing where someone's entire life gets tracked? I've never seen the movie, but I just heard about it.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
oh
make
my God.
money off depressed people?
Ending the day strong. Lord knows these commie bastards ain't gonna fill the bars.
Legate Lanius, thank you so much for the 30 bucks. It's super generous of you. Look at that, eh? Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Armed diner who fatally shot robber in Houston restaurant heist will face grand jury. Turned himself in as cooperating in the investigation. He's not been named because he was not arrested or charged with any crime. That's interesting. So the jury decides whether he should face charges or not. Do we? I don't even know if we have that in the UK. I think it's always the police that decide. I don't think I've ever... Is that a thing? That's crazy. Look at this guy. Yeah, it describes it here. As the suspect heads for the exit with his loot, the 46-year-old diner, sitting in a booth, stands up, pulls out a handgun and opens fire on the robber, causing him to collapse. Then, while standing directly over the wounded intruder, the customer shoots him again at point-blank range. Jesus. Mr. Not So Clean. Yeah, that like I say, I mean, I remember watching the original video, and at first I was like, okay, and then I think he like stands over him and fires more. And you're like, okay, that's a bit much. Honestly, though, it is tricky, just you know, because in the moment and stuff, in the moment, it's kind of crazy to think what your brain would be going through. But that being said, it still doesn't excuse, like, if you've done something wrong, you've done something wrong, you know? I think that's where most reasonable people came to. It's like, you understand the initial shots, but, like, the final shot just seems to be, like, excessive and unnecessary, you know? Because within reason, yeah, self-defense is a thing. But as I say, it doesn't give you completely free reign to just do whatever the fuck you want. And I think you're setting a dangerous situation if you, want to set that kind of circumstance up, because we need to have limits on it. Oh, listen. Here's my favorite take on, this was a total soy nod moment on that homeless person that got the chokehold and died. This was absolutely brilliant. This is probably the ultimate soy nod moment that I've seen. I don't know about you, but if I could spend $100 to keep somebody from being strangled to death, I'd happily hand over $100. So if you see someone in distress in public, before you strangle them to death, consider just giving them $100. What? So every fucking nutter that I see in the street that I want to strangle, but no, oh, here's $100 for you. Like, what? You'd be fucking bankrupt if you were hanging out in LA, based on my experience. Yeah, this dude must be fucking minted. And if you see someone strangling such person to death, instead of watching, consider stopping the strangler long enough to give his victim $100 on the chance that it might improve their demeanor enough that the strangler won't feel compelled to continue murdering them. Honestly, how fucking... Yeah, their profile picture is burning money. Who is this guy? Is it a troll? Like, is this a troll? Am I getting fucking trolled here? Because this is like such an insane take. It is the ultimate soy nod take. Anyway. Yeah, I think you've got to think some of this stuff is trolls, otherwise you just feel very depressed. Right, we've got one more video to watch. Now, I'll warn you ahead of time, it's about the Illuminati drama again. But I think it could be interesting, because I think it centers around an allegation that some guy called The Click, who's a YouTuber, didn't remove a pedophile from his server. So I guess that's going to be interesting. And honestly, the serfs have been on this massive like pro-Illuminati media campaign. They released a new video saying their response video was great. I'll be honest, there's a couple of points where I'm like, okay, there's a reasonable kind of perspective here on the Illuminati stuff, but most of it just seemed like I'm the hero, everyone else is an idiot. This person was a fuck up or whatever. But anyway, let's have a look. So straight away, I trust this guy. Got a lot of faith in what this guy's about to say, for obvious reasons. Because I think we've got the same headphones, of course. No other reason. Anyway, guys, I don't know what this is going to be. The Illuminati video was kind of a bit snoozer towards the end, so let's give it a go and see what happens.
Should I do the classic, like, YouTube addressal thing? Like, and then I turn on the camera. No, okay, let's skip that. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. Welcome to The Click. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Excuse the mess.
Yes, I'll stream the coronation.
My PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the PCs I have in it are like 8 years old. So, yeah, time
Monday,
flies,
right?
doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore,
Saturday.
and I think it's time I talked about it. So this video is going to be a bit more scripted than usual, hence, while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible. My intention is that this is the last address of this situation. I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago outlining in rough detail why I left the old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with Illuminati anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble and people kept asking me about it and kind of roping me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sad Milk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see, for sure. A response video was made by her, which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals, my Discord, and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive, but after some reflection I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with—
What is this guy's content anyway? He's got 1 million subs, fuck me. He's like a commentary guy. The most toxic workplaces, TikTok trends are concerning. Facepalm transphobes always know. Well, he's woke for starters. I mean, to be honest with you, he's got a point there, right? You get these gender critical people and stuff like that like we always know, and then you look at it and it's like what is it? Harry Potter's wife, Daniel Radcliffe's wife, was pregnant, and they were saying she was trans or something. I don't fucking know. Also. Also, there was a really funny thing I saw where there's this dating app called Her. There's a dating app called Her, okay? And it seems kind of cringe. They're like, we welcome all trans people, even trans people, and it's for lesbians. And it's like, we welcome any trans person, even masculine presenting people. But I saw this one thread and they were like, and someone was like, oh, look at this woman on the app. And it was like another person, another gender critical guy that had created a fake app. And then they were like, oh, hang on a minute, what about this one? And that was another gender... So basically, these dudes who, like, you know, aren't big on the trans stuff are creating fake trans dating apps and are just, like, I don't know, pretending to be trans or something. I don't know, it's weird. Pick Me Girls have lost it. Twitter got Riz. Yeah, this just seems like kind of commentary stuff, I guess. I don't know, what is this? Petty Riv, the worst of Twitter.
Psst, disclaimer. Ah, what a good day to be out bird watching in my studio. Wait a
Where's
second.
the trans bit?
What is that? Wow. What
Didn't he put a wig on at one point? Sure. Oh, is he doing the Reddit reading thing? He's doing the Reddit reading thing. Okay, I get it now. Okay, anyway, not a drama channel. Sure, I accept that.
With Illuminati wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past, and she lost many friends over it. I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, One Topic, and others after we left, and how she wouldn't leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity, as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming from, but really hard to actually prove to an outside audience, therefore almost impossible to defend yourself against. The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims and ideas all along. I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video. So I'm going to address her most grievous allegations factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed. Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation.
Here we
Content
go.
Warning, mention no predatory behavior and adult topics. The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation. basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep. Full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 a.m. and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old
No way, he was asleep! That's mental. Oh my god, if this is true, Illuminati is super dishonest because she was acting like this guy was just totally cool with it all.
Logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 a.m. my time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In click server and click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of Click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But, as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members, and almost...
Based on what she was saying, I'd heard about this point, but based on what she's saying, I thought he had like a fucking 1,000 or 500 member Discord or some shitty Discord with no one in. But if you've got nearly 45,000 members, yeah, that's pretty tricky to expect the person that has overall the top person to have control over it or something, to this level, especially if he was asleep as well. That's approaching 100,000 members, true. If we're going by the online age calculation math that people do. Why didn't she mention this? Or at least say, in fairness to him, he's got a big server, or he could have been asleep, or anything. You got one of all the weirdos.
3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up, as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Clicks Discord issue, it's a Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything, talk to people, try to de-escalate, and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. The situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter. In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being asleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the Warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself. As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT. Can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep, etc, etc.
She's so dishonest! Look at these messages! I'm proud of you. She's so full of shit, it's unbelievable. God, no wonder. Oh, fuck, what did I say when I covered this? I said, because I remember when I covered this bit, I was a bit like, well, he got banned. So, like, what's the problem? Like, what was the actual issue here? But obviously didn't understand any of this extra context. But I did say, like, I don't think Illuminati is, like, a trustworthy person based on my viewpoint on this. And, yeah, it turns out, yeah, you can't really trust anything Illuminati says. Well, I think Lance has got a vested interest in hardcore defending her because he does this show with her. So obviously he's doing this like kind of PR campaign on her behalf.
By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15. That's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all...
Okay. You want to wait for ads? Maybe. Honestly, it's just... it's just crazy to me that, like, why is Lance defending her so hard? I think I know why, but, like, it's funny because I feel like with the legal thing, he jumped in to, like, defend her and got it wrong. And then he's released another video where he's like, I've not watched it in fairness, but it seems to me, based on what I can see, that he's defending her again. And then this came out and it shows that some of the points she made was wrong. Yeah, it's old drama. It's old drama, yeah. I do still think it was a mistake to do those lengthy threads of just stream of consciousness, everything Illuminati did wrong. But yeah, literally every single commentary person has been like, yeah, this person's a liar, you can't trust them. And like, if every commentary person is saying that, yeah, you can be pretty assured that the person probably isn't like a completely honest, upfront person. Anyway, ad's done. Can I continue? Can I continue so I can fucking, finish this?
Actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our voice call, that it worked out quite well. Of course, important to know that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord Teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers. Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve any situations that occur in the Discord. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. Not wanting some random. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive.
Oh, because yeah, when it was presented, this came across as this person was like going, oh, I don't, it was like a soy nod type thing. I can't possibly be able to look at these. But yeah, it makes more sense that he's just like, yeah, I don't want to have these on my computer or whatever, how it was accessed. God, she's so dishonest. I did because the way it was presented, it seemed like the point was he was going, these are too disgusting for me to even look at. But what he was actually saying was, no, I don't want to have these on my, computer in any fashion. Like, don't send me the screenshots because I don't want them stored on my computer in any way, shape, or form. Which is much more reasonable. Fuck, man, that's wild. God, it's so funny looking at this with more context because that whole video just starts to crumble.
It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently to anyone who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sad Milk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually...
Oh, oh my God. That is unreal.
Left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed, as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminati one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words.
Yeah, that's actually true. Listen, this is all dumb fucking shit or whatever, right? But like, why didn't she just include, like, it's pretty, like, she's got DMs with this guy talking about these matters. The only reason you wouldn't include them is to not paint the full picture of what happened. And again, as I noted when I covered the video itself, she didn't include the original tweets that she'd made at Legal Eagle. Those were omitted from her little document that she did. So it seems like she is someone who is willing to omit things that don't benefit her narrative in like a favorable way, or, you know, is willing to not paint the full picture to make it look a certain way. Yeah, she's just like a very dishonest person from the looks of it. Well, she didn't show any DMs from this guy, none at all, when she had like backwards and forwards from like the day seemingly it happened or the day after, that she could have easily shared and gone, oh look, here's what he said about it. But then that's not good for the narrative, is it? And that crying at the end, the crying she did at the end, super manipulative. Also, people are like, is she going to respond to this? She won't respond to this, I don't think, at this point. Because she said, I'm going to talk about this once and move on. You know, presumably she knew that the people involved would respond, but now she can just, if anyone asks her about it, I've already covered it, that's my video about it, I'm not talking about it more. Because how can she possibly respond to this now, when he's showing evidence that, you know, it happened when I was, my time zone, it was the middle of the night, so I was asleep. Obviously, it's difficult to prove that years after the fact, but it makes sense that he wouldn't be awake at 2 a.m. Unless he's on some sort of degen schedule, I guess. You know, and then there's the messages that she didn't include.
Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general, what values you endorse, and how you act when situations happen. Because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible. In retrospect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct of just constant conflict escalation and nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. We have chill chat rooms, meme channels, a Minecraft community server, art contests, edits and fan art sharing, stream clips channels, you name it. It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look. Nice little Discord plug. Hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language.
Oh, here we go.
Content warning, mention of slurs.
Oh, yeah. So basically, one of the things she said was that you were saying retard or something, and that was bad. I actually watched, I think it was, Turkey Tom was responding to it, and when that came up, he was like, oh my God. And it's like, so true. Like, what, like, imagine, like, complaining about the word retard and acting like he's saying the fucking N-word to a black person or some shit.
I will be brief here, because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Adiwazi when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where
It was cool because I think that's makes me about. I made it clear I was uncomfy with it while we were playing CNC. Plus, a silence should have been enough, but he still would say it. Yes. Listen. Click's language barrier isn't an issue. He's known English for a while, and the R slur in Sweden was really frowned upon since the early 2000s. There's no way. Since the 2000s.
She's talking to Adiwazi, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the R-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made, and when all this went down. I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that I honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming you use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you were playing Dark Souls 3, you referred to enemies or shadows or ash as endlets.
What are these characters? Are they like little are they little like black things or something? Is that what?
Or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sad Milk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language, yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020. So it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had a word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up.
Listen,
but I personally stopped.
He didn't get the memo. Times have changed. We're back with that word again, okay? Times have changed now. We're back on the retard train.
Using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content, simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world, but I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, that's a pretty reasonable position if he wants to cut it out of his content, and but doesn't think it's like outrageous. Because the way it was being described was like it was outrageous, and I just think that's crazy to think it's outrageous.
And regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned. Content warning, it sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network initially. But the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas to get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because of the events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back. Whee! Emojis! Whoa! Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth. And here are some of the threads.
Jesus Christ. This guy was asleep. His mods removed the person, and then they're acting like he's fucking just letting the map guy be around. Also, why is she using the term map? That's a bit weird.
Action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of. Things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago. And at the time, I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize to anyone who feels affected. I do not stand by it. I never intended any harm. I was trying, and failing quite miserably, to be funny. And to be honest, it actually feels good to talk about it, because she's held this over my head for 2 years. As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sadmilk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sadmilk. We left in early October, and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, one time.
I'm just sitting with... Shit went down just here. They spend hours of their lives all to help some YouTuber they love and look up to it. The very least any content creator can and should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have always been the backbone of every YouTube Twitch community. To disrespect them and try to just throw them away is insane. They're the ones who have the pulse of the community. Like, I'll never be able to properly thank my entire team, but my god, I'll try. This OT click shit has me heated. These stupid fucks. How could you not care about the people who care about your community most? How?
Topics Discord. They spend hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least any content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community, and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and click poo has me heated. These stupid fricks. Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? Alright, here she is twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the pedo was banned around 2 AM. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time, about 2.5 years. Here she is, still harping on the same Discord situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all after I had left Sadmilk. venting and nitpicking my wording in a
Jesus, okay. Liberals beat him down with some mercy. Oh, he says frick. He's saying frick because he doesn't. If you say fuck, that, you know, there's a lot of sensitivity around that world because YouTube are fuckheads. He's saying frick because he's worried about getting demonetized. Yeah, this Illuminati person is fucking wild. Like this completely recategorizes that video that she put out to a point now where I'm like, yeah, I don't, you know, I was like being critical of some elements, maybe, you know, defending her somewhat. I do not believe a single fucking word of that video now. And whilst there's two sides to every story, the fact that she presented stuff in such a dishonest way, and now looking at the full context, it's like a totally different conception of what happened. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, obviously, you know, the difficulty is I needed this because it's like, right, now someone from the other side can explain it in a way that makes sense to me, where I can see the bullshit coming through. But just reading a Twitter thread or something doesn't really do it the same thing. But these receipts and stuff are pretty damning.
A DM. At this point, the argument isn't even if the situation was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not lewd a minor with nudes or extorting.
And from the chats I saw back then, it wasn't forceful, just a few friends sharing stuff without thinking that others are in the same chat. It's bad and was addressed both by them person and the staff announcement clarifying adults, but not yeet them in an instant kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What's the problem with that? Please note the final paragraph from him. Oh my God. He really thinks that inappropriately sharing something in a chat is not bad enough to instantly ban them? Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, that seems like a pretty reasonable position.
Them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark. Me clarifying that is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video from myself and OT. Trigger warning, pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy poo! What the frick? Ah, really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and overhyped enough. What is this? Are you serious?
White van jokes are like so typical. Like, that's a classic meme, isn't it? The white van thing. I mean, maybe I need to see what it is, but like, yeah, so like the fucking anger and shit over the memes is wild. What the fuck?
Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool.
Okay.
Oh my god, if straws were growing on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the hell? Here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover.
Oh my god. He just lied to his staff. She had insiders. This is obviously from some sort of moderation chat. So she did have insiders despite claiming otherwise. I hate shit like this, man. It's so annoying. I had this problem in my Discord. Little fuckers leaking the fucking mod chat because DK had a schizoid moment. I think I dealt with that drama like 3 separate times. Anyway. He just lied to his staff about what already happened. They weren't asked to leave. Oh wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. Thank you for the bids, Predator. Indeed. Gay ops indeed.
Staff had officially left. She says, yikes, and here is me saying that
Yeah, I mean, we had a mod, we had a couple of mods leave. I think there's a couple of mods that just like, you know, got mad at certain things and left, and other people were like, I'm not really moderating anyway. And we've got new mods in place now. To be honest, as bad as a reputation as my Discord has, it's like not too bad. Or they're saying that someone apparently got suspended today for trying to spell out an F-word tower. As in the F slur for gay people. So maybe I'm a bit wrong on that.
Oh yeah, you notice the staff has left again. Basically what happened is that OT and I left Sad Milk. It was becoming an increasingly tense environment with the group, and at the end of the day we had no real option but to take a step back. With that change, not surprising that staff from Sad Milk was asked to leave, and I hold no grudge over it.
The Curry Jew Napalm Jungle event of 2022. Yes.
The positive side to this is we will have more freedom within our own ranks to form this place as we want it to be without too much influence from outside parties. Paired with that, I will now have more time on my hands and I can help with day-to-day tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in staff chats or DMs. I apologize for this rocky road and I hope it will be easier in the near future. I will also book yet another meeting, Lemao, in the near future. Love y'all. He just lied to his staff about what really happened. What, I just said that people left. They did though. They weren't asked to leave. Oh wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. Why are you spying on my Discord, man? She's just spying on private conversation I'm having with my, like, 7 mods. Nitpicking specific wording. Yeah, I said she told her staff to leave because her staff left in the middle of the night without explanation. Nobody told me anything else. What exactly should I have assumed? All I had was this when I specified to the staff that they were still friends. I want to let you know that one topic and I are leaving Sandmilk. There's no bad blood, but the project is moving in a direction I simply cannot follow. I know this might cause some conflicting interest for the staff that are both here and in Sandmilk, and if you want to talk about it, I'm always open. In my book, you're welcome independent of what projects are happening. And they're saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay here, I'm your friend, blah blah blah. But when I took the screenshots, the names were already white. They left in the middle of the night, and the only context I had to this was a random piece of a no mic VC chat that read like this. What the, of course, I'm just confused, understandable. Has everyone left Click already? Okay, I'm gone. Team Blair all the way. F those dudes? Of course not. The Click is gonna be interesting from now on. Good luck with that. It's gonna be interesting. Any coffee for this Click was my original home, but still F him. So I don't know exactly what was said about me, but I suppose her telling her mods how horrible I was, just as was done in her video, isn't technically asking them to leave, I guess. It's probably worse. Going back to the rumor machine, here's the same chat room again, digging through my very oldest content looking for dirt. Let's play Minecraft with Crazy Part 2. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Ah, the R word is here.
Oh my god, what is this? Again, here's the video still up with the Arsler at 340-ish. That is a 10-year-old video, irrelevant. What? Imagine digging through 10-year-old YouTube videos to find someone saying retard. Yes, but it should be removed and not monetized. I understand it's old, but why? Not why it's still up. This is fucking... What is going on here, man?
Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Jesus Christ. I was a high schooler in like 2010 playing Minecraft for my like 12 followers. Oh. And here's the chat that keeps going. Ever since she made some announcements, some fans are putting it together. While I am mostly the big bad bish, some are figuring it out. Listen, I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He will put himself up with his own ego like I won't have to do anything of that. He's gonna muddy his own hands and unravel it himself. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. They are still live on his channel.
Damn. This is a pretty damning video. This looks so... Illuminati looks like a petty bitch. God, I'm so glad he released this video because it's painting things in such a fresh light for me.
Hobbies are a good way to spend your time. What the hell? And this is her just hyping people up to be more hateful towards me because of my old bad jokes when I was a teenager. So much for this just happening to come out when I left Sadmilk. This, to me, looks like a very planned smear campaign, and she had a very big hand in it. Here is her talking again. I'm a
Doobie, come on. Can we stop with the fucking silly baiting now?
Level with y'all here, reading through the things and seeing this person in the chat excusing Click saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago, and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me.
I saw someone describe Illuminati as like a chameleon. And I think this is like a very good observation. Bear in mind, this is the person that used to be on Tommy C's channel. Tommy C being like an edgy commentary guy. And, you know, being in the SJW character. That's what character she played. And then when it's convenient, it's, you know... even in my soyest moment, I never would have been cared about someone saying retard 10 years ago. I was saying retard fucking in 2010, 2011 to my neurodivergent ex. I called her a retard loads. Like, how could you care about something that happened 10 years ago?
Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now, because it was never appropriate. And here is the same chat keeping going, digging through even more of it. It's like, oh, here's another video where there was a bad word. It turns out even the random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately, at least according to people that have come forward to me. So based on what I have seen, she, along with some staff and...
I don't really use any slurs, but I'm sorry. I don't mind, like... Use whatever language you want at the end of the day. You know, if you don't want to use certain words, I'm totally chill with that. Like, don't use certain words. It's the browbeating and being bothered so hard, especially with stuff that's so long ago. That's what makes it even crazier. Like, imagine caring about someone saying retard in a Minecraft video 10 years ago when they were a high schooler. It's just insane. It's like, it's just wild to me. I think when it comes to like language, there's a reasonable expectation that if you're close with someone, you know, if you're close to someone, Destiny has said you have to stop making lav content. He's given you an official warning. I'll make whatever content I want. I don't fucking care what Destiny's warning is. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm kind of bored of the lav content anyway. Like, people are like, oh, watch this thing she did on fucking whatever. I'm just like, really? Like, maybe, if there's like no other content to cover. But yeah, people are like really keen to see more lav content. But yeah, I don't know. It's the same stuff. I've seen someone put something on my Discord of like saying more shit about HASAN, and it's like, what loop are we on now on the HASAN allegation? Anyway.
Others would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us, grasping at straws. And if this wasn't enough, here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt, more specifically the R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find Click saying the R slur in Sadmilk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sadmilk video, but
Jesus Christ. She's fucking psychotic. I'll pay you $200 to find a retard. Imagine that.
I can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment.
Oh shit!
I mean, this is just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private. Oh my god, is this like serious drama? At this point, it's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest,
wait,
I don't care, even though she uses it in private. But she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private. Oh my god, is this like serious drama? At this point, it's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling it. I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my god. Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything? If she genuinely believed children were being harmed in my Discord, or I was a rampant racist, a homophobe, ableist, why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague post on Twitter? Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself
I swear to
others?
God.
Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there. It's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of her ex-admins showing that they did indeed reach out to me about the issues in the Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it. Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed take action.
When was Click given the photos pedo behavior? Pretty much as soon as you got it, if I remember correctly. We gave him the blank stuff first, when we gave him to us. Then we found about it blank when we gave it to him. Then we found more, and that's when he modded blank.
When the information reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is Illuminati having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen, now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit, and this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server.
So, am I understanding this correctly? Illuminati made an alt account to do some gay op shit on Reddit about the Sad Milk thing. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? She's a fucking psycho. She's fucking psychotic. Dude, this guy's found some pretty good receipts. Fair play. That is like another level, man.
And then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched him.
Is this another picture of Destiny? Why? Oh, man.
His old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account, spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image. Here's another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing subreddit, at least according to Oz. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, created differences. Click is a liar. And not to claim someone topic is friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. This is...
Well, the thing is like, it's good that she apologized for the legal thing. Great. But in the video, the fact she's not included the original Twitter post anywhere in the document or the video, it's just her trying to obfuscate the fucking crazy shit she was saying. She's trying to push this new narrative. She's trying to push this new narrative that, it was about protecting her editors. Despite the fact, despite the fact that it was nothing to do with her editors in the first place, whatsoever. It was all about her content and her feeling like her nose was put out of joint because her content is being copied. And then obviously responding to the Twitter threads, it's tricky because I don't know the ins and outs of it. So it's good this video exists because I can see through the bullshit she was saying about this fella. And then in terms of the other guy, who, you know, I mean, again, as much as I had some criticisms for the dude, how am I supposed to take anything that's said seriously when this guy is now unearthed and presented that she was pushing all these bullshit narratives about this guy, and to the point where she was paying people to dig up dirt on him and creating false Reddit accounts to post shit about him? Why would I take that person's at their word at any angle? It doesn't make any sense. They're full of shit. Of course, the serfs are defending Illuminati. Well, I'm guessing they're defending Illuminati because, like, they've got this show with her and they don't want her to, you know. I mean, like, to me, why not just go, okay, I'm not getting involved in this? Why defending her so much when, you know, she's clearly a very dishonest person? But yeah.
Is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. And it keeps going. Click said the N-word and replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible. Here is a long post. I'm not gonna... You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I don't want to. Here is the same account, Doobieschmerz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021. That was relentlessly... I remember distinctly.
I posted this on Reddit, and soon after these videos went private and a dumb non-apology was given instead by Click. You need to apologize for saying the N-word. You'll need to explain why you'd hide this. Why? Jesus Christ. This is Illuminati on a fake account. I wonder how she's going to try and cover this one up. I mean, she's probably just going to ignore it. These are way too damning. Best just to ignore it.
From 2020, 2021, that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this. She paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why? Why? And it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging herself. Here it's tagging Deaf Noodles. Here it's tagging Midnight Palma, Damien. It's tagging a bunch of people from the community and Salty. It's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast, and you come after Amanda the Jedi?
Holy shit. Honestly, I listen, the L would say, I would happily take in this. I just didn't realize how insane this Illuminati person was. I just thought they were like some retarded leftoid with some dumb takes. They're like schizophrenic. They're nuts. The only thing I'm thinking is that anyway there's a mistake and this isn't her alt account. It just seems so damning that, like, the quoted text he showed was from this alt account, word for word. Yeah, fucking crazy.
Here's Vamps getting the same posts. Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, Doobieschmerz. Right there. Well, isn't that just wholesome and sweet? Here's Anne Mine with a cute artwork about myself, OT and Salty. And yep, Illuminati's right there with her alt account. Posting this slanderous video that she edited together, collecting all the worst things she deemed from stuff I said when I was barely of legal age. And it keeps going. Here it keeps tagging one topic. Here it's tagging Blair again. It goes on. It keeps going. This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more.
He's losing with the act. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. It is a bit alty, perhaps. I mean, I don't know. He probably is like playing it up a bit. I think that there's probably some truth to the fact that like he's seen all this now and he's realizing like I'm guessing that he found all of this from digging into it and realizing this was like a real account. So he probably is like, what the fuck, you know? Like realizing it after all this time is kind of crazy.
Work in a project or not.
He's like a wholesome guy, whatever, yeah. Not really what we're used to
here. I
here.
need a break, man. I need a break. I'll add this part to the video, and I'll let the rest of the video play out as it was originally.
Doobie Schmertz. Ah, yeah, that's confirmation there. Look, so they're sharing the screenshot, and it's got how it would look if it was your profile. It says edit profile there. With yeah, oh no, that's pretty fucking damning. Please fucking stop what you're doing. Okay. I cannot fucking handle this. Okay, let's let it die. I'm not fucking able to record because of distress. Okay, I'm pulling back. Work with him. Okay. This person is nuts.
Chapter 5. Some other comments. Content warning, self-harm, and depression. Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment after I had issues with the credit card, along with offering to help out further, and also some out-of-context schedules, which I have no idea when the screenshot is taken or of exactly what. I have no real interest in addressing it, to be honest. It's just he said, she said stuff, and I think I've shown enough in this video to clear my name and show that she has consistently presented half-truths and twisting events to their worst possible interpretation. My intention is that this is my last address of this situation. But I would like to quickly comment on other parts of the video. What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential suicide note, she also shares images and talking points suggesting this man is at the end of his rope. Kicking downwards is an understatement. Some people are commenting how she bought a nice car and leased to him and gave him a job. And I would like to point out that this in of itself is quite charitable. However, it comes with the cost of full control of his life. She is not just his friend, but his landlord, car leaser, and boss. Any conversation or disagreement would be very far from a peer-to-peer interaction. And if she really wanted to help a friend who needed a car, why not just buy a used one and write over ownership of it? It's cheaper, less dependent, and aware. Doesn't matter. The whole thing.
That's basically what everyone said about it. I remember I was like, why would you buy a fucking $60,000 BMW? Just get a fucking little runaround, A to B, easy. Okay. Oh, man, do you think... She's evidently a very manipulative person. Do you think that she got the expensive car because she felt that would be another thing to hold over them? Is that at least a possibility, do you think? Well, I know you want to disagree with me, but think of your car. I don't know. Like, is that a possibility? I just don't see why you would like... I just don't see why you would do such a stupid thing. Like, you just get them a shitty car and be like, oh, you go. At least you've got something to drive around in. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That, you know, but that, again, paints a very different picture to the generous act of giving them a car and then taking the piss.
Seems very fishy to me, but I will let Wonder speak for himself. She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which, yeah, I'll let him tell his side of the things too. My only personal wish is that she just stops. Stop obsessing over people in Discord. Stop trying to spin a narrative or dig up dirt just because someone left your collaboration channel. We just want to be left alone. Finally, I would like to thank my community for being respectful and patient, both towards myself and others throughout this whole ordeal. And I'm looking forward to getting back to business as usual and posting my silly videos and streaming video games. And as a small side note, just to address potential comments that might come up, yes, this video is monetized to ensure it's not throttled by YouTube, because I actually want people to see it. Now, I am gonna go get drunk, and I'm gonna touch grass. Take care, and have a...
Okay, there we go. Wow. Pretty damning. What did I wanted to look at... Oh, no, we've already confirmed that that was highly, I mean, it's like 99% a her account. The only thing is someone else shared. I was like, I don't know. See, that is an alt account. I think there's no denying it. That's mental. Setting up an alt account like that. Well, there we go. That's pretty bad. Yeah. I like that little owl version of it. It's funny. Yeah, I mean, it just, you know, the fact that he was able to so effectively dismantle a video just calls into question the entire thing. Anyway, I wonder if anyone else will respond. We'll see, I guess. Oh, well. That's it. That's all I got for you, I think. New Kevils video. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do any more Kevils content unless something crazy happens. I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on, right? It's, you know, she does the whole, oh, I'm filing a lawsuit, human rights complaint against the police in order to kind of grease her way back into the discourse. She tried to ratio Leafy. It didn't work, and then she was coping about that. And now she's just back to her normal Twitter kind of antics. Well, I don't know. It just seems like pretty obvious what's going on, right? Do you know what's funny to me? I will comment on this, right? I saw one clip. I haven't seen the whole thing. I didn't bother watching it, but I saw one clip where she's saying that, like, oh, I said the word retard, and she like links it to like some sort of like drugs binge and says she was in a Twitter space with rightoids where she called them retards. And I'm thinking, hang on a sec, didn't a bunch of lefties come out and say she was based for saying retard? Like Demon Mom did a whole stream called Retard. Vosh was saying how based it was as well. And now she's saying, oh no, it's because I was on drugs or something. I don't know, man. It just seems like, you know, all of that crazy shit she was doing before she did the rehab thing is wiped away. Oh, well, that was all drug shit, wasn't it? You know? But no one really is accounting for the fact that a bunch of people were supporting her at the time. I don't know. Crazy times. But yeah, honestly, I thought that the video I did about it would pop off. And it did okay, but not compared to other stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't think people are that interested in her anymore, except for a core fan base. Most people are kind of bored of it, I think. I don't know. What do you think, chat? I do need some content for tomorrow. But unfortunately, as destiny is decreed, I'm not going to be able to watch any Lav content, which is sad. Obviously, I cannot defy the boss. I haven't actually seen the thing talking about it. I believe it's just to do with, I think because Rayleigh and Darius keep bringing Lav on stream and giving her like a friendly interview. I think that's the problem. I think he said he's not going to embed Darius streams because they keep bringing her on. No, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but like I haven't really covered that much of the recent Lav stuff because, you know, I don't know, I'm just a bit bored of talking about her. I feel like I've made reams of content about Lav. And at this point, unless there's some sort of like new drama that occurs, I just don't really have much more to say about her. Like, you know, oh, she's made the same allegation again about HASAN. It just feels like the 5th time I'd be saying the same thing about it. I don't know. I just don't feel like I've got much more to say unless there's some fresh drama that occurs. You're scared of Lav. I mean, I've made tons of content about Lav. I don't think I can be accused of being scared of Lav. I just don't really have anything fresh or new to say about her. Just seems like she's, you know, capitalizing on this attention she's getting and just saying a bunch of crazy shit. But yeah. Yes, Destiny has actually, you know, directly messaged me and said, do not cover Lav. I'm cutting you off. That's it. I mean, I'll be honest, at this point, like, this just seems like attention seeking. Just seems like complete attention seeking, you know? Like, what even is this? Just bringing up the same allegation again. It is deranged. Yeah, there we go. I thought Hassan said he was going to, I mean, I don't know, man. Streamers are always constantly saying they're going to file legal proceedings and never do. The thing is like sometimes you do look at something and you're like, I could make a segment about this and it'd probably get like a bunch of views on YouTube. Even fucking DK. Like, obviously, you know, I'll do the content I want to do and, you know, sometimes maybe I don't want to do it or DK doesn't want to edit it, but it's right for the channel. But like even DK is sick of the fucking Lav stuff and doesn't want to keep editing videos about Lav, and I get it. It's just like so overdone. So yeah, I don't think there's a, you know. But yeah, I've decided this a couple of days ago. I didn't cover that podcast she was on because it just looked like, I don't even know. What was funny about it is I'm pretty sure there's some people that don't know Lav and saw the podcast and thought, oh, she seems pretty based. But then I saw a couple of comments somewhere that's like, oh, wait, what's this about the Destiny stuff? So clearly people just are getting to know her from some of her recent podcast appearances, which is obviously to her benefit. But then they're finding out a bit more behind the scenes. Also, I think that if she does get like attention and interest from some of these appearances, probably isn't a good idea to restate these false allegations that you were widely criticized for. But hey, what do I know? Anyway, we'll see how desperate I get tomorrow, I guess, because I'll be honest with you, I feel like I've just covered all the best drama today. What is there for tomorrow? If not recycled, boring, fucking drama shit. Yeah, I think I need to work on that. I feel like I do my Thursday stream gender. I feel like did you cover the call in GTA? Yeah, well, I did to some degree, but I don't really know much about it. I was just like, oh, he's filing a lawsuit. I don't know, I don't know much about the RP scene. The Eid Monster essay allegations. What's that? I feel like I need to do this at the end of my stream. I just need to go, guys, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what I'm going to cover tomorrow. And then you just give me ideas and I'll be like, yeah, making notes, okay. The Writers Guild strike stuff. I don't know much about that. Are they like got a reasonable position on it? I don't really know what the deal is with it. Okay, okay, this could be something. Guys, I've got a feeling tomorrow we've got a rape review. This ED monster stuff was posted today. Okay, there we go. There we go. Position. There we go. We'll look into that. We don't know. The great thing about those kind of rape reviews is you don't have to know who anyone is. You just go, right, it's this person here. They're a Minecraft streamer. They've been accused of rape. Here's what the person said about it. Okay, let's go. You can literally be complete humegalols and people will know what a rape is. Right. I think that's it for today, guys. What's this? Guys, keep it coming. I'm going to keep saving links. Got them, send them. I feel like I haven't, I feel like your long streams are killing my productivity. Yeah, honestly, I mean, obviously there was reasoning somewhat last month, but I do feel like I had a bit of a lazy April, I've got to say. Feel a bit lazy. I probably streamed in total for about 110 hours or something like that, including YouTube. So trying to get back onto more of a robust schedule. But yeah, back on, you know, the sort of like 8 hour streams roughly, something like that. 8 hours 8 hours is like a decent stream time, I think. 8 hours is about where I want to be. But I was just about to say, I feel like I've not like spoken to someone on stream for ages, which isn't because I don't want to speak to people. I don't know, I just haven't really. I feel like whenever I do a segment, I don't know what it is, but it used to be, it'd be like, right, we're doing this segment. Oh shit, people disagree. Oh, let's bring them on and talk about it. I need to get back on some ad hoc panels. This is a one-man show. But like, there's tons of ad hoc panels which are great content, but it just hasn't really like come together. I don't know what it is. I need to figure out what I'm doing differently that isn't leading to that. I just tend not to bring random chatters on because their mic normally sucks and they're not ready to talk, and it's just shit content. But when it's like certain content creators, I feel like there's maybe some people that would come on that have left. Like obviously, you know, Smugbug. Smugbug has gone by the wayside. I don't know what he's doing anymore. Will is nowhere to be found anymore. Will apparently is in other communities trying to find a home. I'm ready to go if tipping or sex work discourse comes up. Yeah, that's ChudLogic, Lennis. I need to, you know, obviously I appreciate your oilering, but you also are willing to come on a debate too. I don't know. What about CTV? I mean, I'd bring anyone on if it was good content. Yes, the Hutch thing. I need to look at that. Very good, Maggot. How are you? Do you know what? It's like earlier, right? Well, okay, I know what my issue is actually. When we're talking about the homeless thing, I should have just been like, right, I want to talk about this. Bring people on and talk about it. I feel like we're missing on like certain elements there. Like we're the leftoids. We don't have any leftoids anymore. Where's all the leftoids gone? Smugbud would have come on and argued for the homeless person. We just stay quiet. But the thing is, by leftoid, I mean someone that would come on and argue that the guy that got in the stranglehold, someone would argue that he was just asking for food or some like crazy petition like that. I need someone to come on and argue something insane. Yeah, and then say it was bad to call them homeless. That's fine. And not everyone wants to argue as well. Just get someone to play a character. Nah, that's cringe. Do you know F-Bombs actually had that as a show? What was it called? Social Truth. Where he brought streamers on, but it wasn't a real panel. He just like, everyone would just be playing a character. There's no one in your community. There's loads of people in my community. How do you think the audience leans generally? I don't know, man. I feel like recently there's been like a lot more right wingers coming into the fold. I don't know what it is. If it's like just the chat memes or something like that. But yeah, it feels like I've had like tons of righties come through. So when I give a take on certain things, I do notice like a bit more of an uproar about if I do an anti-rightoid take. Although sometimes it's like, are you a right winger or are you just like, yeah, exactly, like an edgy lefty? And I think the Peppy posting is largely a meme, but obviously it's tricky to say. Who's like a watchable right-wing guy on Twitch? Becca talked about kind of the anti-soy market. God, it makes it sound like I'm like, you know, just totally grifting like, yeah, and we're anti-soy here. I don't know, I feel like I'm not trying to do like an anti-soy thing, even though I talk about it a lot. I think it is honestly a personal dissatisfaction or frustration with these trite expressions of progressive sentiment that I just got annoyed with, so I talk about it quite a bit. But even then, I still like, you know, the discourse around some of this recent, like the homeless guy getting strangled from the right has been pretty insane too. Like, I hate to do the both sides thing, I guess, but, you know, people are acting like, oh yeah, well, it's good, isn't it? A homeless person dead, well, that's good to me. It's like, well, you know, we can accept that homeless shit is fucking annoying and bad without thinking we should just strangle them. But yeah. But yeah, ideally what I'd want to do like an ad hoc panel would be, okay, we've got a bunch of people here that are on the left that think he was a poor homeless guy asking for scraps of food. And then we've got people on the right here and they want to argue that it's actually good that he was put in a stranglehold and died. Now, let's have at it, okay? But yeah. I will endeavor in a seamless and organic way to make that happen. I don't know. I need to figure out how I was doing that smooth transition to talking about something to the sort of ad hoc panel. I feel like something's changed. If the homeless guy was white, would there be the same kind of outrage? I mean, that's exactly the kind of, you know, curveball question that we need. Any interest in going on other people's panels? There isn't really that many panels where I would get invited. Or, you know, there's been a period recently where I've mainly said no to people because honestly, panels are just, they're not a good time for me. They're often very late. They're obviously often like in the like 2 a.m. Like, I'm sorry, but like, unless it is an absolutely fucking spellbinding panel, I'm not going on a panel at 2 a.m. unless it's some insane fucking content. The trouble is like, yeah, I'd like to say yes more, but if it's a shit topic with people that I just don't think are going to bring a good panel together, and it's at 2 a.m., like there isn't really much compelling reason for me to make the effort to go on, and that sounds rude, but yeah, it's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously me and Wick, you know, kind of fell out over this Discord call thing. And he unfollowed me on Twitter over it and stuff. So like, we've not spoken since. You know, I just don't think I did anything wrong. That someone leaked you know, it wasn't even like that big a deal. It was some fucking stupid private lav call or something on a Discord. And it was like, I wasn't willing to say who leaked it to me. And then that caused this rift. You know, it just struck me that there was this like weird, well, it's not, I mean, blackboard, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, he wanted to like find out who the leaker was and stuff. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, he stayed with us during TwitchCon gratis. He didn't have to pay anything. Kind of annoying that he's, you know, with that in mind. I'm not saying he has to be loyal to me forever, but to you know, cut things off over what, a fucking stupid disagreement about Discord. Like, who fucking cares, man? It's just kind of annoying when you are willing to, you know, help someone out in that respect, and then they cut it off over the stupidest shit. I mean, I think, to be honest, he probably was also mad about the fact that I had opinions about how he should run his show and how he should do panels and stuff, which I get. Yeah, I don't know. How about having another awkward convo with Destiny? I mean, I'd happily talk to Destiny whenever you think, you know, whenever, but it's just about having something to talk about. And, you know, we saw what happened last time where we didn't really have anything substantive to talk about. It was like trying to find a topic of discussion. It's hard to be the first person to swallow their pride. But I mean, like, why should I swallow my pride? Like, what fucking have I got to gain from being on friendly terms with Wick? It's like nothing to me, you know. It's whatever. It's like with Will, you know. I'm not necessarily looking for Will to like be like, oh, I'm so sorry for what I said to her. I'm so sorry what I said about your Discord or anything like that. I just hate the way that he was trying to rat his way back into my Discord and my community or whatever without really like addressing the fact that he was saying some fucking insane shit about it. So yeah. I don't know, man. I just like, all of these things are bullshit. None of these friendships really exist unless you really know and spend a lot of time talking to them. So, like, the friendships that I have just aren't really worth that much to me because I've seen time and time again they get torn asunder in an instant. So it's just like, if someone wants to end things or whatever, it's like, okay. Your empire's crumbling. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the other problem with streaming, you know, these longer, like, what have I streamed today? 9 hours, is it? Obviously, it just drops off, and then when you just start rambling like I'm doing now, people just aren't really like, interested on the whole. But you loyal viewers are still there, and I love you for that. Thank you. So yeah, I think I'm gonna just have like a hard limit of like, you know, an 8-hour stream basically. 8 hours is plenty of time to get into some topics and cover stuff. Yeah, 8 hours is pretty reasonable, I think. You know, unless there's some crazy drama happening that requires rolling coverage. Lazy. The thing is, though, 8 hours of my stream is generally 8 hours of pretty solid coverage of whatever it is I'm talking about, you know? I don't think I could even play an autism simulator. It's just, I just like to be able to focus on what I'm talking about. If you're looking at the Streamlabs sponsors, I'm with Stream Elements. I don't really get sponsorship offers anymore. So it's all ogre. They're sick of me. They're sick of the sight of me. Now that's not true. I got an offer for, what was it, a HelloFresh sponsorship, but fuck, I don't think I responded to the email. I just, yeah, I mean, I feel like I've said before, but I don't really want to do like a HelloFresh sponsorship. I feel like people aren't really going to buy it. You're depressing me. Am I? Wait, what? I'm just saying how it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to go because I'm just rambling about bullshit. We'll come back tomorrow. Looks like we've got a few things to get into. And hopefully... Yeah, Huel's in the UK. Huel is a UK company. Anyway, I'm waiting for the Bug Protein Bar sponsorship. Very suitable for my appearance. Hey guys, get all the nutrition you need from Bug Protein. Live in the pod. Eat the bugs. Oh, HelloFresh. Oh, my bad. Yeah, HelloFresh. Yeah, it is. We've just about managed to get it going with our crumbling infrastructure. Yeah, honestly, I could easily shill Huel because I actually consume it, and it's quite nice. The chocolate one tastes nice, but all the flavors are decent. There's some I prefer. Yeah, banana one's good. Right. I also I need to get something to eat, so I'm gonna raid out. Okay. God, there's honestly some people I follow, and I'm like, do they even like me anymore? Should I raid this person? But I tell you, I'm gonna raid. He's live right now. Nah, Sonsol's. I like Sonsol, but I'm gonna raid Richard Lewis. How about that? Apparently, he's sending CS:GO to the funeral home or something. Right. Thanks for coming by, guys. Appreciate you all. Much love. I'll be back tomorrow, 8 AM Eastern, right here on Twitch. Oh, also, I'm going to do a Sunday stream, the primary focus of which will be Gross Score, because Gross Score has released some new videos about further cuckoldry or something. I don't know what it is, but I can't tell you much. I'm looking forward to that. Hey, thanks for the best, Malkaz. Appreciate it. The final bitties. I cannot wait to cover the latest Gross Score videos because they look super cringe and a very hard watch, which is a Gross Score speciality. Right. Thank you. Good luck, Godspeed. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you all. Have fun. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Good luck and goodbye. Au revoir. Ooh.